In the blink of an eye, Qingshan had killed an immortal, just like how he did Immortal Mu. As his sword struck down, waves of great path power surged forth. The long sword hummed as hundreds of boats were carried along. It was like a tsunami hitting the embankment, like the Milky Way hitting a lone star, bringing despair to the immortal. The immortal couldn't see or touch Qingshan's sword, but when he saw it clearly, his life was taken away by Qingshan. An immortal's corpse crashed into the center of the battlefield with a boom, attracting the attention of the world. Qingshan killed another immortal. Under the siege of 3 immortals, he could still kill one. It's too terrifying. Perhaps this is what it is, a peerless monster. He really lives up to his name, the god of the human world. Will Qingshan kill all the immortals on this battlefield? No, because he definitely won't kill that Buddha. Yes, they are allies. Qingshan also has that golden body, but it's not as big as that monk. They are of the same origin. The people discussed animatedly as they watched Qingshan kill the enemy with ease. Moreover, that enemy was an immortal in the human world. The people were surprised and envious. Even the immortal North Star and the Heavenly Emperor were convinced by Qingshan and regarded him as their main support. On the other side, Little Nine and the others were still dancing excitedly. On the battlefield, Qingshan was excited to kill. The immortal path that those immortals comprehended was a single path and had never been integrated. Their understanding of paths was superficial and they were unwilling to study it in depth. They only knew how to improve the strength of their immortal energy and physical strength. However, could the toughness of one's body compare to the indestructible golden body? Could the intensity of the immortal energy be compared to the hundreds of small kiliocosms that Qingshan had created? Kill. 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 If I kill you, I will become an immortal. Qingshan had a strong killing intent. Even with a mediocre immortal sword, he was able to suppress the 2 immortals and force them to retreat step by step. In fact, Qingshan had even killed the immortal who had gone to deal with the woman over with a single move of his sword chi. He was still fighting 1 against 3. Qingshan and they were fighting fiercely, but because they were prepared and knew that Qingshan's swordsmanship was abnormal, they joined forces to deal with him. For a moment, it was difficult to win. On the other hand, the undying Holy Buddha was also fighting fiercely with the 15 immortals. Although the undying Holy Buddha was under great pressure, the immortal subordinates, the longevity cultivation plane individuals and the divine cultivation plane individuals, were under even greater pressure. Because the woman holding the giant sword was no longer disturbed by the immortal, she killed people like she was chopping vegetables. The giant sword was very powerful and guided her to kill people. Along the way, the heads of some longevity cultivation plane individuals rolled. The divine cultivation individuals cried out for the immortals, as if calling for their parents. The expressions of the immortals surrounding the undying Holy Buddha changed slightly. They instantly communicated, and one of them went out to kill the woman with the huge sword. The remaining 14 immortals attacked the undying Holy Buddha together. The immortal that was separated instantly flew over to kill the woman with the giant sword. However, he was targeted by Qingshan. The more we fight, the more excited I get. The blood in my body is burning. 3 immortal are no longer enough. Come over too. Qingshan blocked his path with his sword and forced him to join the battlefield. Qingshan was fighting against 4 immortals by himself. Unlike the passive defense at the beginning, Qingshan was now attacking aggressively. As the sword light circulated, he became more and more excited and his entire person was subliming. Each sword was stronger than the last. Each attack was more terrifying than the last. The pressure on the 4 immortals grew. No, he's using us to practice. This person is about to become an immortal. An immortal realized something was wrong and exclaimed. Qingshan's current state had entered a critical point. The other immortals also realized that something was wrong. Qingshan was about to become an immortal. That was simply unbelievable. The group of immortals had never heard of becoming immortals in battle. And now, Qingshan was doing just that. We can't let him become an immortal roared angrily, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. The current Qingshan was already very difficult to deal with. If he were to become an immortal again, what would happen? That shout caused the central battlefield to fall silent. Everyone looked at Qingshan. Everyone's expression changed drastically. Some were happy, while others were afraid. That was especially the case for those 18 immortals. Let's attack together. 2 of the 14 immortals who had surrounded the undying Holy Buddha immediately went to deal with Qingshan, while the remaining 12 continued to deal with the undying Holy Buddha. Back then, there were also 12 of them who dealt with the undying Holy Buddha. It would not be a problem for them to hold on for a period of time. They had a good plan. The 6 immortals would join forces and kill Qingshan. Then, they would go to deal with the undying Holy Buddha together and end the chaotic battle. Unfortunately, their thoughts were interrupted by a Buddhist proclamation. That's what I heard. That loud Buddhist proclamation was chanted by the undying Holy Buddha. He grabbed the air, and a Buddha kingdom in the palm appeared. It directly encapsulated the surrounding world and imprisoned 14 immortals. You guys are having a good time beating up the old monk. Why do you want to leave? The undying Holy Buddha chuckled and pressed down with his hand. With a bang, the world shook. The immortals collectively spat out blood and looked at the undying Holy Buddha in shock. That was the attack of the Buddha after he had sublimated to the extreme. D*MN bald monk, you burned your fruit of path? Some immortals retreated in shock. I'm already a dead man. It doesn't matter if I burn my fruit of path. You guys, burn your fruits of path with me. Let's have a great battle of sublimation. The undying Holy Buddha invited them. The immortals' faces darkened as they looked on angrily. There was no problem for the undying Holy Buddha to burn the fruit of path. He was already a dead person and had relied on the great path of time to survive. He did not have to worry about the consequences of burning the fruit of path at all. But the immortals couldn't. They were people from the present world. Burning their fruit of path was no different from courting death. Since you are unwilling to burn your fruit of path, watch my young friend become an immortal with me. The undying Holy Buddha chuckled. His voice was like thunder as it resounded in the sky. Monk, your fruit of path won't last long. Its effects will quickly decline, an immortal threatened. When I die, my young friend will still be here. When he becomes an immortal, none of you will be able to escape. If that's the case, why would I have to fight to the death? Buddha is merciful, the undying Holy Buddha chanted, causing the other immortals to feel disgusted and fall into a dilemma. If the immortals burned their fruit of path and continued to fight the bald monk, they would perish together. If they didn't burn their fruit of path, they could only watch Qingshan become an immortal in the human world and then face the terrifying Qingshan. If Qingshan could kill immortals when he was still in the divine cultivation plane, how powerful would Qingshan be when he entered the immortal plane? Just thinking about it made those immortals' hair stand on end. No matter how one looked at it, that choice spelled death. They were in a dilemma. Meanwhile, the more Qingshan fought, the braver he became. Together with the woman with the giant sword, the 2 of them killed in all directions. The woman holding the giant sword was killing people and horses on the ground. She swept through the experts of the dimensional battlefield. The giant sword would hurt anyone who came into contact with it, and anyone who came into contact with it would die. Seeing that scene, many people understood why the immortals had suppressed her for 5,000 years. With that killing speed, how could they not suppress her? At the top, Qingshan was fighting fiercely with the 3 immortals. The indestructible golden body appeared behind him to block the damage. Therefore, he didn't care and only knew to attack and exchange injuries for injuries. The 4 immortals were unable to resist. Qingshan had the indestructible golden body and was fearless, but they were in pain. During that time, Qingshan had forcefully chopped all 5 immortal swords that he had obtained into pieces. Qingshan's momentum increased a little with every immortal sword broken. When the 5th immortal sword shattered, Qingshan's body was like a billion-year-old volcano that had erupted. terrifying energy washed over the world. The four immortals immediately spat out blood and flew backward, watching in horror. Qingshan was going to become an immortal in the human world. Boom! The terrifying tremor caused millions of eyes to look at Qingshan. Everyone was looking forward to seeing a human becoming an immortal in the human world. That might be the most shocking scene they would ever see in their lives. Qingshan, who was in the limelight, burst out with boundless energy. It surrounded him and wrapped his body like a cocoon, beginning to transform. The world couldn't see Qingshan's face and could only hear his vigorous heartbeat. Thump, thump, thump. Every beat caused the world to tremble. After bouncing a total of 49 times, the cocoon that was wrapped around Qingshan broke, and Qingshan walked out as an immortal. The breakthrough was not earth-shattering or shocking, but calm. Qingshan stood, wearing a white robe and bearing a handsome face. At that moment, he was no longer like an immortal. He was an actual immortal. The people from 5,000 years ago looked at Qingshan. The people from 5,000 years later also looked at Qingshan. The second person to become an immortal in the dimensional battlefield, Qingshan, exchanged glances with Buddha. Qingshan knew that the undying Holy Buddha knew everything and had seen through everything. The undying Holy Buddha, who had burned his fruit of path, smiled slightly. The 10,000-meter-tall indestructible golden body behind him dissipated, and his aura instantly weakened, directly falling to the immortal plane. However, there was a smile on his face as he looked at Qingshan with satisfaction. It was the first official meeting between Qingshan and the undying Holy Buddha. They didn't say a word. Everything was said through their gazes. The aura of the undying Holy Buddha was still weakening. At that moment, the immortals who were imprisoned by him burst out with killing intent and attacked directly, wanting to kill the undying Holy Buddha. When Qingshan saw the scene, his eyes turned cold. Behind him, a loud bang sounded as the golden body soared into the sky and slapped down. Bang! 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 Everyone watched in shock as the 14 immortals who had suddenly turned aggressive all exploded in an instant. The one who dealt the blow was Qingshan, as well as the indestructible golden body of the undying Holy Buddha. At that moment, blood rained down. The death of the 14 immortals made everyone's hearts clench, and they could not say a word. All the shock and astonishment from before could not compare to this. Qingshan had killed 14 immortals with a single slap. Even undying Holy Buddha, the first to become an immortal in the dimensional battlefield, couldn't do that. He could only imprison the 14 immortals. But now, under the watchful eyes of everyone, Qingshan had unleashed a shocking attack. Even the undying Holy Buddha, who was gradually weakening and becoming illusory, looked at Qingshan in surprise. After a long while, the world finally recovered and went crazy. God of the human world. Is that who they call God of the human world? Lord Qingshan is indeed worthy of the title. The evaluation of the Immortal Path Golden ranking is absolutely right. Warriors should be like this. He killed 14 immortals with a single slap. This is too terrifying. The difference between being immortal and becoming an immortal in the human world is too great. Yes, before Lord Qingshan became an immortal, although he was very strong, he could only fight against 4 people alone. The moment he broke through, he killed 1k immortals with a single slam. 163, first kiss, they're all immortals, but how can the difference be so great? Nonsense. Both being humans, why is there such a huge gap between you and Lord Qingshan? It was impossible to express the shock in one's heart without saying a few words. Even the Heavenly Emperor, the immortal Northstar, and Xiao Wuji were engaged in a heated discussion, not to mention Little Nine and Little Fox. They were so excited that they wanted to rush into the dimensional battlefield. Fortunately, Dawei stopped them. The undying Holy Buddha, who had burned his fruit of path, could not hold on any longer in the time reversal. He gradually faded. In the end, he said, I had a very long dream. Qingshan immediately cast the imaginary prison and trapped the other 4 immortals in a small area, torturing them to death. Qingshan didn't even look at the immortals in the dimensional battlefield. What did you see in your dream? Li Qingshan came before the undying holy Buddha and dispersed all his aura. I saw you. At that time, you were still very weak. I seem to have told you that I want to become an immortal in the human world, the undying holy Buddha said with a smile. Li Qingshan pondered for a moment and said, the world is full of dreamlike moments. Maybe we are living in a dream? The undying holy Buddha smiled and said nothing. He did not discuss metaphysics with Li Qingshan. Instead, he looked at the sky. There seemed to be something in the endless void. There's no need to open a new path. We just need to find the gate of immortality that used to exist, the undying holy Buddha said to Li Qingshan. The gate of immortality. Li Qingshan nodded. He had heard of it before. The gate of immortality is the most ancient way to the immortal plane. It is a gate that can be passed through as long as one has the strength. It is not as strenuous as present methods, the undying holy Buddha stated. Alright, I'll remember that. I will open the gate of immortality, Li Qingshan said firmly. When the undying holy Buddha heard that, he was satisfied. His body dispersed with the wind and disappeared. Li Qingshan was looking at the others. The prelude to the battle in the central battlefield had essentially ended. Without immortals, the experts of the dimensional battlefield couldn't hold on at all and were instantly wiped out. Zhao Wuji, who had always been working hard to open up a new path, looked up at the sky and shed tears. In our second lives, we really won. Unfortunately, we won't be able to see the new world. However, the future generations will see it for us. Zhao Wuji smiled, his body gradually dissipating. His time was up. In the center of the battlefield, the people who had won the battle began to dissipate one by one. The power of time reversal was gradually weakening and could no longer be maintained. Their destinies had already been fixed and could not be changed. Many people were already satisfied that they had had the chance to turn back time. Shi Cheng felt a little regretful. Looking at the new world, especially the people around, he tried to find his wife. Shi Cheng looked around but didn't find her. We are all people from the old era. The new era doesn't have a boat to carry us, he said dejectedly. In a trance, at the last moment, he saw a girl smiling happily among the people. She was very cute and was only in her teens. She was pointing at the center of the battlefield with her family. Shi Cheng looked on in a daze. His wife had reincarnated. Suddenly, Shi Cheng smiled. He was extremely happy. His smile then became faint. She is no longer alive. I can leave in peace. In the next life, it will be my turn to look for you. Shi Cheng disappeared from the center of the battlefield. The others were also extremely reluctant to leave. For example, Bei Haiwang was originally a flood dragon in the sea. He came to the dimensional battlefield and followed the undying holy Buddha, wanting to open up a new path. However, he lost his life. But he didn't regret it. He simply felt unfulfilled. Looking at the green mountains and white clouds, the crimson soil, the gentle breeze, the familiar people, and familiar things disappearing before his eyes, he felt lost. How can I not be reluctant to part with such a country? Bei Haiwang sighed softly. His body then faded. One after another, many people disappeared from the dimensional battlefield. Those people had all passed on their legacies to Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan watched them leave and sighed. At that moment, the woman holding the giant sword walked over. She had a beautiful face, and she had the appearance of a cute woman. Just by looking at her appearance, one would never imagine that she would carry a huge sword and slash people. Thank you for burying me. The woman spoke. Her voice was very pleasant to hear, completely different from her berserk state when she fought. No need to thank me. Li Qingshan shook his head. What's your name? Li Qingshan asked. I'm about to die. Is my name still important? The woman said indifferently. Very important. No one knows your name. If you die, you will be completely erased from this world. However, as long as there is one person who remembers your name, you'll live on, Li Qingshan said. My name is Qingqing. I don't have a surname. I'm an orphan. I was picked up by my master on a clear night, so I'm called Qingshan, Qingshan said. I'll remember it. I'll remember it for the rest of my life, Qingshan nodded and said firmly. You're not a bad person. I'm already about to die. If I don't give this sword to you, it'll be a waste. Qingshan handed the greatsword to Qingshan. This is a true celestial artifact, right? You're giving it to me just like that? Qingshan asked. If I don't give it to you, I can't give it to anyone else. Take it. This sword was given to me by my master. I don't know what level it is, but it's quite useful, Qingshan said nonchalantly. Suddenly, she realized that she had become faint. She looked at Qingshan. Keep your word. Remember me. Remember me for the rest of your life. I don't want to be forgotten, Qingshan stared at Qingshan and said. I will. I will remember you for the rest of my life. Qingshan nodded. Bam! However, the next second, Qingshan raised her head and hugged Qingshan. Her red lips pressed against Qingshan's as she made a sound. Qingshan was stunned. He did not move. He looked at Qingshan's fading body and closed his eyes, allowing Qingshan to kiss him. Qingshan's kiss was very immature. She didn't know anything and just kissed Qingshan's red lips. Then, she let go of Qingshan and smiled happily. In this way, you will remember me forever. My name is Qingshan. At the end of my life, I kissed a boy. Thank you. She became fainter and fainter, disappearing in front of Qingshan. The last gust of wind blew, and Qingshan left. Qingshan touched his lips in disappointment. That was his first kiss. 164, Hua Shangron's News. 1. The central battlefield, covered with corpses, saw the demise of the top experts from the dimensional battlefield in this battle. Corpses were scattered everywhere. There were immortals, divine cultivators, longevity cultivators. They had once been all-powerful, managing the various safety zones in the dimensional battlefield. They were high up in the air, setting the rules and overlooking the human world. Now, their lifeless bodies lay here, motionless. Even if wild dogs were to tear at them, no one paid any attention. The glory was ephemeral and dissipated rapidly. 5,000 years ago, a group of young individuals seized the opportunity provided by Qingshan. In the brief moments of time reversal, they witnessed victory. Although they couldn't witness the new world, they caught a glimpse of the dawn of triumph. Thus, Qingshan repaid those who entrusted him with the entire inheritance. He didn't disappoint. What those people couldn't achieve back then, Qingshan accomplished today. Yet, his emotions were slightly undulating. In the central battlefield, the path of time reverted to normal, flowing from 5,000 years ago to the present. In the vast central battlefield, only Qingshan remained standing. Amidst countless corpses, Qingshan stood tall and imposing, like a mountain, radiating profound strength, stirring excitement among onlookers. The figure before them was the sole immortal in this world. Moreover, he wasn't an immortal descending from the immortal plane. He had become an immortal in the human world, a native immortal, and that was the cause of everyone's excitement. The battle had concluded, yet no one was willing to depart. They continued to watch, even if it was just Qingshan's back. This was an immortal. Countless individuals had strived their entire lives but never caught a glimpse of an immortal. And now, Qingshan stood right before them. Though at a distance, he was undeniably real. Hearts surged among the people, and Qingshan was also somewhat moved. He reached out, touching his lips. The soft sensation from earlier lingered in Qingshan's memory. This was Qingshan's first kiss. In his past life, he was single, and in this life, he abstained from romantic involvements. The only person he harbored some fondness for was Hua Yun. Though he had never met her, he simply admired her voice. In the sum of 2 lifetimes, Qingshan was now 78 years old, savoring a woman's kiss for the first time. Qingshan. Qingshan knew he would never forget this woman in his lifetime. Qingshan's kiss carried a touch of innocence. It was her first time too. Li Qingshan hadn't anticipated that he would experience a moment of attraction with a woman who had perished 5,000 years ago. However, such a sentiment would remain fleeting. Qingshan was no longer in this world. Li Qingshan took a deep breath and suppressed his desire. He calmed down and looked around. Corpses were everywhere. He then looked at the people in the distance. His temperament was cold, like the cypress under the moon. He stood tall and straight and said, "The immortals are no more, and the dimensional battlefield shall cease its bloodshed." Similar to the human world, this is a realm for cultivation. If you wish to establish sects, noble families, construct cities, or propagate descendants, feel free to do so. As of today, the dimensional battlefield is no longer under the rule of immortals. The path of immortality shall be permanently sealed. I will discover a new path, allowing those with strength to ascend to the immortal plane. Disperse, everyone. No need to linger any longer. Li Qingshan gestured for the onlookers to leave. Gradually, the crowd dispersed, and upon hearing Li Qingshan's words, a sense of anticipation quietly arose among them. To be frank, most people were reluctant to embark on the path of immortality. The dichotomy between heaven and hell held little appeal, especially for those with strength. Li Qingshan, having publicly pledged, was bound to fulfill his promise. Otherwise, the authority of the immortals would be compromised. As the people scattered, the first to rush towards Li Qingshan was Little Nine. She couldn't wait any longer. She kept looking at her brother, and her heart was filled with longing. She hadn't seen him for more than 10 years, and now that she saw her brother killing people everywhere, she couldn't help but be thrilled. If not for the fear of disturbing Li Qingshan, Little Nine would have rushed out much earlier. With the matter concluded, Little Nine couldn't restrain herself any longer and immediately flew into Li Qingshan's arms. Like a baby swallow finding its nest, she landed directly in Li Qingshan's embrace, exclaiming joyfully, "Brother, you're amazing. You killed immortals in the human world." Li Qingshan smiled upon seeing Little Nine, reaching out to catch her and fondly saying, "Why are you guys here?" While he spoke, the little fox also leaped onto Li Qingshan, lightly sniffing him and revealing a contented expression. Having not seen him for over a decade, the little fox had longed for Li Qingshan's presence. "Sir!" A Wei approached, offering a disciple's salute. "Master!" The 5 ghosts walked over, suppressing all their auras in front of Li Qingshan, behaving like obedient children. "You're all here?" Li Qingshan expressed his surprise. That human world lacks meaning without a brother. They're all too weak. It's much more exciting with my brother. If we didn't come, wouldn't we not be able to see brother's wonderful performance? Little Nine hugged Li Qingshan's arm, and her beautiful face was playful. She was a girl and had been taken good care of by Li Qingshan. She did not experience much danger, but she had to be steady when she took over as the Yuhua sect leader. Now that she had stepped down from the position of Yuhua sect leader and passed it on to someone else, she came to the dimensional battlefield. Naturally, she did not have to suppress her character and be the purest girl, the brother's good sister. "I miss you." The little fox was not as happy and lively as Little Nine. She poured out her thoughts and expressed her longing. She was very dependent. This separation was the longest separation she had ever had since she was born. She had lived with Li Qingshan for decades and had never been separated. These decades had been very difficult for her. 165, Hua Shangron's news, 2, Li Qingshan could feel the little fox's dependence on him. He reached out and held her in his arms. He stroked her gently to relieve her loneliness for more than 10 years. The little fox closed her eyes comfortably and curled up in Li Qingshan's arms. She hadn't felt this kind of feeling for more than 10 years. At this moment, Xiao Wuji, Heavenly Emperor, and Immortal Northstar had all arrived. The 3 of them were very excited. They looked at Li Qingshan with admiration in their eyes. Even the arrogant Immortal Northstar was convinced by Li Qingshan. "F***ck, brother, you're too amazing," Xiao Wuji exclaimed, rubbing his hands in excitement. He had thought that he would die, but he did not expect that he would be involved in such an exciting battle. Not only did he not die, but he also saw his 3 best friends. Xiao Wuji was happy. He looked at the people around Qingshan and said, "Your family is here. Let's find a place to have a big meal and talk while drinking. I'll cook. I'm very good at cooking." Today's incident was caused by him. Xiao Wuji was very grateful. He pulled Qingshan and the others away from the slaughter and started a fire to cook on a cliff. Xiao Wuji worked very hard. He killed an elk, quickly processed it, and roasted it with condiments from the human world. For a moment, the fragrance assailed their nostrils. Because of the presence of the 5 ghosts, Xiao Wuji was worried that they would have a big appetite, so he roasted several of them in a row. The 5 ghosts were very familiar with cooking. They had been cooking for Qingshan for decades, so they helped Xiao Wuji. A few of them were very busy. On the other side, on the cliff, the night breeze blew gently, and the moonlight condensed. The bonfire was also lit, making people feel very comfortable. Little Nine pulled the Heavenly Emperor and whispered among the girls. From time to time, it would laugh out loud. They were very happy. The 2 women who had known each other for less than 2 hours had become best friends. On the other hand, Qingshan was holding the little fox and strolling on the cliff with Immortal Northstar. They looked at the clear wind and the bright moon as they talked about some things. Awei followed closely behind, listening quietly. This was allowed by Qingshan. Awei was his disciple, so he naturally had to take care of him. "How do you feel about breaking through to the immortal plane?" Immortal Northstar asked. "It's as if I've touched a new world," Qingshan said. "The moment I broke through, my sea of consciousness and soul were sublimated and cleansed." Immortal Northstar nodded. "Mortals eat meat, while practitioners cultivate qi. Do you know what immortals cultivate?" "Path." Qingshan thought for a moment and said, "Half right." With his hands behind his back, Immortal Northstar and Qingshan came to the highest point of the cliff. They looked at the moon in the high sky as if they could reach it with their hands. Qingshan looked at Immortal Northstar. He was the reincarnation of an immortal. Although his memories would be awakened as his cultivation base broke through, he was now at the divine cultivation plane. He should know a lot about the immortal plane. Immortals cultivate path and spirit. Immortal Northstar said. Path and spirit. Qingshan thought for a moment and said, "What you comprehended in the human world path was the human world path. That was the mortal world's path. To enter the immortal plane, you needed to comprehend the immortal's path, so you needed to transform the path you comprehended. In addition, immortal cultivated the path and also refined their primordial spirits. Cultivating the path was to comprehend the heavens and the earth, to elevate one's realm. Refining the primordial spirit was to strengthen oneself, making oneself more powerful. With a formidable primordial spirit, controlling the great path would also become much easier. If you don't have a great path, you will be very weak in the immortal plane. However, if you only have a great path, your original soul will not be able to control it. The great path will devour you. Therefore, comprehending the path and cultivating the spirit need to be carried out simultaneously." Immortal Northstar said slowly. This was some of the knowledge of the immortal plane. If one had a sect, they could learn about it from their elders and not take the wrong path. However, if an itinerant cultivator entered the immortal plane and did not pay attention to cultivating the spirit and crazily comprehended the path, the more they comprehended, the more they would harm themselves. Qingshan nodded slowly and kept this in mind. Those immortal you killed during the day, they didn't know how to cultivate their spirits, so they came to this dimensional battlefield to be the guardians. Immortal Northstar said. The immortals in the dimensional battlefield, what power are they from in the immortal plane? Qingshan asked seriously. He needed to ask clearly. This was not a small matter. He had already killed all the people and destroyed the other party's plan in the human world. Qingshan needed to figure out the other party's strength. I don't know. Immortal Northstar shook his head and said, I haven't recovered my memory to that extent, but I vaguely remember that the immortal plane is vast and vast. There are thousands of races and billions of people in it. I don't know how many dimensions it controls. The big factions don't care about the human world. Only those small forces or some aristocratic families will target the human world. They can't develop upwards and can only dig deep into the bottom and treat the human world as a part of them. Although it's a small force, it's a huge thing in the human world. It's not something in the same dimension at all. But don't worry too much. It's very difficult for people from the immortal plane to descend to the lower realm. They have to pay a huge price, so they usually don't let immortal down easily. In the battle at the center of the battlefield 5,000 years ago, only 20 immortals were killed. From now on, you can know that it is very difficult for immortal to descend to the lower realm and come to the human world, unless they are like me, reincarnated into the human world. 166, Hua Shangrong's News, 3, Immortal Northstar explained to Li Qingshan, advising him not to be hasty, and reassuring him that the immortal plane's attention to the human world wasn't as significant as people might think. Li Qingshan listened attentively and asked, in that case, if I open the heaven gate, won't it alert the higher-ups? Immortal Northstar was startled and looked at Li Qingshan in surprise. You want to open the heaven gate? Li Qingshan nodded with determination. No wonder you closed the path of immortality earlier. So, this was your plan, Immortal Northstar expressed in astonishment. Is it possible? Li Qingshan humbly inquired. He needed to clarify things from Immortal Northstar, who came from the immortal plane and likely possessed valuable knowledge. Certainly, you can. However, if you open the gate of immortality, connecting the human world and the immortal plane, it will make it much easier for the vast human world to enter the immortal plane. But, you will completely offend that organization as you disrupt the situation they've arranged, Immortal Northstar warned. Li Qingshan grinned and asked, you mentioned earlier that the immortal plane is vast. If I hide after entering the immortal plane, won't they be able to find me? Immortal Northstar considered it and agreed. Since you've made up your mind, I will support you. Once the gate of immortality is opened, I can also enter the immortal plane without exposing myself. That would be better, Immortal Northstar stated. Li Qingshan nodded, taking note of this matter. He continued with another question. In the dimensional battlefield earlier, someone violated its rules and was imprisoned in the boiling water prison. What organization in the immortal world does the boiling water prison belong? Boiling water prison. Immortal Northstar pondered, then shook his head with a bitter smile. Boiling water prison belongs to some organization in the immortal plane. This is within my knowledge blind spot, as my cultivation hasn't reached the immortal plane, and my memories can't be accessed. That's okay, Li Qingshan said nonchalantly. The boiling water prison belongs to the Celestial Court, a level 4 prison that detains ordinary immortal criminals, the Heavenly Emperor explained, walking over with little Nine. Under the moonlight, her face was beautiful, and her snow-white skin seemed to glow. Immortal Northstar expressed surprise. How did you know? The Heavenly Emperor replied elegantly, I obtained an immortal's inheritance. My Gate of Xianpin is a celestial artifact, with its main body located in the immortal plane. I'm simply summoning a phantom here in the human world. Li Qingshan asked, is the Celestial Court the manager of the immortal plane? I guess so. The immortal plane is vast and boundless. The Celestial Court is just one of the regional management organizations. It's very ancient. There are 4 prisons under the Celestial Court, which guard people with different cultivation bases. Boiling Water Prison is the 4th prison, the Heavenly Emperor explained. You just said that the person behind the dimensional battlefield can imprison anyone who breaks the rules in Boiling Water Prison. That can only mean that the person behind the dimensional battlefield is a member of the Celestial Court, the Heavenly Emperor analyzed. Yes, only in this way can we send those who break the rules to Boiling Water Prison, Immortal Northstar replied and nodded. I see. Does the Celestial Court care about the human world? Li Qingshan frowned. No, the Celestial Court is an ancient organization with a long history. They don't care about the experts in the human world. Someone must have decided to change the way of ascension, the Heavenly Emperor stated firmly. She seemed to have some understanding of the Celestial Court. If that's the case, then I'll reopen the gate of immortality for the human world, and there won't be any worries, Li Qingshan smiled. If you can reopen the gate of immortality, it will be a blessing to the human world. You will also be worthy of the title of God of the human world. The Heavenly Emperor looked at Qingshan with appreciation. But do you know where the Gate of Immortality is? After all, the Gate of Immortality has disappeared for a long time, Immortal Northstar asked in puzzlement. I don't know where it is, Qingshan shook his head. But it doesn't matter. I will find it. I will find it even if I go to the ends of the earth. Qingshan declared firmly. Hey, come down and eat. Drink! Xiao Wuji shouted. The few of them laughed. Xiao Wuji is done with cooking. Let's go down and have a taste of his cooking, Immortal Northstar said with a smile. He just barely escaped death today. If it weren't for you guys, I would have been in seclusion and couldn't sense him. If it wasn't for you, he would have died, Qingshan said. Like I said, I don't have many friends, so I cherish every one of them. Xiao Wuji is a very good friend, the Heavenly Emperor smiled. Yeah, I don't have many friends in the immortal plane. I didn't expect to meet a few in the human world, Immortal Northstar reflected. Qingshan smiled gently and went down first. He saw roasted elk, roasted rabbit, and roasted whole lamb. The fragrance assailed his nostrils, the color was alluring, and there were all kinds of condiments and sesame seeds. Qingshan looked at them in surprise and asked, You brought these things into the dimensional battlefield? Xiao Wuji smiled proudly. You're all born in prestigious families or are not worldly, so you're naturally not sensitive to these things. But I'm different. I was born in the countryside. My mother eats 3 meals a day, so I've been influenced to like cooking. Xiao Wuji arranged for everyone to sit down. Then, he cut the meat. As he cut, he said, When I entered the dimensional battlefield, I didn't bring anything else. Dry tobacco, wine, condiments, they were all full. Have a taste. Xiao Wuji looked at everyone and handed the meat over. Qingshan grabbed a piece and put it into his mouth to chew. His eyes lit up and he gave a thumbs up. The others all gave him a thumbs up, indicating that the dishes he cooked were delicious. 167, Hua Shangrong's news, 4, Xiao Wuji was relieved. He also ate and raised his glass. Everyone, this is the first glass of wine. I, Old Xia, toast to you. I'm eternally grateful for pulling me back from the gates of hell. Xiao Wuji drank it all in one gulp. Qingshan and the others drank it all in one gulp, showing their heroism. The moon was bright, hanging high up like a white jade plate. Qingshan and the others kept talking, laughing, and talking. They were very happy. It was only after midnight that the few of them had fun. Everyone, what are your plans? Qingshan asked. I plan to find a good place to live in seclusion for some time, tempering myself, cultivating my character, and figuring out how to achieve immortal in the human world. The night wind blew her hair. Because she had drunk wine, her face was red, and her eyes were slightly blurred, making her look very cute. The Heavenly Emperor, who had the demeanor of a mature woman and was a strong woman, showed a rare childlike attitude. The group of people were all experts. They would not get drunk after drinking 1,000 glasses. However, they did not use their true qi to sober up tonight, so they were more or less a little drunk. Xiao Wuji, who drank the most and was excited, was now drunk and sleeping soundly. Just in time. I also want to find a place to enter seclusion. Immortal Northstar said. Qingshan, what are your plans? Why don't we find a place to live in seclusion together? We can even help you find a gate of immortality. Immortal Northstar suggested. Alright, I agree. Qingshan said. Find a place with beautiful mountains and rivers to settle down. Qingshan added. I'll find the place. I'll find it tomorrow. The Heavenly Emperor immediately patted her chest. A wave of ripples appeared. Qingshan looked straight ahead. He pointed at the 5 ghosts and said, Let them build the house and fix the environment. This is their specialty. The 5 ghosts were speechless. They wanted to say that they were good at killing people. But facing Qingshan, they had no intention of resisting. They immediately nodded when they heard the order. it was only half a day's work. They had been doing it for decades and were already used to it. The matter was settled just like that, including Xiao Wuji, who had no idea and was still sound asleep after experiencing the life and death excitement. Everyone could understand why Xiao Wuji was sleeping so soundly. He was also under considerable psychological pressure, given the miserable beating he had endured. By the way, do any of you know a woman named Hua Xiangrong? Li Qingshan asked. This is what he had promised Hua Yun. After entering the dimensional battlefield, he would do his best to find her sister. Because of this, Hua Yun revealed her and her sister's secret. Immortal Northstar and the Heavenly Emperor immediately shook their heads, indicating that they didn't know and hadn't even heard of her. Li Qingshan made a mistake and thought that they had some information. At this point, Wei, who had been listening quietly, raised his hand. Sir, I know a person named Hua Xiangrong, Wei said. You know? Li Qingshan looked at Wei in surprise. After coming to the dimensional battlefield, I have been running around to investigate all kinds of information. In the process of investigating, I saw information about a woman named Hua Xiangrong, Wei truthfully said. Tell me. Li Qingshan asked, his interest piqued. Everyone looked at Wei. According to the information I've gathered, this woman named Hua Xiangrong often appears by the sea. Every time she looks at the sea in a daze, she does nothing. Someone asked her why she kept looking at the sea. She said that there's something hidden in the sea. Everyone asked what it was, but she shut up and kept watching. As time passed, everyone thought that she had mental problems. Until one day, the sea capsized, and huge waves surged into the sky. They wanted to drown 1,000,000 miles nearby. The people in the safety zone watched worriedly. The entire sea was angry, and they also let Ascension Immortal hold it back, but it was useless. The city will be destroyed in the next time. The people inside have all fled. They don't want to stay here any longer. But at the last moment, Hua Xiangrong jumped into the sea and turned into a brilliant light. She suppressed the huge wave and saved the city. To thank her, the people there built a temple for her. In the blink of an eye, 100 years have passed, and these things have become legends. This is what I found out when I was a little interested, Wei said. 168, opening the heavenly gate with a single sword. 1, where is it? Upon hearing Wei's words, Li Qingshan asked with interest. Sir wants to take a look. I will lead the way. Wei immediately responded. Good, tomorrow you'll take me to see. Heavenly Emperor, you can find a good place for seclusion and construct houses. Li Qingshan nodded in agreement. No problem, let's disperse tonight. Everyone, have a good rest. The Heavenly Emperor agreed and walked to the bonfire. He sat cross-legged and meditated while looking at the burning bonfire. Immortal Northstar also went to the side to quietly cultivate. Little Nine rested its head on Li Qingshan's thigh and peacefully fell asleep. The little fox, nestled in Li Qingshan's arms, yawned after a satisfying meal, ready to doze off. Observing Little Nine and Little Fox on his body, Li Qingshan smiled warmly. He gently tied up Little Nine's falling hair, then closed his eyes to cultivate, focusing on the giant sword within his body. Before Qingshan vanished, she handed this giant sword to Li Qingshan. The giant sword possessed sentience, and as it was a gift from Qingshan, it calmly allowed Li Qingshan to store it away. However, there was no communication or response from the sword. This giant sword was very powerful. Li Qingshan had peeked at it and his divine soul was cut off, almost getting injured. Now, it was floating quietly in Li Qingshan's core, not moving at all. Li Qingshan used his true qi to control it, and it allowed Li Qingshan to control it, but there was no spiritual reaction from the sword. Li Qingshan sighed. If you're not willing to interact with me, I won't force it. But we'll be together for a long time in the future. I hope I can entrust my life to you. Hearing Li Qingshan's words, the giant sword trembled a little, which was a rare response. Li Qingshan didn't push it further. He smiled gently and continued refining it with his true qi. This was not the first time he had experienced such a thing. He was already used to it. When the little fox was born, how much hatred did she have for humans? How much did he dislike Qingshan? After so many years, what about now? Qingshan looked down at the little fox curled up in his arms, sleeping quietly, and smiled dotingly. Now, he was all she could see. They had been separated for more than 10 years, and she couldn't bear to leave Qingshan's embrace. The giant sword remained aloof, but Qingshan was unfazed. It was in his hands, and he wasn't worried about warming its heart. The next day, the group bid their farewells. Qingshan and Wei parted ways with everyone. They set out to find Huashangrong, while others selected a tranquil place to build houses for everyone to live in seclusion. The little fox was reluctant to part with Qingshan, but he softly explained that little Nine would feel lonely here alone. He asked her to accompany him and that he would be back soon. Pouting, the little fox was reluctantly carried away by little Nine. With that, Qingshan left with Wei, heading towards the seaside of the dimensional battlefield. The dimensional battlefield was a real world. In the past, this was a place where the top experts of the human world interacted. Later on, it was transformed into a dimensional battlefield. As time passed, everyone forgot the original meaning of the dimensional battlefield. Therefore, in the dimensional battlefield, there was a vast ocean that extended as far as the eye could see. Wei led Qingshan to this place. This area was remote, even more so than the initial Wei city. Due to its proximity to the ocean and the towering mountains around, which blocked the sea breeze, a safe zone was established within the mountains. Outsiders rarely visited, and with no world-class teleportation formation, the atmosphere here was serene. The atmosphere of slaughter here was not as intense as the outside world. Those who could live in such a small place were people who did not have many thoughts and only wanted to live a peaceful life. When Qingshan set foot here, his initial impression was that, surprisingly, there existed such a calm place in the dimensional battlefield, making it quite rare. Sir, the people here are very calm. When we came here before, we were also amazed by the peace and tranquility. It's isolated from the outside world, and they won't know about the news for a certain period. Wei explained. The cultivation level of the people here was generally at the nirvana plane. There were occasionally a few ascension immortals in the human world immortal plane. The population was small, comprising only about 1,000 residents living in a small city. Qingshan and Wei took a stroll around the city, finding nothing particularly distinctive except for its peaceful ambience. Take me to see Huashangrong's temple, Qingshan requested. Over 100 years ago, Huashangrong resolved the massive wave, saving the city. As a token of gratitude, the inhabitants had built a temple in her honor. Qingshan had previously pondered how individuals at the level of human world immortals and ascension immortals could fear a large wave. Yet, upon arriving here, he realized his misconception. The mountains here could block the sea breeze, so one could imagine how tall they were. However, that huge wave could break through the obstruction of the mountains and drown the city. It must have been unimaginably colossal, something that neither human world immortals nor ascension immortals could withstand. Thus, these top-tier experts expressed their gratitude by constructing a temple for Huashangrong. No wonder those from the dimensional battlefield couldn't locate Huashangrong. She's hidden in such a remote place. It would indeed be a miracle if they managed to find her, Qingshan mused. Huashangrong was luckier than Hua Yun. At least, she had escaped. However, no one knew what happened after she vanished into the sea. Wei led Qingshan to Huashangrong's temple. The temple was modest, housing a clay statue of a woman within. Time had taken its toll on the temple, covered in spider webs and leaks. Neglected for a long period, it appeared abandoned. A portion of the clay statue had chipped off, and there was no effort to repair it. The altar was covered in dust, devoid of any offerings. 169. Opening the heavenly gate with a single sword. 2. It was evident that the temple of Huashangrong, erected years ago, had fallen into neglect over time. As the years passed, people ceased to visit, and even the newborns were oblivious to the site, which had now faded into obscurity. Qingshan looked around but didn't find anything. The temple was on the verge of collapse. It was already a miracle that it didn't collapse. In another year and a half, it would collapse. At that time, everything that Hua Shangrong had done would disappear as time passed. Have you inquired about those who witnessed that night over 100 years ago? Li Qingshan asked away. I did, but the information is scarce. On that night, many people fled because they were afraid that the sea would destroy everything and the huge waves would destroy all the mountains. Only a few people saw it, and I went to visit them one by one. Those people all said that they saw Hua Shangrong walk into the sea that night. The sea extended a flight of stairs to receive her, just like the Queen of the Sea. After she walked into the sea, the wind and waves calmed down, and everything returned to normal. Those people publicized it, and that's why Hua Shangrong is so famous. Awei explained. A staircase extending from the sea? Li Qingshan walked out of the temple, gazing towards the distant ocean with a slight furrow in his brow. Yes, that's what they described, Awei confirmed. Wait here. I'll explore beneath the sea. Li Qingshan instructed Awei. He intended to investigate the seabed. With Li Qingshan's immortal power and the vast power of his primordial spirit power, he could swiftly explore the underwater world. Awei nodded promptly, displaying obedience. Li Qingshan flew directly into the sea. The energy in his body wrapped around him and formed a protective shield. He flew into the underwater world. His spirit sense spread out and covered 30,000 miles of the seabed, searching every inch of the place, trying to find traces of Hua Shangrong. In the depths of the sea, it was dark and silent, and the pressure was huge. Ordinary people could not come here at all, but Li Qingshan did not care. He saw many scenes that he had never seen before. 30,000 miles beneath the sea, Li Qingshan persisted in his search. His divine soul combed through deep-sea crevices, canyons, underwater magma, and seemingly bottomless black voids. In the outside world, it was boiling and noisy. In the underwater world, it was silent, terrifying, and dark. Li Qingshan saw that there were no creatures in the deep sea. There were only mayflies, microorganisms, various underwater volcanoes, mountains, and rocks. Above Li Qingshan's head, there were often huge whales swimming past. There were also some sea demons in the deep sea. They would not go deep into the sea and feel the terrifying pressure. Li Qingshan continued to search. He was very persistent. Since it was said that the Hua Shangrong had indeed entered the sea, if it was true, it would leave some clues. He would find it if he searched carefully. He was very fast and was advancing quickly on the seabed. There were no sea demons at the bottom of the sea that could stop him, so it was very convenient for Li Qingshan. During the search, Li Qingshan also came across some sunken ships, but they were all small and didn't capture his interest. Just like that, a day passed. The sea stretched out like the stars, and even after an extensive search, Li Qingshan hadn't finished exploring. Along the way, he discovered numerous treasures. There were sunken ships, sea demon legacies, and various hidden treasure locations. Li Qingshan remained indifferent to these findings, persistently focusing on his search as his heart gradually sank. The sea was big, but it had a boundary. Li Qingshan was traveling at the speed of an immortal. Even if he had to search and it would take some time, he could finish it in a day. After half a day, with no trace found, Li Qingshan couldn't help but feel a growing sense of concern. Suddenly, a sunken ship caught his attention. This sunken ship was not an ordinary ship, but a magical treasure ship. It was very gorgeous and lay in the depths of the sea. Li Qingshan had encountered many ships before, but none had piqued his interest. Only this particular ship made him pause and scrutinize it. The ship was huge, and it crossed a huge canyon. The color of the metal had been washed away for a long time at the bottom of the sea, but it did not fade. It was quiet, like a sleeping beauty. This sunken ship is remarkably well preserved, untouched by the erosion of time. Its grade seems exceptionally high, Li Qingshan remarked as he approached. Upon closer inspection, he discovered the reason for the ship's submersion. The central dragon bone had been intentionally severed, leading to the sinking of the grand vessel. Li Qingshan carefully examined it and confirmed that the dragon bone had been severed by a sharp weapon. This ship is no ordinary vessel. Judging from the craftsmanship and the array intricately carved on it, it appears quite unusual. The material of this dragon bone is beyond anything found in the mortal world, Qingshan pondered. This grand ship was a celestial artifact. Qingshan was certain that it was, at the very least, a celestial artifact. This also explained why the ship remained lifelike after enduring the test of time, unaffected by corrosion. But why would such a colossal celestial artifact sink to the ocean's depths? Qingshan was perplexed. He scrutinized the ship, confirming the absence of any occupants or treasures. This ship has been discovered. All the treasures inside have been plundered, Qingshan asserted. Qingshan didn't find any treasures on the celestial artifact ship, which was very abnormal. Moreover, according to some of the books that had been rummaged through, Qingshan was certain that someone had arrived before him. Qingshan picked up a book that had fallen to the ground and gently flipped it open. In the sea, the words in the book were still vivid. The paper used for this book was also extraordinary. The book chronicled the history of a family, documenting each generation and recording significant events. 170, opening the heavenly gate with a single sword. 3, this is similar to a family tree. It represents the inheritance of a family, Qingshan exclaimed in surprise. From the book, he learned that this family originated from the immortal plane and was involved in the transportation industry. The celestial artifact ship belonged to them and could accommodate countless treasures, making it quite valuable for transporting goods. This family conducted business across the immortal plane, and everyone on the ship was a family member. There were no outsiders. So, it's like a family business. Qingshan chuckled. Upon completing the book, a line of words appeared before Qingshan's eyes. Watch carefully, activate max-level comprehension skills, and perceive the world within the book. This book contains a world within it. Qingshan was surprised but soon delighted. This was the most direct way for him to understand the origin and purpose of this ship. He promptly entered the world within the book. The world trembled, dreamlike and surreal. The two worlds intertwined, revealing the immortal plane to Qingshan. Yes, the immortal plane. Immortal energy floated abundantly, and the great path of heaven and earth was remarkably dense, evoking envy in Qingshan. The ability to see but not absorb this energy was a painful sensation. His focus shifted to the ship. This transport clan had taken on a substantial order, earning goods equivalent to half of the world's worth, filling the immense ship with its spacious compartments. They were jubilant as they began transporting the goods. During this process, the captain unexpectedly acquired an azure bead. Upon examination, they deemed it a treasure and decided to keep it, intending to sell it at their destination. However, during a subsequent flight, the azure bead unexpectedly vibrated and unleashed formidable energy, immobilizing everyone on the ship. It then manipulated the spaceship, heading directly towards the human world. Qingshan kept his eyes fixed on the bead, realizing that this was how the ship arrived in the human world. The barrier between the immortal and mortal worlds could only be broken by a genuine top-tier expert. The bead effortlessly pierced through, and the spaceship silently arrived in the human world. Subsequently, the ship's occupants regained their mobility, engaging in various activities such as studying, worrying, and seeking their way back. Aware that there was a path of immortality in the dimensional battlefield, they directed their flight towards it. During the journey, the captain had just documented these events in the genealogy. In the next moment, a sword chi descended from the sky without a sound, cleanly severing the dragon bone of the large ship into two. The sword chi was silent and terrifying, effortlessly cutting open the dragon bone of the celestial artifact boat as if it were slicing through tofu. No, it was even easier than cutting tofu. Qingshan gasped. This must be a top expert in the immortal plane. The immortal severed the dragon bones of the ship, causing it to plummet into the sea. Everyone on board met their demise without exception. A large hand emerged, searching the ship in an attempt to find the azure bead. However, in the end, it found nothing and had no choice but to depart. Qingshan could see clearly that the azure bead concealed its aura completely, sinking into the sea without revealing itself. Unable to find its target, the celestial artifact fell into the sea, creating an unprecedented massive wave. Rumble. It was as if the sea itself was enraged, roaring in a way that words could hardly describe. Qingshan witnessed, for the first time, such a terrifying wave. Even a sentient immortal likely wouldn't dare to face this colossal wave. After all, it was a formidable celestial artifact, and its power could only be imagined. Wait a minute. Even a sentient immortal couldn't resist the huge wave. Wasn't this what Hua Shangrong encountered that time? Qingshan suddenly recalled the connection with Hua Shangrong. As expected, the scene continued to unfold according to Qingshan's thoughts. The immense boat that fell into the sea shook violently, propelling the azure bead towards the shore. Drifting with the current, the azure bead was discovered by a woman. After picking up the azure bead, the woman witnessed the bead seamlessly merging into her body. In the next moment, the woman acquired the ability to pacify the sea. Venturing into the ocean alone, she miraculously conjured stairs from the sea, allowing her to walk in. The colossal waves caused by the massive ship's impact were also subdued. Seeing this, Qingshan smiled wryly. He had spent quite some time searching in the ocean depths, and now the truth unfolded before him. The sight of the woman single-handedly entering the sea was witnessed by a few individuals who were awestruck and widely propagated the event. Subsequently, temples were built by later generations to express gratitude. All the pieces fell into place. The woman was indeed Hua Shangrong. Through a stroke of luck, she obtained the bead that descended from the immortal plane and quelled the formidable wave. Then, she undoubtedly arrived at this colossal ship and meticulously collected the treasures. The treasures, as vast as the world, were undoubtedly taken away by Hua Shangrong. As Qingshan continued reading, everything unfolded as expected. Hua Shangrong reached the giant ship, secured the treasures, and then, with the aid of the azure bead, soared into the immortal plane. Henceforth, no trace of her remained in the dimensional battlefield. Boom! Qingshan snapped back to reality from the book world, gazing at the shattered ship. Without hesitation, he flew out, not looking back. Hua Shangrong exited the dimensional battlefield, using the azure bead to traverse into the immortal plane, eluding Qingshan's pursuit. No more time needed to be wasted. Qingshan employed the Kuanping precious technique and the great path of speed to swiftly return to the shore. Awei, who had been patiently waiting by the shore, saw Qingshan's return and promptly inquired, "Sir, did you find the person?" Qingshan shook his head. "No, we couldn't find her. Let's go back. I'm going to seclude myself for cultivation." Awei refrained from questioning the reasons and proceeded to contact Little Nine and the others to confirm their location before departing. 171, opening the heavenly gate with a single sword, however, halfway through, Qingshan suddenly remembered that no matter what, he had to inform Sister Huayun about this matter. "Go back first. I need to handle some matters in the human world," Qingshan said to Awei. Awei immediately agreed, watching Qingshan depart before heading to find Little Nine. Qingshan directly headed to Wei City. Outside the Wei City, there was a world teleportation formation that could take him back to the human world. Qingshan hadn't returned for over a decade, and his memories of the human world were not particularly nostalgic. If it weren't for Huayun and the need to reinforce the formation, Qingshan would have entered seclusion by now. Although he had broken through to the immortal plane, he had not shifted his understanding of the human world path to the immortal path. Qingshan still needed to improve in many areas, and he needed a lot of time. However, having already promised Huayun, and now having found news about Hua Shangrong, Qingshan felt obligated to inform Huayun. After all, he had to be honest. It's not like he wanted to see Huayun. After arriving at the city of Wei, Qingshan didn't alert anyone and went straight to the world-class teleportation formation. He didn't require assistance. He reversed the world-class teleportation formation himself, returning to the human world effortlessly. Qingshan, being a formation grandmaster, had reached the max-level comprehension of world-class teleportation formations before. He had a superficial understanding of the world-class teleportation formation. He effortlessly reversed the array and returned to the human world. After returning to the human world from the dimensional battlefield, Qingshan appeared in icy plains. He looked at the icy plains and did not stay for long. He quickly left the icy plains and headed for Yuhua sect. Now, the Yuhua sect had a new sect leader, a new mountain gate, and new disciples. Everything had become very unfamiliar. It was completely different from what Qingshan knew. He did not alarm anyone and arrived at the array formation space under the central lake. Here, Qingshan activated the formation space and walked straight in. Inside the formation space, everything appeared robust, without any apparent issues. Qingshan scrutinized it. Despite his current realm, he noticed several flaws in the previous formation. However, there was no rush to make changes. Qingshan approached the black hole, softly calling out, "Good sister." There was no response from the black hole. Qingshan wasn't disheartened. After all, he had been away for more than 10 years, and it was unreasonable to expect someone to stay in one place forever. "Good sister." Qingshan continued to shout. The black hole remained unresponsive. Qingshan was not discouraged and continued to shout. This time, an impatient and languid voice sounded. The decadent voice entered his heart and made Qingshan's ears feel comfortable. A pleasant voice would make one's ears feel comfortable, and from there, one's soul would feel comfortable, and one's entire body would feel relaxed. Hua Yun's voice was like this. Qingshan had never heard a woman's voice reach the level of Hua Yun's. "Brother, we haven't seen each other for more than 10 years. You've been disturbing my beauty sleep. You have to compensate me." Hua Yun said lazily as if she had just woken up and was in her sleeping beauty state. Qingshan chuckled softly, saying, "Good sister, after all these years, I thought you might have been executed by the boiling water prison." Pa, Hua Yun retorted with annoyance, "Brother, you should be grateful that I'm still around. With my unparalleled beauty, losing me would be a significant loss for you." Qingshan looked at Hua Yun, deciding not to continue teasing her. This woman was not someone a virgin like him could handle. "Sister, there's been progress on the matter you instructed me to handle back then." Qingshan went straight to the point. "Really?" Hua Yun's excitement was evident. The joy in her voice overflowed, seemingly transforming into a lark that circled Qingshan. "It's true." Qingshan nodded. "How is my sister doing now?" Hua Yun asked hesitantly, her voice tinged with nervousness. She was afraid of hearing some bad news. "I didn't see Hua Xiangrong." Qingshan stood in front of the black hole with his hands behind his back. "What did you discover?" Hua Yun asked curiously. Qingshan calmly shared everything he knew with Hua Yun. There was nothing to hide, and he had no reason to lie to her. When Hua Yun heard this, she felt that it was unbelievable. Everything seemed to be fake. However, Qingshan had no reason to fabricate such an absurd story to deceive her. "Is what you said true?" Hua Yun asked in confusion. She couldn't discern whether it was real or fake. If it were false, Qingshan wouldn't have deceived her. If it were true, wouldn't her sister be incredibly fortunate? "Sister and I have never met before. How could I lie to you?" Qingshan said softly. Hua Yun believed him. She happily said, "My good brother, I was just asking." "I believe you now. Thank you for your information." "No," Qingshan shook his head and inquired, "Sister, why did you violate the rules of the dimensional battlefield and end up in boiling water prison?" Hua Yun sighed, "When we were young, we were always very confident. We were proud of ourselves and did not believe that there was a separation in the human world. We thought that we could do everything. We didn't want to take the path of immortality through the dimensional battlefield. We aimed to become immortals in the human world. Some of us came close to achieving it. It's a pity that we failed at the last step. Everyone was chased and fled in panic. My sister and I were separated from each other. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of years have passed. Later on, I realized that I had met many people for the last time at a certain moment. Now, looking back and reflecting on the past, I understand the magnitude of the mistake I made back then. 172. Opening the heavenly gate with a single sword. 5. I lost my sister. Hua Yun's words were filled with deep self-blame. Her voice had also weakened, like an injured sparrow that had been drenched in the rain. She sounded very weak, pitiful, and helpless. Qingshan spoke gently, "Sister, what you did wasn't wrong. Seeking immortality in the human world is the right path." Huayun managed a bitter smile, choosing not to respond. "Sister, did you know? The path to immortality has been closed by me," Qingshan said seriously. "What did you say?" Huayun exclaimed in shock. Qingshan chuckled, expressing great joy. "After discussing your sister's matters, I wonder if you'd like to hear about my affairs?" "Tell me," sister is listening, Huayun urged with impatience, eager to hear Qingshan's story. Qingshan sat down in front of the black hole, leaning against it. The lava-like formation patterns framed his face, presenting a picture of a peerless young man. Unfortunately, Huayun couldn't see him. She listened in silence. Qingshan's story was even more extraordinary than Hua Shangrong's. This time, Huayun didn't doubt its authenticity. She knew what Qingshan's personality was like. He wouldn't make up such a lie to her. "Brother, are you saying you're truly an immortal now?" Huayun's voice trembled slightly, conveying her profound shock. "Attaining immortality in the human world," Qingshan declared. "Brother, do you plan to open the gate of immortality?" Huayun took a deep breath, suppressing her astonishment as she asked. "Sister, I am determined to open the gate of immortality," Qingshan asserted firmly. "Brother, what are your plans?" Huayun inquired. "Release you," Qingshan requested softly. Since meeting Huayun, she had been imploring him to release her. Qingshan had never agreed because he was worried that it would affect the human world. Now, unburdened by such concerns, he could release Huayun as he was invincible in the human world, capable of subduing all adversaries. Huayun remained silent. The black hole echoed with stillness. "Are you so delighted that you've become foolish?" Qingshan teased. He truly wished to see the face of his sister, blessed with such a melodious voice. "Brother, it's not suitable for you to release me now," Huayun replied with bitterness after a pause. "What happened?" Qingshan asked calmly, aware that something must have transpired for Huayun to express such sentiments. "Boiling Water Prison has been conducting a rigorous investigation lately. Releasing me would undoubtedly alert the higher-ups. You've caused a significant disturbance in the human world, and you plan to open the heaven gate with your sword. I cannot delay you," Huayun explained softly. "Sister, do you want to come out?" Qingshan raised his eyebrows. "Forget it. Since you've called me sister for so many years, I won't harm you. Don't let me out. I only have 1,000 years to serve in prison. A few hundred years have already passed. I'll be fine after enduring a little longer." Huayun rejected Qingshan. "Sister, can you wait for me for 20 years? Qingshan took a deep breath and asked. "What do you intend to do?" Huayun inquired in surprise. 20 years later, I'll be in the immortal plane to fetch you from boiling water prison," Qingshan declared firmly. "Brother, there's no need," Huayun's voice was trembling, and her heart was thumping. At this moment, she was touched by a young boy, and her voice was soft. Huayun knew Qingshan wasn't someone who spoke without purpose. If he said it, he would do it. "Sister, I'll be very busy from now on. I have to open the heaven gate with my sword and enter the immortal plane to cultivate diligently. I won't have the time and opportunity to come over and talk to you again. When you are lonely, just think of me. I will come 20 years later," Qingshan declared firmly. "Also, it's my luck to be able to meet my sister. This luck was granted by you, and I will keep my promise." Qingshan spoke gently, a faint smile on his face. The fiery red lava patterns framed his appearance. The young man blushed. Huayun's mind was in chaos. For a moment, she didn't know what to say. Her brain hadn't figured it out yet, but her mouth couldn't wait any longer. "I'll wait for you." When she said this, Huayun's mind went blank, and she felt stunned. Was she under a spell? Why did she say that? For the first time in her life, she said she would wait for a man. Hearing this, Qingshan raised his head and smiled happily. He didn't say a word, just smiled. "What are you laughing at?" Hua Yun said in embarrassment. "I just felt like laughing," Qingshan said happily. "Sister, don't you want to laugh?" "I don't want to laugh." Hua Yun pouted. However, as soon as she finished speaking, Hua Yun let out a light laugh. Her voice was crisp and clear, like pearls falling on a jade plate, splashing into Qingshan's heart. All right, stop laughing. Hurry up and reinforce the surroundings. If you don't come again in the future, don't leave any gaps." Hua Yun urged Qingshan sweetly and with embarrassment. "Understood." Qingshan stood up and quickly reinforced the formation. With his current immortal level strength, the prisoners in boiling water prison would never be able to escape. After the reinforcement was completed, Qingshan stood in front of the black hole and said, "Sister, I'm leaving. I'll be in seclusion for a while. Then, I'll go to the immortal plane to improve myself. We'll meet again in 20 years. Brother, be careful. Don't let sister wait in vain," Hua Yun couldn't help but say before they parted. Qingshan nodded, turned around, and left, cutting off his desire to stay. He now found another reason for himself to work hard. In the past, Qingshan only wanted to go to the last peak to see the world. Now, he had an older sister. 173, opening the gate of heaven with a single sword. 1. After reinforcing the formation and departing with a commitment, Qingshan felt an additional drive, motivating him to strive harder. He didn't linger in the human world but instead used a world-class teleportation formation to return to the dimensional battlefield. The entire dimensional battlefield embarked on a new phase of development. Without immortals suppressing it and with the absence of immortals' guarantees, the point system collapsed overnight. People no longer needed to engage in ruthless competition for points. Instead, the cultivation world adopted tangible currencies. For example, spirit stones, spirit herbs, rare treasures, and so on. These changes set the dimensional battlefield on a new course of development. Some people established sects, some established aristocratic families, some founded countries and became kings, and some became new city lords. The dimensional battlefield entered a chaotic period, marked by territorial disputes. Only after overcoming this chaos would a new order emerge. However, all of this had no bearing on Qingshan. After returning from the human world, he headed straight to the secluded place where Little Nine and the others resided. Qingshan didn't want to get involved in the affairs of the human world. He only wanted to cultivate quietly and improve his strength. Then, he would open the heaven gate with his sword and enter the immortal world. After confirming the location with a way, Qingshan promptly arrived and discovered that Little Nine and the Heavenly Emperor had chosen an excellent spot. Between two mountains lay a piece of land adorned with fresh flowers of all kinds. Walking through this floral paradise, they reached a peach blossom forest stretching 10 miles. The peach blossom forest was a breathtaking sight with pink blossoms and a delightful fragrance. Upon Qingshan's arrival, peach blossoms filled the sky, creating a beautiful spectacle. "Brother, how's this place? I made a good choice, didn't I?" Little Nine proudly claimed credit. The little fox immediately nestled into Qingshan's arms, looking at him with a cheerful smile. The Heavenly Emperor, Immortal Northstar, and Xiao Wuji approached. "Brother, your 5 subordinates are really capable. They have repaired everything in this village. Even the roads have been repaired and filled with stones. It's very beautiful. How can they be so skilled?" Xiao Wuji said in admiration. Qingshan looked at the slightly embarrassed 5 ghosts and smiled gently. Although they look fierce, they have a beautiful heart. Some small things are not a problem for them. The 5 ghosts looked at Qingshan, feeling touched. It seemed like this was the first time Qingshan had praised them. It's not easy, they finally gain recognition from their master. The 5 ghosts thought. "How about it, Brother Qingshan, did you find her?" Immortal Northstar inquired. "No, she's disappeared. I was entrusted by someone to fulfill a loyal duty. If I can't find her, there's nothing I can do." Qingshan shook his head. In that case, are we still going out? The Heavenly Emperor asked with concern. I won't be going out. I'll commence closed-door cultivation in this paradise to adjust my state and enhance my strength. Everyone, focus on your cultivation. It's preferable to become immortals in the human world rather than in the immortal plane, Qingshan advised. I'm about to break through. Immortal Northstar exclaimed cheerfully. I'm about to break through too, the Heavenly Emperor followed suit. I'm on the verge of a breakthrough as well, Xiao Wuji declared without hesitation when he saw Immortal Northstar and the Heavenly Emperor doing so. Swish. Everyone looked at him with strange expressions. You were just beaten black and blue, and now you want to break through to the immortal plane? Little Nine wrinkled her nose and remarked. Who said I'm breaking through to the immortal plane? I can't break through to the divine cultivation plane, Xiao Wuji crossed his arms and said unyieldingly, why? Breaking through to immortality is considered a breakthrough, but breaking through to the divine cultivation plane isn't? Xiao Wuji, who had been beaten up badly, felt his bloodline density increase instead of decrease. He felt the aura of a breakthrough once again. If nothing went wrong, he would soon reach the divine cultivation plane. Of course, he couldn't compare to the Heavenly Emperor and Immortal Northstar, both aiming to break through to the immortal plane and become immortals in the human world. Qingshan smiled and said, It counts, Xiao Wuji. I'll be your sparring partner, training your bloodline. I noticed that after getting beaten, your bloodline density increases rapidly. From now on, we'll take turns beating you every day until you're half dead. Let's see if your bloodline evolution speed is even faster. Xiao Wuji's expression changed. He looked at Qingshan in disbelief. How can you say such cold words with such a warm mouth? He trembled. I think Qingshan is right, Immortal Northstar said thoughtfully. You did improve significantly after being beaten up. The Heavenly Emperor didn't say anything. She flexed her delicate fists and smiled gently at Xiao Wuji. Don't worry. I'll be very gentle when I beat you up. Xiao Wuji was dumbfounded. Qingshan laughed heartily and went straight into the peach blossom forest. He saw independent houses one after another. Clean floors, fences, streams, and flowing houses were pleasing to the eye. He nodded in satisfaction. The five ghosts' taste had always followed Qingshan's. This place aligned perfectly with Qingshan's expectations. We've all chosen. There are a few rooms left. You can choose one, Little Nine said. Qingshan pointed indifferently and said, This is it for me. I'm going to cultivate in seclusion. You guys have fun. Don't disturb me if there's nothing else. Qingshan handed Little Fox to Little Nine. He couldn't bring her along during his seclusion. The Little Fox also knew that Qingshan's seclusion was crucial, so she obediently followed Little Nine. Brother, how long will you be in seclusion this time? Xiao Wuji walked in and asked. I don't know, but I'll remember to train you. I'll start, and we'll take turns. Qingshan smiled at Xiao Wuji and flicked his fingers. Boom! A wisp of sword chi burst forth, transforming into thousands of pear blossoms. In an instant, it smashed down. The terrifying energy directly hit Xiao Wuji, causing him to spit out large mouthfuls of blood. He rushed out of the village and crashed into a mountain wall. 174, opening the gate of heaven with a single sword. 2, the tremendous force of impact made the entire mountain wall crack. Xiao Wuji's breath fell miserably, and he exclaimed in disbelief, Are you serious? Qingshan's flick of the finger had severely injured him. Xiao Wuji could feel his bloodline burning as it tried its best to heal his injuries. What? Am I going to be beaten up and become stronger in the future? He exclaimed in shock, his face stiffening. His expression changed drastically. Qingshan looked at him and stated, Of course it's true. If you don't work hard, you'll never catch up with us. Qingshan then turned to the Heavenly Emperor and said, It's your turn tomorrow. You can torture him. As long as he doesn't die, you can do anything else. Then it'll be me the day after tomorrow. Immortal Northstar raised an eyebrow, his hands itching. I will do it properly. The Heavenly Emperor smiled elegantly. To Xiao Wuji, who was far away, this was the smile of a devil. Li Qingshan ignored them and entered the wooden hut. After taking a bath, he lit the incense, and the fragrance lingered in the room. These were all set up by the 5 ghosts. They had followed Li Qingshan for decades and knew Li Qingshan's preferences very well. Li Qingshan sat at the desk, writing a few words in a row before calming down and examining himself seriously. My heart is moved. Li Qingshan knew that he was no longer as calm as water. Right after the end of the central battlefield, when Miss Qingqing suddenly kissed Li Qingshan, his heart started to stir. However, Miss Qingqing was already dead, and Li Qingshan did not intend to suppress her. That was why he told Hua Yun to wait for him for 20 years. This was to give him motivation and hope. It was also to let him cut off all thoughts in these 20 years. Because of the agreement, he could not have any romantic feelings anymore. This way, he could put all his energy into this matter for 20 years. The love between a man and a woman is a basic human emotion. It can't be suppressed. If you suppress it too deeply, it will have the opposite effect. Just let nature take its course, Li Qingshan said softly. Using a promise to calm his restless heart, Li Qingshan needed to work hard to improve himself and fulfill his promise. He calmed himself down and began to cultivate. The first step was to change the Great Path. In the human world, everyone comprehended the human world path, but immortals comprehended the immortal path. The human world path and the immortal path were essentially both great paths. The only difference was that they were much more profound. Now that Li Qingshan had become an immortal in the human world, what he needed to do was to improve his understanding of the human world path to the immortal path. This was the reason why Li Qingshan was in seclusion. Li Qingshan's strength would be greatly improved if he changed the human world path to the immortal path. In the wooden hut, Li Qingshan, who was not disturbed, began the conversion process. He had planned for a long time. This conversion was not a simple matter. It would take a lot of time to convert one by one. However, when Li Qingshan switched to his first human world path, a line of words appeared in front of him. You have converted seriously and activated your comprehension to the maximum level. The rapid great path has been upgraded to the immortal path. What? Li Qingshan was stunned. Then, he was overjoyed. The max level comprehension skill has surprised me again. This way, he would save a lot of time to do other things. Li Qingshan, who had quickly changed one, suppressed his joy and continued to change. His maxed level comprehension skill was constantly stimulated. You have converted seriously and activated your comprehension to the maximum level. The fast path of sword has been upgraded to the immortal path. You have comprehended it seriously and stimulated your comprehension to the maximum level. The slow path of sword has been upgraded to the immortal path. You have comprehended it seriously and stimulated your comprehension to the maximum level. The quick kill swordsmanship has been upgraded to the immortal path. These notifications kept appearing in front of Li Qingshan. He was surrounded by the immortal path, and his strength improved rapidly. In the peach blossom forest, other than Xiao Wuji who was making noise, everyone else was cultivating hard. Xiao Wuji had been severely injured by Li Qingshan yesterday, and his ancient fighter bloodline had only healed him after a night of struggle. The next morning, he had just woken up when he saw the Heavenly Emperor walking towards him. The Heavenly Emperor's figure swayed gracefully as she walked over with cat-like steps. Xiao Wuji's expression changed. He hurriedly said, "Don't. You're a girl. Don't be so violent. Don't listen to Li Qingshan. I'm not a masochist." The Heavenly Emperor smiled charmingly. She then stretched out her hand and tapped lightly. With a boom, 100,000 violent forces rushed out, directly sending Xiao Wuji flying into the sky and falling heavily. Xiao Wuji looked at the Heavenly Emperor's departing figure with a face of despair. Tears fell from his eyes. A woman's heart is the most poisonous. Little Fox and Little Nine looked at Xiao Wuji's miserable appearance and shook their heads. On the third day, it was Immortal Northstar's turn. He attacked without hesitation and beat Xiao Wuji half to death. These 3 days, Xiao Wuji was in a miserable state. However, everyone could see that after he slept, his injuries had completely recovered. The recovery ability of the ancient fighter bloodline had reached another level. Compared to before, the current Xiao Wuji was a true monster. He could recover from any injury very quickly. What? Xiao Wuji woke up on the fourth morning and was shocked. I broke through? He realized that he was no longer in the longevity fetus realm but had entered the divine cultivation plane. I did feel a breakthrough, but it should have taken a few months of bitter cultivation before I had a chance. Xiao Wuji touched his body in disbelief. In the next second, he raised his head, and his eyes shone with infinite disbelief. Brother! He rushed to Li Qingshan's wooden hut and shouted, Brother! Please hit me! 175, opening the gate of heaven with a single sword. 3, inside the house, Li Qingshan continued to comprehend the immortal path, paying no attention to Xiao Wuji. With just a casual release of energy, there was a thunderous boom, and Xiao Wuji was sent flying. Ah! Xiao Wuji screamed, then dragged his injured body back. Not only did he not get angry, but he also laughed when he saw Heavenly Emperor and Immortal North Star. By beating me now, you are increasing my power. I've already broken through to the divine cultivation plane. At this speed, you probably won't break through to the immortal plane faster than me. When the time comes, I'll see how I can mock you too. The Heavenly Emperor and Immortal North Star watched expressionlessly as Xiao Wuji returned to his room to heal after boasting. The two of them simultaneously returned to their wooden huts and began fervently comprehending. They didn't want to be surpassed by Xiao Wuji. Given Xiao Wuji's rate of improvement after each beating, he might genuinely catch up. The Heavenly Emperor and Immortal North Star didn't want to fall behind. They felt an inexplicable pressure and began to cultivate frantically. Just like that, Little Nine and the Little Fox witnessed peculiar scenes every day. Xiao Wuji had been unwilling at first, but now he had taken the initiative to look for Immortal North Star and the Heavenly Emperor to beat him up. As for Immortal North Star and the Heavenly Emperor, they were delighted at first, but now they were reluctant. After the beating, they immediately closed their doors and began cultivation. Inexplicably, these few individuals got tangled up in this situation. This scene left Little Nine and the Little Fox looking at each other in confusion. Is this the reason they became stronger? Not stopping for even a moment? Little Nine murmured. Let's work hard too. Otherwise, when Brother ascends to the immortal plane, we will be stuck in the dimensional battlefield for several hundred years, Little Nine said to the Little Fox. The Little Fox felt a sense of crisis. She did not want to be separated from Li Qingshan for hundreds of years. Even Little Nine and the Little Fox, who loved to play the most, became diligent for a while. The entire atmosphere shifted. Away and the 5 ghosts were forced to get involved. They had been cultivating quietly, but seeing how everyone was working so hard and not stopping for a moment, they were still following the prescribed steps. Naturally, they were involved and could not extricate themselves. The peach blossoms forest fell to the ground, and the pink petals turned into spring mud. Li Qingshan was unaware of the internal atmosphere. He was quietly upgrading the path he had comprehended to the immortal path. After a few days, these human world paths had transformed into immortal paths, and Li Qingshan's progress was remarkable. In the past few days, other than crossing over to Xiao Wuji every 3 days, he spent the rest of his time comprehending the Great Path. With the human world path transformed into the immortal path, Li Qingshan felt more at ease. He pushed open the door and walked out, greeted by brilliant peach blossoms but not a single person in sight. Is everyone working this hard? Li Qingshan whispered as he looked toward the other wooden huts. Each wooden hut was diligently cultivated, including Xiao Wuji. In recent days, Xiao Wuji seemed to have become addicted. Every time, he would ask for more strength. Beating him half to death was no longer enough. He wanted to be beaten until he was on his last breath. His masochistic tendencies were becoming more and more serious, and Li Qingshan regretted letting him cultivate in this manner. The latecomers exerted their strength, and he caught up to the Heavenly Emperor and Immortal North Star's progress, standing at the same starting line. Even the stone door left behind by the Kunlun Immortal was dumbfounded by this change. He had never heard of anyone cultivating in this way. Xiao Wuji broke the tradition and walked an unprecedented path. If his ancestors knew that Xiao Wuji embraced the ancient fighter bloodline and engaged in such practices, they would undoubtedly be furious with him. Li Qingshan walked into the peach blossom forest, took a seat, and pondered silently. Then, he called out, "Immortal Northstar, come out for a chat." Emerging from his seclusion, Immortal Northstar opened his eyes and made his way to the peach blossom forest. "Qingshan, have you transformed the human world path into the immortal path?" Immortal Northstar observed Li Qingshan's increasingly ethereal aura with astonishment. "I have successfully made the conversion," Li Qingshan affirmed. In just a few days, Immortal Northstar's words were bitter and speechless, as he truly felt the pressure of being in the company of a prodigy. Fortunately, he maintained a good mindset, promptly stabilizing himself without distorting or succumbing to jealousy. He asked curiously, "So, why did you summon me?" "I want to understand how the immortal plane is divided," Li Qingshan inquired. Having recently entered the immortal plane, he lacked a comprehensive understanding of its realm divisions. Coincidentally, Immortal Northstar was present, prompting Li Qingshan to seek clarification. "My awakened memories tell me that initially, the immortal plane was divided into celestial, earth, and man," Immortal Northstar explained. "Celestial, earth, and man?" Li Qingshan arched his eyebrows. "Yes, human immortal, earthly immortal, and celestial immortal." Immortal Northstar elaborated. "Human immortal plane refers to the realm you currently inhabit, representing the transition from a human cultivator to the immortal plane. In the human world, you are invincible, but in the immortal plane, you are rather ordinary. An earthly immortal plane is someone who has comprehended at least 10 great paths, mastered them proficiently, and then fused them. Only then can they break through to become a celestial immortal. At the celestial immortal plane, one can perceive the heart and will of heaven and earth. Utilizing the will of heaven and earth alongside the celestial immortal path they've comprehended, they can confront enemies with formidable strength." Immortal Northstar recounted everything he knew. "Human immortal, earthly immortal, celestial immortal," Li Qingshan muttered with a composed expression. "What comes after these 3 planes?" Li Qingshan inquired. "I don't know yet. My cultivation hasn't awakened to that extent. However, I'm aware that in the immortal plane, 60 to 70% of individuals are distributed among these 3 realms. This represents the fundamental norm in the immortal plane," Immortal Northstar explained. 176, opening the gate of heaven with a single sword. 4, Li Qingshan nodded. In any world, in any society, the people at the bottom are always the majority, while the top-tier individuals are just a small group. Trying to break into that elite circle is exceedingly difficult. Now that you've transformed the human world path into the immortal path, what's your next move? Immortal Northstar asked curiously. "I intend to find the legendary Gate of Immortality." Li Qingshan took a deep breath, his gaze determined. He was already invincible in the human world, and he could ascend to the immortal plane at this moment. However, Li Qingshan remembered his promise to the undying Holy Buddha. He vowed to carve a path for the human world, free from the constraints of the dimensional battlefield. He must open the Gate of Immortality with his sword. "Do you know where the Gate of Immortality is then?" Immortal Northstar inquired. Li Qingshan shook his head and replied, "In fact, ever since the dimensional battlefield was established, the Gate of Immortality disappeared. It has been tens of thousands of years, and the Gate of Immortality hasn't reappeared." This question didn't just lack an answer for Li Qingshan but for the entire world. "I'll offer you a perspective," Immortal Northstar said, noticing Li Qingshan's troubled expression. "Please, go on," Li Qingshan responded attentively. "The Gate of Immortality serves as a passage between immortals, indestructible since its establishment by the immortal plane. It's not just the Gate of Immortality, all the world-class teleportation formations in the human world were set up together by the immortal plane in the beginning. The intention was to provide cultivators in the human world with a path of ascension, ensuring it wouldn't be completely severed," Immortal Northstar explained. Li Qingshan nodded in agreement. The Gate of Immortality and the world-class teleportation formations were not something that human world cultivators could construct. People with ulterior motives concealed the Gate of Immortality, altering the channel of ascension in the human world. They sought control over all of the human world, sustaining themselves with the energy it provided. However, they dared not destroy the Gate of Immortality, fearing the wrath of thunder. If you were the mastermind, how would you handle it? Immortal Northstar asked. Upon hearing these words, Qingshan suddenly realized he had been fixating on where the Gate of Immortality might be hidden from the perspective of the human world, rather than considering the Immortal Plane Mastermind's viewpoint. After all, Immortal Northstar was the reincarnation of an immortal, so he had a long-term vision. He saw that Qingshan had fallen into a blind spot in his thoughts and gently guided him. If I were the mastermind and didn't want the human world to use the Gate of Immortality to enter the immortal plane and I don't dare to harm the Gate of Immortality, then it's best to hide the Gate of Immortality. But the Gate of Immortality is such a conspicuous thing. Where would be a suitable hiding place? In the sky, the boundless void is one place. Underground, the magma is another. Then, the endless deep sea, although that doesn't fit. I've checked before, and there's no trace at all, Qingshan muttered to himself. The thoughts in his mind quickly became active. He kept thinking, guessing, and overthrowing. Observing that Qingshan had found a clue, Immortal Northstar silently departed, not wishing to disturb him. Qingshan continued his speculation, considering various locations. Eventually, he fixed his gaze on the 9 heavens. When I was in the human world, even the White Dragon King dared to confine the Great World Path and all spiritual chi to the 9 heavens. Could the Gate of Immortality now also be hidden in the 9 heavens? Without hesitation, Qingshan soared into the sky. The sky was immeasurably high, and Qingshan kept descending continuously until he finally reached an extremely high altitude. The air was thin, and ordinary people would instantly freeze to death, but it did not affect immortals much. Qingshan looked around and inspected the area, but he didn't spot the Gate of Immortality. Not in the sky. Qingshan swiftly delved into the Earth's core, examining the scalding magma that could kill the expert in the divine cultivation plane. However, there were no traces of the Gate of Immortality. Finally, with a furrowed brow, Qingshan returned to the peach blossom forest, contemplating. I've searched the sky and the Earth's core, but I found nothing. Where else could it be? Qingshan pondered. At this moment, Xiao Wuji came to find Qingshan. Today was Qingshan's turn. Deep in thought, Qingshan didn't notice Xiao Wuji approaching. Without a word, he flicked his finger and continued his contemplation. Boom! A surge of path energy transformed into a torrential sword chi, engulfing Xiao Wuji, leaving him with only a breath, teetering on the edge of death. Lying in a reed marsh, Xiao Wuji murmured in path, "Brother, you've been good to me. You struck with such precision, leaving me with just a breath. This time, I'm sure to make significant progress." Unbeknownst to him, Xiao Wuji had awakened some undesirable habits. Beyond the human world lay a colossal realm, at least billions of times larger than the human world, unimaginably vast and possessing extraordinary and terrifying energy. Immortal Plane. In a certain place in the immortal plane, 3 individuals were in discussion. "All our immortals in the human world are dead," a young man declared. 20 immortals. How did they all perish? The older man asked in confusion. I'm not sure, but their life tablets shattered, and the path of immortality has been sealed. We can't enter now, the young man said, lamented. The human world is such a weak place. It's not easy for someone to kill 20 human immortals, a white-haired elderly man remarked. Grandpa, what do we do now? There's no news from the human world. The dimensional battlefield we set up has also lost its response. The human world is out of control, the young man inquired. Father, according to what you said, the human world used to be a place to raise venomous bugs. Now that this place is lost, what should we do? The older man asked. 177, opening the gate of heaven with a single sword. 5, the cost of entering the human world is too high. Without the path of immortality, we would have to pay at least dozens of times the price. Moreover, the current human world can't accommodate beings above the earthly immortal level. We can only suppress our cultivation level to human immortal, and it's too uncomfortable, the young man muttered. Do you want to control the human world? The white-haired old man asked. In the past, the human world was full of geniuses and abundant resources, and we gained a lot by controlling it. However, the current human world is getting more turbid. The number of geniuses is dwindling. In recent centuries, there have been several upheavals. Instead of facing the threat of being discovered by the Celestial Court and continuing to control the human world, it's better to let go now. Let the human world live or perish on its own. We've already harvested enough, so let's cut ties, the middle-aged man calmly stated. Cutting ties is acceptable. I agree. The white-haired old man nodded. His gaze was profound as he spoke. The current human world is indeed not as promising as it used to be. Moreover, the immortal plane is in turmoil. The Celestial Court is weakening. It's like a sick tiger, powerful but reluctant to show its strength. In the days to come, there will surely be upheavals. Therefore, cutting ties now is the wisest choice. The Celestial Court is a sick tiger, but it's still a tiger. Everyone fears its might. We don't need the human world anymore, the young man hurriedly responded. The white-haired elder looked at his son and grandson, lowered his eyes, and said in a cold tone, I set up the dimensional battlefield in the human world. Even if we choose not to control it anymore, we should abandon it ourselves rather than let others seize it. The two of you, descend to the lower realm, enter the human world, and eliminate the person who destroyed the dimensional battlefield I set up. Grandpa, entering the human world requires at least 10 million immortal crystals. For two people, it's 20 million, the young man complained. The white-haired elder instantly stared expressionlessly at the young man. The coldness in his eyes froze the young man's expression, and his heart skipped a beat. Father, we'll go to the human world immediately. Rest assured, we'll kill that person, the middle-aged man hurriedly said. The white-haired elder closed his eyes and waved his hand indifferently, saying, Go. The middle-aged man pulled the young man out, swiftly distancing themselves. Father, why does grandfather insist on us entering the human world? The human world is so murky, and we're cutting ties with it anyway. It doesn't make a difference whether we kill that human immortal or not, the young man complained. The middle-aged man calmly responded, When your grandfather just took over the family, our clan's decline was evident. Everyone said we would be defeated under your grandfather's leadership. But he refused to accept defeat. He took a different path. When everyone looked down on the human world, he secretly manipulated it, controlled the human world, hid the gate of immortality, and set up the dimensional battlefield, creating a situation of nurturing venomous bugs. Then, he plundered the resources of the human world and revitalized the clan overnight. Now, tens of thousands of years have passed. Your grandfather has retired, and our clan has revived. It can be said that the dimensional battlefield in the human world is your grandfather's most important masterpiece in his entire life. He is proud of it. With the current tense situation and the human world depleted of resources by us, becoming extremely turbid, your grandfather agreed to cut ties. But that doesn't mean he can tolerate someone destroying the most important masterpiece of his life. Cutting ties ourselves is one thing. If others destroy it, they will die. Your grandfather wants you to kill someone. Why are you still unwilling? Are you an idiot? The middle-aged man explained a lot and then scolded me. The young man suddenly realized. Someone destroyed the dimensional battlefield, equivalent to slapping grandfather's face. He's very angry. Although he decided to cut ties, he still wanted us to kill that person. Father, let's go to the human world. I'll personally kill him to make grandfather happy. The middle-aged man nodded and said, Although parting with 20 million immortal crystals is painful, as long as it brings joy to your grandfather, we must do it. Don't forget, you are the next successor to the family, and several brothers are competing with you. The young man, upon hearing this, immediately urged, What are we waiting for? Hurry up, don't keep Grandpa waiting. In the human world. Within the peach blossom forest. Qingshan closed his eyes, deep in contemplation. He had explored high and low, yet there was still no trace of the Gate of Immortality. Where could they have hidden the Gate of Immortality? Qingshan furrowed his brow. It was inconceivable for the Gate of Immortality to be absent from the human world. Then, where could it be? Qingshan tried to think from a different perspective. If he were the one hiding the Gate of Immortality, where would he place it? In the human world, are there places that remain untouched by humanity for thousands of years? What other options are there? Qingshan rubbed his glabella, finding the thought process challenging. His head began to ache from the mental exertion. At that moment, the Heavenly Emperor approached and said, "This is the first time I've seen Qingshan troubled like this." Qingshan looked up and noticed that everyone else had also emerged. "Aren't you all supposed to be in seclusion?" Qingshan inquired. "We've decided to assist you in figuring out the whereabouts of the Immortal Gate," Little Nine suggested. "Today, let's take a break and brainstorm together. We are certain to come up with something," Immortal Northstar recommended. "Sir, I've delved into ancient records and came across some information. The Gate of Immortality is also known as the Heaven Gate. It serves as a portal connecting the human world and the immortal plane. The appearance of the Gate of Immortality is highly diverse. According to various documented sources, its appearance changes every time." Wei shared this information with him. Qingshan's expression shifted. This was a piece of valuable information. 178, opening the Gate of Heaven with a single sword. 0, brother, I have a bit of information about the stone door for you. At this moment, Xiaowuji, who had been beaten to the brink of death, returned, hobbling along. His breath was weak, but his spirit was intact. He held a miniature stone door and handed it to Qingshan. Having been on the verge of death just moments ago, Xiaowuji now managed to walk with a limp. His body seemed to be evolving towards the direction of an undying warrior. Qingshan extended his hand to take the stone door, then looked at the inscription on it. "Gate of Immortality, above the heads of all living beings." This prompt plunged Qingshan into contemplation. He raised his head, gazing into the boundless void. The skies were blue, adorned with white clouds, and there was nothing else. He had recently flown into the high skies to inspect carefully, yet he found nothing. "Why does it say that?" Qingshan asked, aware that the stone door possessed considerable knowledge, serving as the guardian of the inheritance left by the Kunlun immortal. Everyone was staring at the stone door. They were no strangers to this place. Ever since the battle at the center of the battlefield, Xiaowuji had told everyone frankly that he had obtained the inheritance of the Kunlun immortal. Thus, everyone was familiar with the stone door. Because the Gate of Immortality is not inferior to all living beings, the stone door declared. "It seems I've heard somewhere that the Gate of Immortality, being lofty and magnificent, is a path for all living beings to ascend." Thus, the stone door's words make sense. The Gate of Immortality will undoubtedly not be inferior to all living beings, the Heavenly Emperor affirmed. Sitting on a chair nearby, Xiaowuji, after just a short time, blushed and said, "So, this means the Gate of Immortality must be above us. But when I just ascended into the sky and carefully investigated, I found nothing." Qingshan frowned and said. He couldn't help but suspect that he had been careless and missed something. The stone door continued to reveal its inscriptions. Gate of Immortality, also known as the Heaven Gate. I once heard a saying from an immortal from Kunlun. "My heart is in the 9 heavens immortal palace, and my body is in the boundless mortal world." Kunlun immortal said, "This is the Gate of Immortality." Everyone contemplated these 3 lines of text. Especially Qingshan, who repeated, "My heart is in the 9 heavens immortal palace, and my body is in the mortal world." After repeating it a dozen times, an idea popped into his mind. "I think my heart wants to go to the 9 heavens immortal palace," Qingshan suddenly said. Everyone looked at Qingshan with confusion. How could one's heart go anywhere? Qingshan remained silent. He closed his eyes, and the primordial spirit in his sea of soul consciousness suddenly bounced out of his Naiwan palace. Then, he soared into the sky. Everyone looked at Qingshan's physical body, finally understanding what he meant. His divine soul was his heart. His divine soul soared into the sky, reaching the highest heavens. The biting cold wind, accompanied by frost, was intense enough to overwhelm ordinary human immortals. Exposure to such harsh conditions would result in damage to their divine soul, causing a fall in the cultivation plane. Recovery would be impossible for a lifetime. The divine soul is inherently fragile, unlike the physical body. Yet, Qingshan persevered. His primordial spirit ascended to the utmost heights, enduring the biting winds and icy snow, gazing into the distance with widened eyes. At this very moment, the sun rose, heralding the beginning of a new day. Boom! In Qingshan's perception, the newly risen sun cast its radiant light into the human world, dispelling the darkness and awakening all living beings. This was an extraordinarily splendid and awe-inspiring scene. At this moment, Qingshan achieved what the Kunlun immortal had spoken of. His heart resided in the nine heavens' immortal palace, while his physical form existed in the vast mortal world. He also beheld the gate of immortality. High in the sky, within the sun. The elusive gate of immortality, sought tirelessly by the world, was bound by 10 massive chains, locked within the sun. Qingshan smiled. His primordial spirit, facing the grand and imposing gate of immortality, issued a resounding command from the distant heavens. Sword! This powerful cry reverberated throughout the cosmos. In the dimensional battlefield, everyone heard it. All eyes were drawn upward in astonishment, yet they couldn't discern the source. However, only one person could shake the entire dimensional battlefield, the god of the human world, Qingshan. The father and son, who had just spent 20 million immortal crystals to enter the immortal world to quietly eliminate the human immortal, now looked at each other upon hearing this cry. Gazing upwards, they were left in awe. Father, is that the primordial spirit? The young man's mouth gaped open, finding it incomprehensible. The middle-aged man sucked in a breath, expressing his astonishment. The primordial spirit has left the body and remains high in the sky, enduring the onslaught of gales, ice, and snow, yet it remains unaffected. How formidable is this person's primordial spirit? Father, could this be the human immortal we are seeking? The young man asked softly. It seems so. The father nodded in amazement. Father, our cultivation is suppressed to the human immortal stage. Can we defeat this formidable individual? The young man suddenly inquired. For reasons unknown, he lacked confidence in himself at this moment. The middle-aged man hesitated, initially intending to mention that although they were human immortals, their cultivation had been suppressed to the peak. Why were they so fearful? Let's observe first. Why did he let his primordial spirit leave his body? He whispered. The father and son immediately fixated their gaze without blinking. Qingshan's resounding cry shook the world. Simultaneously, in the boundless mortal world, his physical body trembled, and a colossal sword flew out from his dantian. For updates, this gigantic sword was a gift from Qingshan. Usually aloof and indifferent, she disregarded Qingshan. Yet, at this critical moment, it materialized. Clang! Then, the giant sword suddenly expanded, swiftly thrusting into the firmament. The terrifying sword chi it carried shredded through space and air, leaving behind a trail of black chaos. And it continued to grow. By the time it reached halfway, it had already reached a length of 3,000 meters, persistently piercing into the sky. Rumble! At this moment, the giant sword displayed unparalleled momentum. As Qingshan gazed upon it, it seemed as if he could see the girl wielding the enormous sword smiling at him. Qingshan's eyes gradually turned icy as he extended his hand. The onlookers, comprising top experts, were astonished. They recognized Qingshan's primordial spirit, each of them shaken to their core. Then, a realization struck them. This is the creation of a new path. Qingshan is true to his word. He genuinely intends to forge a new path for humanity. The god of the human world deserves this praise. The top experts wept bitterly. They understood too well the agony of a severed future. Despite being in the prime of their lives, they were trapped in the human world, unable to witness the splendors of the immortal realm. For them, this was an unbearable cruelty. Now, with the arrival of the god of the human world to fulfill his promise, how could they not be stirred with excitement? Every gaze was filled with boundless hope as they focused on Qingshan. Qingshan reached out and firmly grasped the oncoming giant sword. Standing high above the 9 heavens, Qingshan, who was only as tall as an ordinary person, swung his sword towards the sun in the presence of the world. This single sword eclipsed all the brilliance of the human world. This sword directly penetrated the sun. The only sounds heard were cracks and snaps. Subsequently, everyone witnessed a gate soaring out of the sun. Rumble. The emergence of this gateway triggered jubilation in the great world path, exuberance in the human world spiritual chi, and tears of awe from the populace. The Gate of Immortality. After tens of thousands of years, it had returned to the human world. The entire human world erupted into fervor. "Father, I find this human world very turbid. I don't want to stay any longer," the young man suddenly remarked. "Good son, you're right. Let's return now," the middle-aged man promptly responded. They had come and departed silently. "Father, what if grandfather inquires? Are you daft? Just casually kill a human immortal in the immortal world, bring the corpse, and present it to your grandfather," the middle-aged man retorted. 179, entering the immortal plane. 1, splitting the sky with one sword. Qingshan truly did it. The sword that he slashed into the sun was actually also slashing into the human world. With this sword, he cleaved through the human world and brought hope to humanity. This hope was enough to make numerous grand cultivators weep bitterly. Especially when this sword struck the sun, endless magma splashed up. Every drop had the power to incinerate an immortal, yet, in Qingshan's case, all the sun's heat was blocked by the colossal sword. The colossal sword remained unchanged as always. With a slash, the 10 chains were as fragile as tofu and shattered. The Gate of Immortality immediately appeared in the human world from the sun. When it reappeared in the human world, countless top-notch experts immediately knelt, shedding tears of joy mixed with hysterical ecstasy. Their hope had returned. The portal that connected the human world to the immortal plane had finally returned. Those who were extremely grateful didn't forget the person who wielded the colossal sword and slashed out fiercely. "Long live Lord Qingshan!" At this moment, someone shouted, and soon everyone joined in. "Long live Lord Qingshan! Long live Lord Qingshan!" Cheers echoed through the heavens and earth, but Qingshan, who was high in the sky, remained unmoved. He looked at a certain spatial node. Just now, it seemed that an immortal had appeared in the human world. Qingshan wasn't wrong about this, because he was the only immortal in the entire human world. The aura of an immortal was still undeniable. What puzzled Qingshan was that the auras of the two immortals flashed by and disappeared after a short while. "Someone is probing me," Qingshan whispered. But he didn't know who it was. Moreover, the other party had already disappeared. Are there still immortals hidden in this human world? Qingshan harbored deep suspicion. Standing high in the sky, Qingshan held the colossal sword that had shrunk but was still larger than an ordinary sword. He looked at the Gate of Immortality. The Gate of Immortality stood in the void and flickered with immortal energy. The gate was tightly closed. If someone wanted to enter the immortal plane, they had to use their strength to push open the Gate of Immortality and then they could enter the immortal plane. Wasn't this more powerful than the Path of Immortality, which was half immortal plane and half hell? After all, breaking through the Gate of Immortality didn't require much cost. There was no need to be discouraged if one failed. One could try again next time. There was once a record of someone attempting to break through the Gate of Immortality 100 times and failing every time. Only on the 100th attempt did he succeed and enter the immortal plane. The Gate of Immortality was vast, a large area was area in front and behind it. Mist swirled around it, and standing on it, one could see the texture and smooth lines of the Gate of Immortality. Qingshan looked at the tightly shut Gate of Immortality and reached out to push it open. The people immediately watched nervously and eagerly. Was Lord Qingshan about to enter the immortal plane? Qingshan's hand touched the Gate of Immortality. It was cold and there was immortal energy on his face. Qingshan took a deep breath and took a step back. He didn't continue to push the Gate of Immortality. He couldn't leave the human world yet. He could only leave without any scruples after he had settled everything. Therefore, Qingshan retreated, and his primordial spirit transformed into a stream of light. Carrying the colossal sword, he descended into myriad worlds. Boom! Qingshan's primordial spirit and the colossal sword descended from the sky and entered his body. The impact of the energy pushed the heavenly emperor and the others far away. Swish! Qingshan opened his eyes and his primordial spirit and physical body fused. He stood up with his hands behind his back and looked at the gradually disappearing gate of immortality in the sky. The people couldn't see it, but the top experts could. High up in the sky, the gate of immortality hung eternally. Just as the stone door had said, the gate of immortality was always above the heads of all living beings. It never fell. Why are you looking at me like that? After Qingshan's primordial spirit returned, he found that the gazes of these people weren't quite right. They looked at him as if they were looking at a monster and asked curiously. "Brother, you are too amazing," Xiao Wuji exclaimed in awe. "That's right. We thought you had discovered the gate of immortality and were slowly figuring it out. We didn't expect that you would draw your sword at the sun and slash out the gate of immortality. It's too terrifying." The heavenly emperor's beautiful eyes looked at Qingshan as she spoke tremblingly. "I've always thought highly of you, but you've always used your actions to tell me I've underestimated you." Immortal Northstar sighed and looked at Qingshan in admiration. Qingshan smiled and shook his head as he said, "I felt I could do it, so I did it. Besides, the colossal sword helped me a lot just now. I knew that everything was going to be fine when I swung the sword." After Qingshan finished speaking, he looked at Little Nine and Little Fox. The two of them seemed a bit absent-minded and burdened. "What's wrong with you guys?" Qingshan asked. "Brother, are you going to leave the human world and go to the immortal plane?" Little Nine suddenly asked, with a somewhat reluctant expression. Little Fox directly pounced into Qingshan's arms, reluctant to part with him, and hugged him tightly. Little Nine's question made everyone's expressions freeze. They looked at Qingshan and realized that Qingshan could already set foot in the immortal plane. His future wasn't in the human world. The small pond couldn't raise a big fish after all. "Don't look so sad. I'm just going to explore a bit first. Aren't you guys coming with me?" Qingshan smiled calmly and rubbed Little Nine's head with his hand as he said. "But Immortal Northstar said that the immortal plane is so vast. How can I find you?" Little Nine said dejectedly. "After we enter the immortal plane, we should be in the range of the celestial court. After all, this human world dimension belongs to the celestial court. However, the gate of immortality is random. We will be teleported to various cities in major celestial court territories and are destined to separate," Immortal Northstar said. 180. Entering the immortal plane. 2. Everyone looked at Immortal Northstar, eager to hear him continue. "But no matter which city you end up in, the first step to enter the celestial court is to report to the official residents of the celestial court and tell them that you have ascended from the human world. Then, they will check if there is any spiritual chi in your body. Therefore, after entering the immortal plane, don't rush to absorb the immortal energy. If you change the spiritual chi in your body, you will lose something." Immortal Northstar spoke based on the memories of his previous life. "Will the celestial court reward cultivators who ascend to the human world?" Qingshan asked in surprise. "Yes, they will give you 1,000 immortal crystals. That's the hard currency in the immortal plane. For the celestial court, it's nothing. But for those who have just ascended, 1,000 immortal crystals can help you get through the initial period in the immortal plane." Immortal Northstar nodded. Everyone present remembered his words. "And then?" Little Nine asked curiously. Everyone sat down and listened to Immortal Northstar continue. "After you receive the immortal crystals, you have two choices. One is to go out and explore. The celestial court will only record your identity and won't interfere with you any further. The other option is to enter the celestial court and become a part of it. Then, they will assign you some positions and let you choose one. After choosing one, you will be considered to have settled down in the immortal plane. In this way, you can begin your life in the immortal plane." Immortal Northstar said in detail. The Heaven Emperor nodded and said, the Celestial Court handles this matter well. It allows newcomers to the immortal plane to feel free and not feel estranged. Their favorable impression of the immortal court will also increase greatly. Yes, and the Celestial Court is very powerful. To be a part of the immortal court is equivalent to finding a big tree to shade under. It's perfect for us human world cultivators. Qingshan also nodded and agreed with the Celestial Court's approach. Though he had never been to the immortal plane, after hearing what Immortal Northstar said, his favorable impression of the immortal plane immediately rose. Then we can all enter the Celestial Court. That way, it will be easier to find each other in the future, Little Ninjo said happily. The Heavenly Emperor affectionately rubbed Little Nine's cheek and said, You, away, and the 5 ghosts can all enter the Celestial Court, but the 3 of us can't. Little Nine then remembered and said, I forgot. You all have inheritances. After entering the immortal plane, you will have to go everywhere to cultivate. Xiao Wuji solemnly said, the stone door said that we have to leave after we enter the immortal plane. It wants to take me to receive the true inheritance of the Kunlun immortal. Immortal Northstar also added, if I enter the immortal plane, I will also leave. I won't enter the Celestial Court. The Heavenly Emperor said, I'm going to find the main body of the Gate of Qianpin. I won't enter the Celestial Court either. Qingshan knew that they all had their own goals. He smiled and said, everyone has their own path ahead. I can only wish you all the best. Your future is bright. We will meet again at the peak. Brother, will you enter the Celestial Court? Xiao Wuji asked curiously. Everyone looked at Qingshan. Yes, it's good to enjoy the shade under a big tree. After all, according to what Immortal Northstar said, the Celestial Court is a top-notch power in the immortal plane. I like to cultivate quietly under such a powerful force, Qingshan said with a smile. The top forces in the immortal plane meant there might be many things in the Celestial Court for Qingshan to activate the max-level comprehension skills. Abandoning the Celestial Court and venturing out on his own wouldn't be a wise choice for Qingshan. Alright, when we enter the immortal plane in the future, we will all enter the Celestial Court. At that time, I will inquire about brother's news, Little Nine immediately said. This could be considered to be a little bit of anticipation in the vast immortal plane. Qingshan, when are you going to the immortal plane? The Heavenly Emperor asked. This question made everyone look at Qingshan. Qingshan looked up at the sky, where the Gate of Immortality was. After a moment of contemplation, he said, right away. So soon? Little Nine said subconsciously. The sooner I go in, the sooner I can gain a firm foothold. In the future, when you come up, I can still take care of you, Qingshan said calmly. Little Nine fell silent. In Qingshan's arms, Little Fox hugged Qingshan even tighter. She leaned against Qingshan's chest and listened to his heartbeat. She was very reluctant to part. Don't be sad. My brother is the first person to open the Gate of Immortality in tens of thousands of years in the human world. This is an honor. Tonight, everyone will gather for the last time to send my brother off. Let's eat and drink well, and enjoy each other's company. The next time we want to gather together, it will be in the immortal plane, who knows how many years later. Xiao Wuji immediately clapped his hands and stood up. His injuries were almost healed, surprisingly fast. Seeing Xiao Wuji livening up the atmosphere, Qingshan also smiled and said, let's get together tonight. Xiao Wuji immediately called out to the 5 ghosts and began to get busy preparing for the night. He wanted to showcase all his skills and give his brother a good send-off, wishing him a safe journey. The others wanted to help, but they were told not to interfere. The 5 ghosts and Xiao Wuji handled everything directly. Qingshan and the others only needed to watch. During this period, Qingshan held Little Fox and asked in puzzlement, you're already an Ascension Immortal. Why can't you transform yet? This question had been bothering Qingshan all along. Back then, Shabai's wife told Qingshan that Little Fox only needed to absorb her energy to transform. However, after Little Fox awakened her 9-tailed fox talent, the density of her bloodline directly suppressed the human race bloodline. As a result, she still couldn't transform until now. How would I know? Little Fox said gloomily. She also wanted to transform and accompany Qingshan in a human form. 181. Entering the immortal plane. 3. Logically speaking, when one's cultivation level reaches the Ascension Immortal Realm, one should be able to transform. The Heavenly Emperor sized up the little fox, and she found it even stranger. Immortal Northstar stared at the little fox and said, the issue of her transformation might not be solvable in the human world. A nine-tailed fox is considered top-notch among the fox race in the immortal plane. Therefore, if she still can't transform after entering the immortal plane, you have to bring her to the fox race to find the answer. How is the fox race in the immortal plane? Qingshan asked with concern. The fox race is very powerful in the immortal plane. They occupy a large portion of the monster clan's territory, Immortal Northstar said. In that case, when we go to the immortal plane and become powerful, if you still haven't transformed, I'll take you to the fox race to take a look, Qingshan said to Little Fox. But I've just ascended to Ascension Immortal. I still have a long way to go before I can break through to the immortal realm. Little Fox sighed. When she thought of being separated from Qingshan, and this time, it wouldn't be a simple separation of more than 10 years, she felt that life would lose its joy. You, little nine, away, and the 5 ghosts are in the same batch. Don't be anxious. You all have to break through in the human world. After becoming immortals in the human world, you can ascend to the immortal plane, Qingshan said. He looked at Away and said, when you enter the immortal plane together, go to the celestial court together. Don't separate. Look out for each other. Nothing will happen. I'll be waiting for you in the celestial court. I understand, sir. Away nodded, obedient to Qingshan's words. I'll be the first batch to enter the immortal plane. The second batch will be the Heavenly Emperor, Immortal Northstar, and Xiaowuji. The third batch will be you guys. Don't worry, take your time. The path of cultivation is still long, and life is slow. The separation now is for a better reunion, Qingshan said to Little Fox and Little Nine. Well said. The parting now is for a better encounter. Come over. Everything is ready. Let's eat and drink together. Tonight's a party. Xiaowuji shouted happily. Let's go. Forget about the unhappy things and be happy. Qingshan was the first to walk over. That night, everyone sang and laughed happily. They were very happy. Everyone opened up their hearts. Even the usually dignified Heavenly Emperor sang a song from her hometown. Her voice was like a lark, hovering above everyone's heads. It was very pleasant to the ear. Immortal Northstar also performed a battle dance of a certain tribe in the immortal plane. It was very intense and filled with a murderous aura. When it was Xiaowuji's turn, he performed a trick of exhaling dry tobacco. With a puff of smoke, he blew out dozens of variations, some with a heart, some with humanoid shapes. Qingshan left early the next morning. He didn't bid farewell. He chose to leave while everyone was still inebriated, avoiding tearful goodbyes. After Qingshan left the Peach Blossom Forest, he thought about whether he should go to the human world and see Hua Yun. However, ultimately decided against it. We agreed that the next time we meet is in 20 years. I shouldn't disturb her now. Entering the immortal plane and facing new challenges is what I should focus on. Qingshan thought for a moment and shook his head. He flew into the sky and arrived at the Gate of Immortality in an instant. Then, he reached out and pushed. Rumble. The Gate of Immortality that hadn't been opened for tens of thousands of years finally opened slowly. At this moment, a dense immortal energy assaulted his face. The entire human world could see a strange phenomenon. A mirage appeared in the morning sky. The people raised their heads to take a look. They were all shocked, then overjoyed and cheered. Lord Qingshan has pushed open the Gate of Immortality. I was wondering why he didn't push it yesterday. It must be because Lord Qingshan bid farewell to his friends and came today. It's been tens of thousands of years. the Gate of Immortality has appeared once again. Now, it's finally opened. The cultivators of the human world finally have a way to enter the immortal plane in the future. Long live Lordly Qingshan! The top-notch experts looked at the sky, filled with dense immortal energy. They looked at the white-robed Li Qingshan, who stood tall and straight in front of the Gate of Immortality, radiating an unmatched elegance. Their eyes were filled with endless envy. They witnessed Li Qingshan cross the Gate of Immortality and enter the immortal realm. Thump! The Gate of Immortality quickly closed and disappeared into the sky. Li Qingshan's figure was no longer in the human world. In the Peach Blossom Forest, everyone witnessed Li Qingshan pushing open the Gate of Immortality and entering the immortal plane. Various expressions appeared on their faces. Xiao Wuji sighed, "My brother has entered the immortal plane. I have to work hard too. I'll try to enter the immortal plane within a year." Immortal Northstar and the Heavenly Emperor shared the same thought. Little Fox suddenly said to Little Nine, "We have to cultivate hard too. We have to strive to enter the immortal plane within 10 years. 15 years. 10 years is too optimistic." Little Nine thought about it seriously and said, "They weren't peerless geniuses like their brother." Little Fox slapped Little Nine's chest and said fiercely, "Just 10 years. Little Nine said in surprise, "What if we can't do it?" "Shout the slogan first." "We'll talk about it later," Little Fox said seriously. "Alright, 10 years." Little Nine was convinced. Away, who was at the side, couldn't help but feel nervous. Sir had said that they would enter the immortal plane together. If Little Nine and the Little Fox really entered the immortal plane in 10 years, he had to follow them. "We have to work hard and enter the immortal plane within 10 years, Away said to the 5 ghosts. The 5 ghosts were speechless. When Li Qingshan pushed open the Gate of Immortality, he saw a vast world. In this world, immortal energy was abundant and incomparably huge. There were all kinds of great paths, and it would be easier to comprehend than in the human world. 182. Entering the immortal plane. 4. Li Qingshan walked into the Gate of Immortality and immediately felt his vision go black as if he was plummeting infinitely. In less than 3 seconds, the darkness gave way to a bright expanse, with dense immortal energy assaulting his face. Li Qingshan opened his eyes and looked at the new world. Immortal plane. The ultimate aspiration for cultivators in the human world, the legendary supreme immortal plane. In the legends of the human world, Immortal traveled the northern sea in the morning and Kangwu in the evening. They could be said to be the model of elegance. However, Li Qingshan knew that it was just the immortal plane in the imagination of the human world cultivators. The real immortal plane was vastly different from the world they imagined. It could be said to be the difference between ideal and reality. There were many experts in the immortal world, and some of them could travel the northern sea in the morning and Kangwu in the evening. However, such postures were only achievable by strong individuals. Ordinary immortals needed to put in a lot of effort to establish themselves in the immortal plane. The immortal plane was vast and not easy to inhabit. This was the real immortal plane. Li Qingshan opened his eyes and found himself in the center of a complicated teleportation formation. Before him stood a colossal city wall, towering into the clouds. The black city wall was covered with all kinds of formation patterns, appearing intimidating. This city wall is carved with a defensive formation. Li Qingshan recognized it immediately. His top-notch knowledge of formations in the human world was no joke. Although he didn't know what kind of defensive formation it was, and some parts were too complicated for him to understand, Li Qingshan still recognized it. He turned around and saw a massive city, even larger than Chang'an City where Li Qingshan had previously resided. Furthermore, this city was engraved with formations everywhere. The people inside were generally in the immortal plane. Most of them were in the human immortal realm like Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan stood in the center of the teleportation formation and heard the soldiers discussing. Why would someone come to Emperor's Pass at this time? Can't they think straight? Yeah, the teleportation formation at the Emperor's Pass now only allows entry and not exit. I never expected someone to come here. He must have gone crazy thinking about the military merit, right? Military merits? He is just a human immortal, and he has just entered the human immortal realm. What military merit could he achieve? Once the defensive battle at the Emperor's Paw starts, he will be nothing but cannon fodder. Yeah, what is he thinking? The soldiers guarding the city gate chatted without hiding anything, so Qingshan could hear them clearly. Qingshan's heart skipped a beat. It seemed that the beginning of his arrival in the immortal plane wasn't a friendly one. This city was called the Emperor's Pass. It seemed like a great battle was about to break out here. The teleportation formation had been altered to only allow entry, not exit. These soldiers were surprised that Qingshan had come to the Emperor's Pass, seemingly to meet his death. Qingshan felt helpless. He didn't want to come here either, but the Gate of Immortality in the human world randomly teleported people to various major cities under the Celestial Court. Since he ended up here, what could he do? Qingshan walked out of the teleportation formation and ignored the soldiers. He walked straight to the official residence of the Celestial Court in the center of the city. He remembered Immortal Northstar mentioning that upon entering the city, he should find the local Celestial Court official, explain his origin, and receive 1,000 immortal crystals. Additionally, he could gain entry to the Celestial Court. There were very few commoners in this city called Emperor's Pass. The streets were filled with soldiers. Some were cultivating, while others were chatting. The soldiers were all in the human immortal realm. They looked at Qingshan with strange expressions, noting the stark contrast in their attire. One look and they knew that he was a newcomer. Just like the soldiers at the teleportation formation, they were also very surprised. They didn't expect that someone would come to the Emperor's Pass at this time. Qingshan walked to the central mansion under countless strange gazes. The door was wide open. No soldiers were guarding it, so he could enter and exit as he pleased. Qingshan walked in and shouted, "Is anyone there?" A middle-aged general walked out of the mansion. He was huge and wore immortal armor. His face was cold and his demeanor was calm. When he saw Qingshan, he looked at him carefully and asked in surprise, "Are you new here?" Qingshan nodded. "You really have the guts to come to the Emperor's Pass at this moment." The general smiled. Qingshan frowned and said, "I'm not from the immortal plane." The general looked puzzled and asked, "If you're not from the immortal plane, then where are you from?" Qingshan couldn't see through the general's cultivation level, but he was neither humble nor overbearing. He spoke frankly, "The human world." The general raised his eyebrows and scrutinized Qingshan carefully. He asked, "Are you a cultivator from the human world? Is this your first time in the immortal plane?" Qingshan nodded and said, "I pushed open the Gate of Immortality from the human world and came to this city." In case the general didn't believe him, Qingshan even displayed the spiritual chi within him. As soon as the spiritual chi emerged, the general immediately smiled. Looking at Qingshan, the wariness in his eyes disappeared, and he said in a relaxed manner, "What a rare guest. It has been many years since a human world cultivator has come to my 81st Imperial Pass." Qingshan directly stated his purpose. He thought that since this man was a general, he wouldn't like beating around the bush. He said, "This is my first time here and I don't know anything about the immortal plane. I've read some records in the human world, mentioning that newcomers entering the immortal plane should come to the Celestial Court for registration. In return, they'll receive 1,000 immortal crystals. So, here I am." The general nodded and said, "You're right. The Celestial Court has a rule that we have to take care of the human world cultivators who have just entered the immortal plane. We provide 1,000 immortal crystals and give you a choice. You can choose to venture outside on your own or join the Celestial Court, or we'll assign you a task. Unfortunately, you came to the wrong place." The general sighed. "Why?" Qingshan asked in confusion. "Since I'm free today, it's been many tens of thousands of years since we've encountered a cultivator from the human world. I'd like to have a chat with you." The general invited Qingshan to sit down. His attitude was gentle and didn't have the arrogance of an immortal plane expert, which made Qingshan feel comfortable. 183, entering the immortal plane, 5, may I know your name, General? Li Qingshan asked. Others call me General Butcher, some call me General Killgod, and some call me General Maniac. However, I like others to call me General Bale. General Bai chuckled and said. Li Qingshan immediately paid his respects and said, Greetings, General Bai. No need for so many formalities. You're not a soldier under my command, nor are you a member of the Celestial Court. We can converse as equals. General Bai waved his hand, and a gust of wind helped Li Qingshan up. He easily suppressed Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan was amazed at the power of General Bai. However, upon closer thought, if he weren't formidable, how could he become a general and acquire so many titles? What's your name? General Bai asked. Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan replied. What's the situation in the human world now? General Bai asked again. The situation in the human world isn't good. Li Qingshan directly recounted the happenings in the human world. There was no need to conceal anything as, with the appearance of the Gate of Immortality, more and more people ascended. The affairs of the human world were impossible to hide. General Bai listened to Li Qingshan's account and remained calm. No one knew what he was thinking about. Finally, he said, so many things have happened human world in the past 20 years. You are the first person in the past 20,000 years to open the Gate of Immortality by yourself. Unfortunately, you have come to the wrong place. General Bai, when I arrived, I noticed the soldiers staring at me in surprise, wondering why someone would enter at this time. Yet, you say I've come to the wrong place. Why is that? Li Qingshan asked in confusion. Was this Emperor's Pass very dangerous? Li Qingshan muttered in his heart, why does it feel like there's going to be a war, a difficult and arduous battle? If it was any other time, it wouldn't be a big deal for you to come to the Emperor Pass. But unfortunately, now is not the right time. The Emperor's Pass defensive battle is about to start. All the Emperor's passes will be sealed, not allowing anyone to leave. I'm afraid you won't be able to leave the Emperor's Pass for quite some time. General Bai shook his head and said. Emperor's Pass defensive battle? Li Qingshan frowned. As expected, a war was about to break out in this place. In a great battle between immortals, all the soldiers were human immortals, so the power must be very terrifying. For Li Qingshan, this was a daunting beginning. If things went awry, he might end up dying in this Emperor's Pass defensive battle. In the region governed by the Celestial Court, there's a place on the border where it meets the Monster Clan, the Demon Clan, and the Hell. It's also known as the Land of Four Battles. Several top forces have built cities here. We, the Celestial Court, have constructed 81 Emperor's Pass. The place you're in now is the 81st Emperor's Pass. When others attack, we will defend. This is called the Emperor's Pass defensive battle. However, in the past, it was only one or at most two factions attacking, so the pressure wasn't significant. But this time, the three factions have joined forces to attack the Emperor's Pass. This Emperor's Pass defensive battle is going to be extremely difficult. That's why the teleportation formations are sealed and allow entry but not exit. I didn't expect an accident like you to happen. General Bai pointed at Li Qingshan and said. Li Qingshan's face darkened immediately. His journey to the immortal plane could be considered the beginning of the hellish difficulty. General Bai burst into hearty laughter when he saw Li Qingshan's face darken. He wasn't surprised at all. Anyone who heard this news would have their face darkened. I'll give you 1,000 crystals later. Now, you have to make a choice. Do you want to join the Celestial Court or become a wandering cultivator, exploring on your own? General Bai asked immediately after he finished laughing. Li Qingshan gave General Bai a resentful look and said, Do I have a choice? Yes, if you don't join the Celestial Court, I will arrange a house for you. You can stay here and leave after the Emperor's Pass defensive battle is over, General Bai said. Provided that I'm still alive by then, Li Qingshan muttered in his heart. General Bai, when I arrived, I heard from the soldiers that there will be military merits for participating in the defensive battle of the Emperor's Pass. Li Qingshan asked. Of course. Once the defensive battle of the Emperor's Pass starts, as long as you kill the enemies bravely, the rewards of the Celestial Court are very generous. You will be rewarded with 1,000 immortal crystals for killing one enemy, and 2,000 immortal crystals for killing 2 enemies. There is no upper limit, General Bai said. And if you win the battle you participated in, you will be promoted. This is how I became a general. General Bai pointed at himself and said. Li Qingshan asked seriously. When will the Emperor's past defensive battle start? I don't know about that, because we are the defenders. The initiative is in their hands. When to fight is up to them, not us. General Bai shook his head. General Bai, if I join the Celestial Court, what rewards can I expect? Li Qingshan sought benefits for himself. Given the current situation, he had to strengthen himself as much as possible. If you join the Celestial Court, I won't arrange any other tasks for you. You can serve as my personal guard and live in this courtyard. As a newcomer, if you have any questions, you can come to me. I'll clarify them for you. Also, you can read the books in my mansion as you wish, but my study is off limits without my permission. General Bai slapped the table and said to Li Qingshan. General Bai highly valued Li Qingshan, and Li Qingshan was very satisfied with what he offered. I pay my respects to the general. Li Qingshan stood up and lowered his head slightly, accepting the arrangement. General Bai nodded in satisfaction and said, You've just entered the immortal plane. I won't arrange anything else for you right now. First, convert the spiritual qi in your body into immortal energy. Then, familiarize yourself with the knowledge of the immortal plane and enhance your strength. Perhaps at some point, these improvements in cultivation might save your life. General Bai patted Li Qingshan's shoulder and said. 184, entering the immortal plane, 6, I will obey. Li Qingshan nodded. This mansion is occupied by only me. You can choose a room for yourself and focus on your cultivation. General Bai waved his hand and told Li Qingshan to go on. Li Qingshan was puzzled and said, General, what about your family members? General Bai fell silent for a moment then said, They're all dead. Li Qingshan immediately expressed his apologies. However, General Bai waved his sleeves and said, Go. Don't dawdle. Li Qingshan could only leave. Watching Li Qingshan leave, General Bai's mind was filled with thoughts. He recalled the past and mumbled to himself, Cultivators from the human world, can you replicate the legend of that person? General Bai's mansion was huge. The courtyards were connected, but most of the areas were filled with books. General Bai enjoyed reading. Since his family members were all gone, he lived here alone. Li Qingshan, however, couldn't comprehend why General Bai would look at him with such high regard. After all, as a human immortal, he was just as weak as the soldiers outside. Was it merely because he came from the human world? Li Qingshan was puzzled. If it weren't for the fact that he genuinely couldn't sense any malice from General Bai, he wouldn't dare to stay here with peace of mind. Soon, he chose a room, tidied it up a bit, and noticed that most of the courtyard was filled with books. Having seen the vast knowledge contained in these books, Li Qingshan realized their tremendous value to him. Regardless of the situation, I need to enhance my strength. As for the Emperor's past defensive battle, if it really breaks out and I can't stop it, it's better to focus on strengthening myself. When the time comes, with more self-preservation ability, I might find an opportunity to leave the Emperor's pass, Li Qingshan reminded himself. Though it was a hellish start, he believed that with significant improvements in his strength, everything would be manageable. Just like what I did in the human world. Suppress everything after conquering the world. As long as I'm strong enough, the Emperor's past defensive battle with this hellish beginning might turn out to be my chance. With a motivational thought, Li Qingshan began his cultivation. The first step was to convert the spiritual qi in his body into immortal energy. Then, he would engage in reading and cultivation, attempting to stimulate his max-level comprehension skills. For Li Qingshan, the conversion to spiritual qi was straightforward. The mansion of General Bai was rich in immortal energy. Every pore in Li Qingshan's body opened up, madly absorbing the surrounding energy. His chiliocosm, formed by nurturing his divine spirit, also absorbed energy frantically. Li Qingshan's core absorbed at an accelerated rate. Even the always aloof giant sword absorbed immortal energy frantically. Li Qingshan even discovered that the Trikaya Buddhist scriptures in his mind were absorbing energy at an astonishing rate, undergoing subtle changes. All of these absorbed immortal energy. For a moment, with Li Qingshan as the center, a vortex was formed, and the surrounding immortal qi surged crazily. Li Qingshan was like a funnel, indiscriminately accepting all that came his way. He had more than enough capacity to accommodate whatever he received. Rumble. In the end, the speed at which he absorbed the immortal energy was too fast. The immortal energy outside rolled up, forming a violent wind that rumbled. The sound made General Bai, who was dealing with some matters in the study, lift his head in surprise and look at Li Qingshan's courtyard. His eyes could see through everything and saw Li Qingshan, who was converting spiritual qi into immortal energy. You've just arrived at the immortal plane from the human world. How big can the container in your body be? It actually caused the immortal energy to howl? General Bai murmured. His interest in Li Qingshan increased by another notch. The speed at which spiritual qi was being converted into immortal energy exceeded his expectations. At this speed, it can fill up the body of a human immortal in less than a minute. General Bai observed and then looked away. He continued to study the defensive battle of the Emperor's Pass. While engrossed in his research, he suddenly felt a slight thinning of immortal energy around him. Ha! General Bai raised his head in astonishment. The thunderous sound was still echoing in his ears. Hasn't he absorbed enough yet? General Bai was genuinely surprised. He looked towards Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan was still in the same state as before. He was still crazily absorbing the immortal energy. The immortal energy swirled and rumbled into his body before disappearing. The amount of immortal energy that is being poured into him every second is uncountable. I've already studied the defensive battle of the Emperor's Pass. It's been at least an hour, and he's still converting? General Bai exclaimed in surprise. Li Qingshan gave him a surprise. Don't tell me there's a world hidden inside your body? General Bai said curiously. Seeing that Li Qingshan had no intention of stopping, he clapped his hands decisively. In an instant, the spirit-gathering matrix set up in the entire mansion was activated. Rumble. With the mansion as the center, the immortal energy within a radius of 10 miles was instantly depleted and flowed into the mansion. Then, all of it flowed into Li Qingshan's body. The immortal energy increased by 100-fold, and Li Qingshan was overjoyed. Just now, I thought that I would need at least a few days to absorb it at that speed. But now, it's faster. One day is enough. Li Qingshan still maintained his posture, accepting all the immortal energy that came his way. Observing Li Qingshan's demeanor, General Bai revealed a faint smile and said, "Cultivators from the human world do bring me surprises. Today, I want to see how much you can absorb." The external spiritual qi, which was depleted for a moment, was instantly replenished, only to be drained again by the gathering array, providing a continuous supply to Li Qingshan. The soldiers were surprised, wondering what General Bai was up to today. Despite their confusion, they didn't dare to question General Bai and could only silently observe. The surge of immortal energy brought great joy to Li Qingshan. Even though he was in seclusion, the significant changes before and after clearly indicated that someone was assisting him. In this mansion with only 2 occupants, besides Li Qingshan, there was only General Bai. Li Qingshan wasn't afraid of exposing himself and continued to absorb recklessly. As the immortal energy entered his body, it was first infused into every kiliocosm that had been cultivated, further nurturing the divine spirits inside, and providing Li Qingshan with potent energy. Next, the giant sword and the Trikaya Buddhist scriptures absorbed the immortal energy. The origin of the giant sword was unknown. It was a gift from Qingshan and was very powerful. Now it was absorbing the immortal energy, and Li Qingshan wouldn't stop it. Similarly, the Trikaya Buddhist scripture was the same. Instead, Li Qingshan wanted to see what the Trikaya Buddhist scripture would become after it absorbed the immortal energy. When these entities absorbed their share of immortal energy, what remained was for Li Qingshan to replace the spiritual qi in his body. This continued for an entire day before Qingshan finally managed to convert the spiritual qi into immortal energy. On this day, General Bai initially kept an eye on Qingshan, but seeing that Qingshan showed no signs of stopping, he stopped paying attention and continued with his own affairs. It wasn't until he finished his tasks that he raised his head in amazement and said, "Is the absorption done?" Looking outside, it had already been a day. General Bai was dumbfounded. "When I was at the human immortal realm, it only took me 3 minutes to absorb the immortal energy. Qingshan took a whole day. And it's under the circumstances that I've activated the spirit gathering matrix. Where did this monster come from?" General Bai said in surprise. Then, he became excited. "It seems like I've discovered a terrifying seedling." Qingshan's position in General Bai's heart soared straight up. 185, The Great Path of Death. 1. Qingshan had successfully converted the spiritual qi in his body into immortal energy, elevating his power to a new level. Qingshan's energy was exceptionally powerful. It took him a whole day and night to complete the conversion. The 365 kilocosms were undoubtedly Qingshan's strong support. After the successful conversion, Qingshan stood up and expressed satisfaction as he said, "Now I can look up some information and learn more about the immortal plane." What flowed in his body now was immortal energy, not spiritual qi. He could breathe freely and cultivate without worrying about incompatibility. "I've been absorbing immortal energy an entire day. General Bai definitely knows about it, but he didn't show up, which means he doesn't mind. I can be at ease. There are so many books here, and it's the best place for me. Although it's the Hellstart, as long as I work hard and become stronger, I can overcome the challenges of the Hellstart and safely pass through." Qingshan muttered in his heart. He was very confident in himself. The next step was to earnestly examine the information. This mansion was abundant in books. To Qingshan, this was the best place. For updates, he picked up a book and flipped through it seriously. This book recorded the deeds of the Celestial Court. It recorded the development of the Celestial Court, and Qingshan read it with great interest. It turns out that the Celestial Court has been established for millions of years and has always been a top force in the immortal plane. Its jurisdiction covers 4 continents, 4 oceans, vast territories, and a population in the billions, with numerous dimensions under its control. The human world is just one of the relatively large dimensions. Qingshan looked at the contents of the book in surprise. As he continued to read, he had a better understanding of the huge Celestial Court. The Celestial Court has millions of celestial soldiers, 10 top-tier generals guarding 10 directions, for celestial lords, and millions of officials managing its vast territories. The master of the Celestial Court is called the Emperor. At the peak of the Celestial Court, 6 emperors suppressed the world and were indestructible. Unfortunately, as time passed, the Demon Emperor of the 9 heavens fell, the Jinwu Emperor of the East disillusioned his army, and the Gaochen Emperor of the West went into seclusion for 50,000 years and has yet to show his face. The Qingshan Emperor of the South has been replaced by several generations and is far weaker than before. Only the Heavenly Circuit Ziwei Emperor and the Central Jade Emperor are left to suppress the Celestial Court, maintaining the prestige from ancient times to the present. However, new generations of experts continue to rise, challenging the Celestial Court. Its power is declining like an aging elder struggling to adapt to the surging waves of a new era. Qingshan finished reading the book and exclaimed in surprise. No wonder the 3 factions joined forces to attack the 81 Emperor's Pass. It turns out that the Celestial Court is showing signs of decline. Only 2.5 of the 6 emperors are left. The others naturally covet the vast territory of the Celestial Court. 6 great emperors had 2 fallen. One had gone into seclusion and had not shown himself for 50,000 years. The other had been replaced by several generations and had long lost his terrifying imperial emperor power. Now, the Celestial Court had only 2 emperors left, the Heavenly Ziwei Emperor and the Central Jade Emperor. The 2 of them had accompanied the Celestial Court all the way to the present. They were truly elderly figures. With the arrival of the new era, the Celestial Court has become more and more decrepit. Without the 2 of them, it might have collapsed in an instant. The 3 major forces of the Monster Clan, Demon Realm, and hell had long set their eyes on the celestial court. From time to time, they would stir up trouble and cut their flesh with blunt knives to consume the power of the celestial court. After all, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. Even if the celestial court was decaying and aging, the two emperors' lifetime achievements are remarkable. Even in old age, they are not to be humiliated. After reading this book, Qingshan continued to read other books. He became interested and wanted to know more about the celestial court and the immortal plane. How did the demon emperor of the nine heavens and the Jinwu emperor of the east fall? Qingshan was very curious. He looked through other books to see if there were any records of this. Indeed, he found them. The demon emperor of the nine heavens fell 500,000 years ago during a calamity that erupted in the immortal plane. Hell surged into the immortal plane and wanted to merge the two dimensions. The Yamas of the 10 halls in hell launched an attack together and shook the immortal plane. At that time, the celestial court was the first to bear the brunt. The demon emperor of the nine heavens wielded his celestial artifact devil-rinsing emperor killed in all directions. He held his own immortal weapon, the demon-slaying sword, and fought 5 of the Yamas of the 10 halls. In the end, he died in that battle. The fall of the demon emperor of the nine heavens angered the celestial court. The other 5 emperors went to suppress hell together and killed 4 of the Yamas of the 10 halls, completely suppressing hell. Now, 500,000 years had passed, and hell was ready to make a move again. However, they had learned their lesson and no longer fought against the celestial court alone. Instead, they began to form alliances. In 300,000 years after the fall of the demon emperor of the nine heavens, the Jinwu emperor of the east dissolved his army, but Qingshan didn't find the reason. The book said that there was something fishy about this matter. No one knew the details, and the celestial court knew very little about it. It was only suddenly announced that the Jinwu emperor of the east had dissolved the army, and the celestial court had lost an emperor. Even now, 200,000 years later, this matter remains a mystery. Qingshan checked further and was curious why the Qingshan emperor of the south had changed several generations. Surprisingly, he found the answer. The Qingshan emperor of the south had lived for an exceptionally long time and encountered the 5 decays of heaven and man. During that calamity, he failed to overcome it and sadly perished. He passed on the title of emperor to his descendants, and so it was inherited through generations, leading to the changing of several generations. Immortals aren't eternal? They will also encounter the 5 decays of heaven and man. Even emperors can fall. Qingshan looked on in surprise. 186, the Great Path of Death, 2, he thought that in the immortal plane, those who reached the peak would live eternally. At the very least, Qingshan's current lifespan was about 20,000 years. As he made a breakthrough, his lifespan would gradually increase. Emperors, undoubtedly, could live for a very long time, especially one titled the Qingshan Emperor. He was definitely not an ordinary emperor. Yet, he still fell during the 5 decays of heaven, and man. Qingshan couldn't help but sigh, the path of immortality is bitterly cold. One can only live in fear and trepidation for the rest of his life. Even someone as strong as the emperor will fall. I'd better be careful. After learning some things about the celestial court, Qingshan suddenly said, the demon emperor of the nine heavens and the Jinwu emperor of the east have both fallen for hundreds of thousands of years. Hasn't anyone appeared in the immortal plane to inherit their positions? In other words, for hundreds of thousands of years, no one in the celestial court has grown strong enough to replace the emperors. Qingshan held the book and said calmly, perhaps this is the reason for the decline of the celestial court. The blood of the new generation can't fill the gaps left by the older generation. Gradually, the celestial court will naturally decline. After checking some information about the celestial court, Qingshan lost interest. A starving camel is still bigger than a horse, not to mention that I'm just a nobody. Even if the celestial court is declining, it's still a top force in the immortal plane. It's really unnecessary for me to worry about them. I'd better read some books on cultivation. Qingshan withdrew his thoughts and focused on himself. He didn't bite off more than he could chew and read books that surpassed his current cultivation plane. If he read too much about the higher realm, it would only disturb his mind. Li Qingshan was looking at how to cultivate, break through, and strengthen himself in the human immortal, earthly immortal, and celestial immortal. When he was in the human world, he knew little about these things. Now that the room was full of books, Li Qingshan had to understand them thoroughly. He flipped through various cultivation books to find an answer. Gradually, Li Qingshan found information about the cultivation of the human immortal realm. The human immortal realm is the first step to becoming an immortal. It requires comprehending the immortal path, the path of strengthening the primordial spirit, enhancing the physical body, and entering the realm of connecting all your orifices. Only then can you be considered a peak human immortal. Li Qingshan repeated the contents of the book. 100 orifices communication means connecting all the acupoints and the primordial spirit, integrating the upper and lower, and then operating the immortal path. That is the pinnacle of human immortals. Li Qingshan put down the book and muttered to himself. He realized that it wasn't difficult to connect all his orifices. He already had a nurtured divine spirit, and all the acupoints in his body had already opened up into kiliocosms. As for his path of primordial spirit, he had been working hard to cultivate the Trikaya Buddhist scriptures. The strength of the Trikaya Buddhist scriptures could also elevate his primordial spirit. As for the immortal path, Li Qingshan needed to comprehend it more. After all, he had comprehended it in the human world. After entering the immortal plane, he should comprehend the human world path in the immortal plane. So I only need to comprehend some immortal path and then achieve 100 orifices communication between my primordial spirit and physical body. Then I will be considered a peak human immortal. Li Qingshan's face lit up. Achieving 100 orifices communication seemed easier than he thought. The peak of the human immortal was also easier than Li Qingshan thought. Putting down the book, Li Qingshan thought seriously, what immortal path should I comprehend? Previously, Li Qingshan had comprehended a few basic and mysterious immortal paths. What he needed to consider now was whether he should continue to comprehend these or open up a new immortal path. Li Qingshan thought for a while and said, now that I've come to the immortal plane, the great path is so rich. Naturally, I have to comprehend new immortal paths. I'm not going to spend my whole life comprehending just those few. He decided to comprehend new immortal paths. Li Qingshan temporarily put aside the path of space and the path of time from before. He needed more great path to elevate himself. This time, I'll comprehend the mysterious immortal path, the great path of death. Li Qingshan took the new immortal path seriously. This wasn't a rash decision, but a decision he had made after careful consideration. When he was in the human world, Li Qingshan experienced the battle in the central battlefield. He gained a lot of insights, especially when he used time reversal to allow the undying Holy Buddha and others from 5,000 years ago to relive the battle in the human world. Between life and death, Li Qingshan had a faint insight at that time, but it flashed past, and he failed to grasp it. What truly inspired Li Qingshan's idea was Qingqing's kiss. She was right in front of Li Qingshan. Her soft and warm lips touched him, but before Li Qingshan could savor the moment, Qingqing dispersed with the wind and disappeared completely. Li Qingshan felt the ferocity of death at that time. Now that he had come to the immortal plane, the great world path was rich. Li Qingshan wanted to comprehend the great path of death. No sooner said than done. Li Qingshan was in the yard with many books beside him. He closed his eyes and began to recall everything that had happened on the central battlefield. Gradually, wisps of gray aura appeared beside him. The gray aura was very faint, but it corroded the air and was out of place with everything around it. The path of death. It was inherently out of place. Li Qingshan recalled seriously. He felt as if he had returned to that battle. He saw people die in battle. Some died regretfully, some faced death calmly, and some roared in grief, unwilling to die. Li Qingshan was deeply enlightened by this scene. He gestured with his hand and held the path of death in his palm. He had already touched upon the path of death. As Li Qingshan comprehended, General Bai had finished dealing with the matters of the day. He remembered that Li Qingshan had just arrived and planned to greet him. When he arrived, he saw Li Qingshan sitting in the courtyard, surrounded by books. Li Qingshan was in a state of enlightenment. He waved his palm slightly, and the gray aura that was swimming around his palm gradually increased. General Bai saw that Qingshan was having an epiphany and didn't want to disturb him. He turned around and left. 187, The Great Path of Death, 3, However, just as General Bai turned around, his face stiffened, and his heart skipped a beat. That gray aura, is it the aura of the Path of Death? General Bai was no stranger to death. His entire life of cultivation could be said to be half a life of war. He had killed countless enemies, and death could always be said to be with him. But even so, General Bai had never comprehended the Great Path of Death. The Great Path of Death was the mysterious immortal path, which was definitely not easy to comprehend. In the immortal plane, those who comprehended the Great Path of Death were few and far between. General Bai didn't expect Qingshan to start comprehending the Great Path of Death on the second day of his arrival in the immortal plane. Just now, he hadn't realized it at first glance. When he turned around, he had a flash of inspiration. He remembered that the aura was very familiar to him. It was the scent of the Great Path of Death. General Bai slowly turned around and looked at Qingshan. His eyes were filled with shock. It's the Great Path of Death. He has gathered death in his palm. He's truly comprehending the Great Path of Death. How did he comprehend this? He was once again shocked by Qingshan. He had slaughtered half his life, and others called him General Butcher, but he couldn't comprehend the Great Path of Death. Qingshan had just ascended to the immortal plane from the human world. Today was only the second day, and he had already comprehended the Great Path of Death. General Bai felt deeply hurt at this moment. General Bai didn't disturb Qingshan. He watched from afar and didn't step into the courtyard. He knew that when someone was comprehending the Tao, it was crucial not to be disturbed. Once interrupted, the train of thought would be broken. Reconnecting it would be even more challenging than ascending from the human world to the immortal plane. This kid keeps surprising me one after another. General Bai looked at Qingshan, his heart overflowing with admiration in his eyes. Qingshan was perfect. He had just ascended from the human world and didn't know anyone in the immortal plane. His identity was clean, and his comprehension was extraordinary. His talent was outstanding, and he was a descendant worthy of nurturing. However, judging from his appearance, he's only comprehended the surface of the Great Path of Death. It's already good enough to have grazed it. It's temporarily impossible for him to truly comprehend a complete Great Path of temporarily impossible for him to truly comprehend a complete Great Path of enough, and there might be hope. General Bai looked at Qingshan and guarded him as he thought to himself. He had seen many geniuses and chatted with them before. He knew that comprehending the Great Path was a gradual process. No one could comprehend a Great Path in one try. General Bai watched silently and felt emotional in his heart. However, in the next second, his expression stiffened. In the courtyard, Qingshan was comprehending the Great Path of Death. He had already touched upon death, but he hadn't yet entered the introductory level. He was close but still fell short, just a little short. He placed himself in a state of reminiscence and returned to the central battlefield. He witnessed all the deaths. Countless thoughts swirled in his mind, but he couldn't find a complete clue. Qingshan was frustrated. In the end, he stood in the illusionary central battlefield that he had constructed and witnessed Qingqing's sudden kiss. This time, Qingshan saw everything as a third party. He subconsciously touched his lips. Qingshan still remembered that kiss. Seeing Qingqing's figure gradually disappear after the kiss, Qingshan suddenly stretched out his hand to stop the scene. However, when his hand passed through Qingqing's body, everything seemed like a dream. It conveyed to Qingshan that Qingshan had completely disappeared. Qingshan looked on in shock. He wanted to grab Qingshan, but he couldn't do anything. Death took away everything. There was no room for negotiation. Annihilation. At this moment, this word appeared in Qingshan's mind. The Great Path below the Great Path of Death was annihilation. In an instant, everything in front of him was destroyed. The force unleashed was the power of death. In the courtyard, all the gray energy gathered in Qingshan's palm and entered his body. The Great Path of Annihilation was thoroughly imprinted in Qingshan's sea of soul consciousness. His primordial spirit absorbed the Great Path of Annihilation, resonating with a thunderous enhancement. In the sea of consciousness, the annihilation of death became one of the great paths that Qingshan controlled. He slowly opened his eyes and let out a breath of turbid air. He saw General Bai's stiff face and immediately stood up as he said, "General Bai, I was cultivating and didn't perceive your presence. Please forgive me." General Bai looked at Qingshan in disbelief. He slowly walked in and looked at Qingshan. He asked in shock, "Did you just comprehend the Great Path of Death?" Seeing this, Qingshan couldn't hide it. After all, the other party had witnessed it. If he lied, wouldn't he treat the other party as a fool? "Yes, I comprehended the Great Tao of Annihilation within the Great Path of Death." Qingshan nodded and admitted. General Bai let out a breath of turbid air in shock. After hearing Qingshan admit it, he calmed down a little. He had thought that Qingshan would take over a decade to comprehend it, but Qingshan had succeeded in the next second. The shock he brought was overwhelming. "Have you comprehended the Great Path of Death in the human world before?" General Bai couldn't help but ask. Qingshan shook his head. "When I was in the human world, I comprehended other great paths. I didn't dabble in the path of death." "In other words, this is your first time comprehending the Great Path of Death?" General Bai looked at Qingshan as if he was looking at a demon. Qingshan was confused. How could he know how terrifying his comprehension speed was? When he was in the human world, he had basically comprehended it like this. Moreover, this time, he hadn't even activated the max level comprehension. If he activated the max level comprehension, the amplification would have been terrifying. Your serious comprehension activated max level comprehension and you've comprehended the Great Path of Nirvana. 188, The Great Path of Death. 4, Speak of the Devil. Qingshan fell silent when he saw this line of words. This max level comprehension had given him a great path of death. There were many great paths below the Great Path of Death. Qingshan had just comprehended annihilation, and now the max level comprehension had bestowed nirvana upon him. Qingshan looked at the shocked General Bai and quietly received the Great Path of Death, saving it for later absorption. Sometimes, it's better to keep quiet. Leading by a step is being a genius, and leading by half a step is being a monster, but leading by 100 steps turns one into a subject for dissection. Qingshan's silence made General Bai realize that he had asked a redundant question. He was also too shocked. At this moment, he looked at Qingshan as if he was looking at a piece of precious jade. He couldn't put it down. Both of them came from the human world, both were geniuses. The world was truly a marvel. General Bai asked Qingshan, "Are these books helpful to you?" Qingshan looked at the books around him and said with satisfaction, "Very helpful." "But why are there so many books in this mansion?" Qingshan asked doubtfully. These books were enough to open a small library. Moreover, the books here were all top-notch. General Bai said, "These are books I've read or collected. When I'm feeling down, I'll read some books and drink some tea to pass the time. It's a good way to relax." "General has refined tastes," Qingshan said. He also liked to read, drink tea, and enjoy the autumn moon and the west wind in his free time. Now that you have comprehended the Great Path of Death, you should strive to improve yourself. Try to reach the peak of the human immortal as soon as possible. Beyond Emperor's Pass, the three major coalitions are getting restless, and it seems they'll make a move soon, General Bai said seriously. Qingshan's heart tightened. This was no joke. He had to seize the time. "Here are your 1,000 crystals and your military token. This token represents my personal guard. From now on, you are my personal guard." General Bai handed Qingshan 2 cards. A purple card and a green token. They were shaped like cards and were very thin. This card is issued by the Celestial Court Royal Bank. There are 1,000 crystals inside. You can withdraw them in big cities. It's very convenient. This green token symbolizes your identity. With this, you represent the military and are now a member of the Celestial Court. General Bai explained. Qingshan nodded and expressed his gratitude as he said, "Thank you, General. Focus on your cultivation. Tell me if you need anything." "Unfortunately, I don't have any belongings or resources. Otherwise, I would give you some resources to help you break through to the human immortal realm. It would add to your life-preserving abilities." General Bai shook his head. "General, why are you treating me so well?" Qingshan hesitated for a moment and asked. Qingshan could feel General Bai's tolerance and kindness towards him. It was like an elder showing concern for a junior. However, they had only known each other for 2 days. Qingshan didn't know where this inexplicable feeling came from. That was why he asked. General Bai was stunned for a moment. Then, he said with a smile, "I treat you well because you deserve it. There's another reason. You remind me of a friend of mine. Really alike." General Bai said. Qingshan asked, "Who is your friend? Curious, aren't you? I'll tell you next time when I have the chance. Now, you should focus on your cultivation and don't worry too much. I bear no ill intentions towards you. I hope that you can make a name for yourself in the immortal plane." General Bai patted Qingshan's shoulder and turned to leave. Qingshan looked at General Bai's back and said, "Could that friend of his be someone like me, who ascended from the human world?" Currently, the most significant label on Qingshan was that he was a cultivator from the human world who ascended to the immortal plane. He hadn't revealed much else. "I don't care. General Bai doesn't have any ill intentions. I should focus on breaking through to the pinnacle of human immortal and enhancing my strength. That's the true path." Qingshan extinguished the thought of further exploration and began examining the great path of nirvana that was given to him by the max-level comprehension skill. He had comprehended the great path of annihilation, and now, his max-level comprehension skill had granted him the great Tao of nirvana. On this day, he had comprehended 2 mysterious paths within the great path of death. Qingshan closed his eyes and silently comprehended. Nirvana and annihilation were somewhat similar, but also somewhat different. The similarity was that the enemy would die in an instant, but the methods were different. However, both were paths of the great path of death. Qingshan had an idea after comprehending nirvana. Can I fuse them together? As soon as this thought appeared, it couldn't be suppressed. Qingshan really wanted to try and see if he could fuse the 2 paths of the great path of death. If this was fused, its power would definitely be terrifying. It would surpass the 2 mysterious path of time and path of space in the immortal path. After all, death was the main theme of Path of Slaughter. The ultimate power was the main melody of death. There were no other twists and turns. Bai's mansion every day. He didn't have to do anything but focus on fusing the 2 great paths of death. Occasionally, when he was tired, Qingshan would read a book to change his mood. So time passed, and a month went by. Qingshan finally successfully merged the 2 great paths of death, nirvana and annihilation. In a room, Qingshan sat cross-legged and meditating with his eyes closed. 2 gray auras collided around his body, producing intense cremation. The flow of death permeated, and neither side was willing to concede. 189, The Great Path of Death, 5. After a month of continuous failures, Qingshan had concluded a lesson. For updates, he used himself as a vessel to absorb the 2 great paths of death into his body. Then, he slowly fused them and tried his best to suppress the collision between the 2. After this fusion, a new great path of death was born. The Tide of Death. The fusion of nirvana and annihilation gave birth to the Tide of Death. The fusion of the 2 ultimate paths of slaughter instantly increased the power by dozens of times. It enveloped the enemy and would instantly take the enemy's life. This was the Tide of Death. The tide came, drowning everything and taking everything away. After Qingshan comprehended this, his primordial spirit power broke through the limit of a human immortal. Thump, thump, thump. In the next second, Qingshan's primordial spirit and the acupoints of his physical body formed a connection, and he completed the connection of the 100 orifices. In just an instant, he had already stepped into the peak of the human worldly immortal realm. After coming to the immortal plane for a month, Qingshan's achievements had surpassed others by decades, or even a century. This wasn't an exaggeration, but the fact. If someone else were to comprehend the great path to death, they wouldn't be able to comprehend it even after centuries. After breaking through, Qingshan stood up and stretched his body. He said emotionally, "I didn't expect my first month in the immortal plane to be so pleasant." He had directly entered a battle that could be triggered at any moment. He couldn't leave, and it could be said to be the beginning of a hellish difficulty. However, Qingshan had turned it into a situation similar to his time at Repentance Cliff. He quietly comprehended the Tao and cultivated it. At the same time, he had countless books to gain knowledge. It wasn't much different from the million steals on the Repentance Cliff. Qingshan knew that the key to his comfortable life in the Emperor's Pass wasn't him, but General Bai. He really didn't care about Qingshan and let Qingshan cultivate in silence. He used to visit Qingshan every 2 days, but he hadn't come for the past week. He was very busy. Busy to the point that Qingshan didn't see him in this period. Sometimes, Qingshan was worried that the defensive battle of Emperor's Pass was about to start. Otherwise, why would General Bai be so busy? If the war really breaks out now, my strength is not bad. Among ordinary soldiers, I'm formidable. Qingshan estimated his strength. He wasn't afraid of the human immortal realm or the earthly immortal realm. However, Qingshan felt that it was a little tricky to deal with a celestial immortal realm. As for surpassing the celestial immortal realm, it was still a question whether Qingshan could escape. I'm still too weak. Qingshan sighed. There was nothing he could do about it. It was just his luck to encounter such a terrifying war as soon as he arrived in the immortal plane. Just as Qingshan was deep in thought, many officials suddenly walked into the mansion, led by General Bai. They gathered in the main hall. Everyone was very serious and their auras were heavy. They appeared formidable. When Qingshan saw this scene, his heart sank. The situation didn't seem good. At this moment, General Bai's face was solemn. He was dressed in a green robe. He shouted to his soldiers, "I just received news from the front line. The allied army of the Three-Clan Alliance has begun their attack. In just 10 minutes, they have taken down 3 Emperor's Pass. We must go to reinforce. Go back and gather your men. We will set off in 3 minutes." These well-trained soldiers were also concise and immediately left to gather their troops. The hall that was crowded just moments ago was now empty, with only General Bai. A set of bright armor appeared on his body. It was exceptionally handsome. One look and one could tell that it wasn't an ordinary item. It was a defensive celestial artifact. "General, the battle has begun. Are we going to support the front line?" Qingshan walked out and asked. General Bai nodded and said, "We just received news that the Three-Clan Alliance launched a surprise attack. They have already broken through 3 Emperor's Passes. We must go and reinforce. We can't let them continue to break through the Emperor's Passes." At this point, General Bai looked at Qingshan and said seriously, "When we go to the battlefield later, follow me. Don't try to be a hero. Once this kind of battle starts, it will be earth-shattering. It's very scary." Qingshan nodded with a serious expression. This was the first time he had encountered a battle at the immortal level. Soon, General Bai was waiting in front of the mansion with a spear in hand. He looked at Qingshan and frowned as he said, "You're unarmed. I'll find you a weapon." Qingshan immediately refused and said, "General, I have a celestial artifact within my body." "Don't worry." General Bai was relieved when he heard that. He nodded and looked on coldly without saying anything. In less than 3 minutes, all the soldiers in the 81st Emperor's Pass had gathered. General Bai waved his spear and shouted, "Let's fight for the Celestial Court. Set off now. Fight for the Celestial Court." Tens of thousands of immortals roared together. In the next second, General Bai soared into the sky at a high speed, creating a sonic boom. The tens of thousands of soldiers followed closely behind. Each of them turned into a ray of light and followed General Bai to reinforce the Emperor's pass in the distance. Qingshan was also among them. When he saw the scene, he was extremely shocked. Tens of thousands of immortals flew together at full speed. They stepped through the sky and covered the sky with silver light. It was like a silver meteor shower that flashed past with a huge aura. Qingshan was inconspicuous among the large army. He used the great path of rapid and barely managed to keep up with General Bai. After flying for a while and crossing hundreds of thousands of miles, Qingshan saw a terrifying city being attacked in the distance. The terrifying city was already on the verge of collapse. There were immortals in the sky and on the ground. The flames and energy of the battle covered the sky and covered the earth. It was as if the end of the world had arrived as they bombarded down. It was different from ordinary warfare. This was a war between immortals. In the sky and on the ground, there was a vast surge of power. Various immortals used their full power, but they were still killed in the blink of an eye. Immortals were worthless. This scene deeply shook Qingshan. 190. Similar flowers. 1. The battlefield was extremely cruel. The human immortal who ruled the human world were just pawns in this war. From afar, this battle was one-sided. The allied forces of the three clans attacked and destroyed cities everywhere. News of defeat spread everywhere on the battlefield. The 18th Emperor's Pass has fallen. The 20th Emperor's Pass has fallen. The 23rd Emperor's Pass has fallen. The news spread quickly, causing the faces of the people from the Celestial Court to change drastically. Their fighting spirit collapsed, and they could only flee in panic. When General Bai arrived with his 10,000 troops, his expression turned cold at the sight. He shouted angrily, "Follow me to fight the enemy with me." Boom! He brandished his battle spear and thrust it into the sky. A dazzling light burst out and immediately lifted the fierce beast of the monster clan. He threw the corpse away and smashed a large area with a rumble. Reinforcements have arrived. Everyone, hold on. The soldiers of the Celestial Court on the battlefield shouted one after another, their voices resounding throughout the world. Their destroyed fighting spirit was finally raised. General Bai joined the battlefield at an extremely fast speed. He immediately found the enemy's commanders. His spear soared into the sky, and he fought against 5 opponents alone. He didn't lose out at all. Instead, he became more valiant as the battle went on. The Monster Clan's general saw this scene and roared angrily, "Kill this lunatic Bai." The generals of the Monster Clan, Demon Clan, and Hell rushed forward and engaged in battle with General Bai. The momentum was tremendous and energy surged, causing a huge sound that affected the battlefield, but it didn't have much of an impact. Because the battlefield was too vast. The war between immortals wasn't limited to the ground. It was everywhere. Although General Bai had joined the war, he didn't play much of a role. He only delayed the other generals and relieved the pressure on his side's generals. The 10,000 immortal soldiers he brought were a beautiful sight to behold as they joined the battlefield. General Bai's soldiers had been training in battle formations for many years, and the cultivation techniques they cultivated were all telepathic. Hundreds formed a squad, thousands formed a group, and tens of thousands operated like a meat grinder, forming a massive battle formation. They incarnated as ferocious beasts and slaughtered enemies on the battlefield. The battle formation combined the abilities of all the immortal soldiers and unleashed dozens or even hundreds of times the power. General Bai could guard the 81st Emperor's Pass because of these 10,000 soldiers who were proficient in battle formations. These 10,000 immortal soldiers were meticulously trained by him using ancient formations and countless resources. These immortal soldiers only listened to General Bai. Each of them had followed him for hundreds of thousands of years and had experienced countless battles, honing their skills in battle formations to a remarkable degree. The battle formation formed by 10,000 people tore a hole in the vast battlefield. Their essence, spirit, and soul combined to form a huge devourer. It roared at the sky and kept devouring its enemies. Even the huge monster clan were mercilessly devoured. The battlefield, which had been losing ground, was held back by General Bai and his 10,000 troops skilled in formations. The situation was swept away and intensified the battle. Qingshan was also involved. He was General Bail's personal guard. Qingshan had thought that there would be many personal guards. But in reality, General Bai only had him as his personal guard. Now that General Bai had gone to fight the enemy generals, the 10,000-strong army formed a formation, leaving Qingshan alone to join the battlefield. However, he had nothing to be afraid of. Along the way, he had experienced countless battles and had a lot of combat experience. However, he had not yet experienced a real war. He summoned the giant sword and held it in his hand. The giant sword was even bigger than Qingshan. Qingshan held it in one hand and slashed at a human immortal of the monster clan without hesitation. Boom! Qingshan didn't apply the great path to this strike. He merely used his own strength. However, this was also very terrifying. After reaching the level of 100 orifices sentience, Qingshan's physical strength reached a terrifying level. With this one strike, he crushed this human immortal of the monster clan to death on the spot. 1,000 crystals. Qingshan muttered softly. He didn't stop. He turned around and slashed at another demon clan enemy. Boom! The demon clan enemy screamed in agony and his body went limp. Qingshan had cut off his spine with one sword strike. The terrifying power poured down and destroyed the enemy's primordial spirit. 2,000 points. Qingshan's eyes lit up. He realized that these human immortal soldiers were really not strong at all. Although they were much stronger than the few human immortals he had killed in the human world, they were still not enough in front of him. This discovery made Qingshan very happy. He carried his giant sword and slaughtered enemies all over the battlefield. Whenever he saw someone from the celestial court was at a disadvantage or in danger, Qingshan's giant sword immediately descended. They fought from the ground to the sky. Qingshan had also stirred up a wave on the battlefield. More and more defeated soldiers gathered around Qingshan, taking him as the leader, and slaughtering enemies with him. The people of the enemy alliance also noticed Qingshan. A centurion in the earthly immortal realm killed the people of the celestial court in the sky. Seeing this scene, he shouted coldly, "A mere human immortal is so rampant. He doesn't know what death is." The centurion in the earthly immortal realm jumped down from the sky with a long saber in his hand. He was aggressive. The long saber carried this momentum and turned into a saber light that pierced through the sky, directly aimed at Qingshan. "Go to hell!" The centurion shouted coldly, his aura surging. He was at the earthly immortal realm. He was qualified to look down on Qingshan, and he didn't put him in his eyes. What was the use of killing pawns? Pawns were just consumables on the battlefield. The centurion looked at Qingshan coldly. The killing intent in his eyes was bone-chilling. 191, Similar flowers, 2, Qingshan looked at the centurion who looked like an evil spirit. His eyes burst with endless killing intent, sweeping across the sky. Gray light burst out from his eyes. Qingshan threw the giant sword into the air and shouted, "An earthly immortal? Who gave you the courage to attack me?" Boom! 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 The giant sword that Qingshan threw suddenly exploded. Terrifying energy surged and a gray aura circulated. It was the great path of death that Qingshan had just comprehended. Annihilation. Even against an earthly immortal, Qingshan didn't need to fuse the great path of death. Annihilation was attached to the giant sword and rushed forward. At this moment, the giant sword collided with the centurion's saber light. With a crack, the dazzling and extremely terrifying saber light collapsed without any suspense. Annihilation rushed into the centurion's body, causing him to perish on the spot. His entire body seemed to be scattered like sand, blown away by the wind on the battlefield. Many centurions were shocked when they saw this. The demon earthly immortal from hell was killed by a human immortal in one strike. The giant sword fell and returned to Qingshan's hand. After he held it, he swept it horizontally and sent more than 10 human immortal flying. "The 100th one," Qingshan said coldly. This earthly immortal was the 100th enemy he had killed. In a short time, he had gained 100,000 crystals. War is indeed a good way to make a fortune. Qingshan felt no fatigue. The 365 small kiliocosms in his body provided him with endless energy. Even if he fought for a day and a night, he wouldn't feel tired. Human immortals are too weak. I'm going to kill earthly immortals. Holding the giant sword, Qingshan stared at the earthly immortals on the battlefield and searched everywhere. When he found them, he immediately rushed forward. With the giant sword, he could display the great river sword Qi, the heaven-slicing sword technique, and all the sword techniques he had learned. In a corner of the battlefield, Qingshan's killing spree gradually attracted the attention of the celestial immortals. After all, he had killed more than a dozen earthly immortals by himself and with his sword. All kinds of great path burst forth from Qingshan's body. Whether it was the integration of speed and swordsmanship, spatial storm, or time reversal, Qingshan didn't care as he felt like killing. He once faced 7 earthly immortals at once and slashed down with his sword. The path of death fused with the great path, and nirvana and annihilation erupted together, forming a spatial storm that vaporized the 7 earthly immortals. A genius from the celestial court deserves to die. A celestial immortal of the monster clan noticed this scene and immediately flew into a rage as he charged over. A celestial immortal struck out with a full moon. This was a terrifying celestial artifact that was condensed from the essence of the moon and forged from the essence of the moon soil. It was engraved with an extremely terrifying killing matrix that immediately slashed down. Full moon flew towards Qingshan in a trajectory. On the battlefield of hundreds of thousands of people, it targeted Qingshan. Qingshan's hair stood on end as he sensed danger. He also saw the full moon flying over under the moonlight. It was very beautiful and had a cold temperament that could kill enemies in an instant. This was a magic treasure of a celestial immortal, a mid-grade celestial artifact. Qingshan gripped the giant sword tightly and took a step forward. He infused all his strength into the giant sword. His eyes were cold as he slashed at the full moon. Full moon came menacingly and targeted Qingshan. He couldn't dodge, so he might as well confront it head-on. Qingshan also wanted to know how powerful a celestial immortal and a mid-grade celestial artifact could be. The full moon gave off an invincible aura as it rapidly spun down. With the support of the moonlight, it flickered with light and drew a rainbow trail in the sky. On the other hand, the giant sword was simple and unadorned. It slashed in the air and anticipated the trajectory of the full moon. Gotcha! This loud sound erupted on the battlefield. The giant sword carried all of Qingshan's power and slashed at the full moon, directly shattering this mid-grade celestial artifact. The terrifying energy shockwave sent Qingshan flying for 1,000 meters, and the nearby soldiers were sent flying. They were seriously injured. Qingshan's blood was also in turmoil, and his face flushed. His hand holding the giant sword trembled slightly. He had suffered internal injuries. However, in the next moment, the 365 kiliocosms exerted force to heal Qingshan's injuries and calm his blood. Qingshan looked at the giant sword in astonishment. "You're actually so powerful that you can shatter a mid-grade celestial artifact," Qingshan exclaimed in surprise. The fact that Qingshan had just shattered the full moon, a mid-grade celestial artifact. It wasn't due to Qingshan's power alone. Even if he poured all his strength into it, he might be able to withstand the full moon, but he would definitely not be able to shatter it. After all, it was a mid-grade celestial artifact, a magic treasure of a celestial immortal expert. However, the giant sword, fueled by all of Qingshan's strength, directly cleaved through the full moon, destroying it. The giant sword trembled slightly as if it was saying that Qingshan was making a fuss over nothing. In the sky above, the celestial immortal expert thought that he could take Qingshan's life with a full moon. However, he didn't expect that the full moon would be destroyed. His face turned pale and his heart ached. He immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. The full moon was his life-bound magic treasure, connected to his soul, refined with his essence and blood, and had even greater power. But it was also in a state of prosperity and destruction. Now that the full moon had shattered, he naturally suffered injuries. "This is impossible!" The celestial immortal roared, his face full of disbelief. A human immortal had actually broken a mid-grade celestial artifact. It was a fantasy. I'll kill you. In the next second, the celestial immortal didn't care about anything else. He directly pounced down and opened his mouth to unleash a gust of wind, which was even more violent than the nine heavens squall. At this moment, a strong wind swept through heaven and earth, like thousands of flying knives and swords, slashing at Qingshan. 192, similar flowers, 3, Qingshan's expression changed slightly. This was a celestial immortal, and his attack was very terrifying. Although he was very confident in himself, he also knew that celestial immortals were not to be trifled with. Qingshan wanted to escape. He wanted to use the rapid Great Path to retreat to where General Bai's formation soldiers were. However, the thousands of flying daggers and swords blocked Qingshan's path. He had nowhere to escape. The celestial immortal wanted to kill him, but Qingshan wouldn't sit still and wait for death. He tightened his grip on the giant sword, concentrated his mind, and mobilized all his strength, ready to fight to the death. A mere human immortal dares to offend me? How dare you? The celestial immortal descended with a cold gaze and a strong killing intent. His life-bound magic treasure had been shattered by Qingshan. He wished he could dig out all 18 generations of Qingshan's ancestors. The resentment in his heart couldn't be extinguished. He descended directly. However, just as he was about to get close to Qingshan, a battle spear suddenly fell from the sky and pierced through the celestial immortal. The terrifying power that came with it was directly infused into the celestial immortal's body, extinguishing his soul in an instant. Boom! The spear nailed the aggressive celestial immortal to death in front of Qingshan. The subsequent force even shook the earth and sent the enemies within hundreds of miles flying. General Bai. Qingshan looked at him in astonishment. He suddenly raised his head. General Bai, who was battling in the sky, was fighting 5 opponents at once. At this moment, the battle had reached a fever pitch. Yet, he still noticed Qingshan was in danger. Without hesitation, he threw down his spear and killed the incoming celestial immortal for Qingshan. Qingshan was deeply moved. Lunatic Bai, how dare you throw your celestial artifact down? How arrogant are you to ignore us? Lunatic Bai, do you think you can shine again this time? Lunatic Bai, that young man down there is your descendant? Why are you risking your life to save him? The enemies who surrounded General Bai shouted. Their words attacked General Bai's heart and disturbed him. However, General Bai was unmoved. His expression was cold as he fought against 5 barehanded. The more he fought, the more valiant he became. In the next second, he shouted loudly. 6 paths of samsara. Boom! 6 terrifying black holes appeared behind General Bai, and they released a terrifying suction force. They were caught off guard and directly sucked in 2 enemy generals. They were killed on the spot. The remaining 3 were so scared that their faces turned pale and they started trembling. 6 paths of samsara, you actually comprehended the skills of hell in the immortal plane? Lunatic Bai, you are truly a madman. You are too terrifying. You really cultivated a skill of hell. The 3 generals roared and quickly retreated to increase the distance between them. However, General Bai approached directly and stated coldly, Bullsh** T-skill from hell. This is my technique now. As long as I can kill you all, then it's a good technique. As General Bai spoke, his attacks were swift like the wind. 6 black holes appeared in his palm, forming a perfect fusion with the 6 black holes behind him. With 1 palm strike each, he directly killed the 3 generals in mid-air. When the allied army of the 3 clans saw the scene, they all retreated. They dared not continue fighting. Lunatic Bai had brought his invincible army here. This battle should end. The allied army of the 3 clans retreated very quickly. Their general had been killed by Lunatic Bai. If the rest continued to fight, how could they have a good ending? Moreover, they have also conquered more than 20 emperors' passes today. Their gains were huge. Qingshan witnessed the retreat of the allied clans. Everyone turned into a stream of light and disappeared. General Bai didn't intend to leave them behind. Instead, he landed beside Li Qingshan and asked, "Are you okay?" Li Qingshan shook his head and said gratefully, "Thank you, General." When the celestial immortal attacked just now, he was indeed in some danger. General Bai shook his head and pulled out his spear as he said, "You're the human immortal. It's normal that you can't defeat a celestial immortal. But today, you've really opened my eyes. You killed over a dozen earthly immortals as easy as slaughtering pigs. You truly live up to my expectations." Li Qingshan smiled embarrassedly. He looked at the battlefield and said, "Is the war over?" General Bai shook his head and said, "No, this is just the beginning. We don't know what will happen next. But we managed to hold on today." Li Qingshan took a deep breath and looked at the corpses of the immortals on the ground. Was this just the beginning? Don't think too much. You just joined the battlefield and killed over 100 people. That's excellent. General Bai comforted Li Qingshan. You saw all that? Li Qingshan said in surprise. General Bai was fighting against 5 opponents in the sky, but he could still see how many people he killed. This care weighed heavily on Li Qingshan's heart. Those 5 pieces of trash won't be able to give me much pressure. It's your first time on the battlefield, and your performance is not bad. Come with me to the Emperor's Pass. General Bai looked at the Emperor's Pass that had been conquered not far away. He turned into a white light and entered it. Li Qingshan followed suit. The allied forces of the 3 races retreated, and the Emperor's Pass returned to their control. General Bai immediately ordered people to repair it, and at the same time, he communicated with the other generals to deal with government affairs. Li Qingshan had nothing to do. He was the only personal guard of General Bai and was arranged to stay in General Bai's mansion. He was alone in the mansion. General Bai handled various matters. So Li Qingshan closed his eyes to calm himself down and recall his performance today. The war was cruel. In such a brief clash today, at least several thousand immortal soldiers had died. If General Bai hadn't come with his formation army, the casualties would have been even greater. Today, I killed more than 100 people. According to the reward, I will receive more than 100,000 crystals. Truly, a battle makes a military merit that lasts for eternity, Li Qingshan sighed. 193, Similar flowers. 4. However, today's battle also made Li Qingshan realize that the earthly immortal realm wasn't as formidable as he had thought. With his current power, he could easily defeat enemies of higher realms. However, it would be more challenging to fight against a celestial immortal. If he were to fight against a powerful celestial immortal, Li Qingshan felt that he could only run. I'm still very weak. I have to continue to become stronger. Otherwise, when the next war comes, I'll be in great danger, Li Qingshan said in a low voice. His face was serious as he felt that it was necessary to break through to the earthly immortal realm. He was already at the peak of the human immortal. In addition, he had comprehended the great path of death and integrated it. This was something he could attempt to break through. No sooner said than done, Li Qingshan focused on his cultivation and attempted to break through to the earthly immortal realm, ignoring the outside world. He had to break through to the earth immortal realm before the next war to survive in the Emperor's Pass defensive battle. Thus, 3 days passed after the war. Li Qingshan secluded himself for 3 days. His cultivation level had indeed improved a little, but he had yet to grasp the threshold of breaking through to the earthly immortal realm. General Bai had been very busy during these 3 days. Li Qingshan hadn't seen him. However, on the morning of the 4th day, Li Qingshan was about to continue his cultivation when General Bai arrived. He was still clad in armor, his face cold. He walked over with big strides. Only when he saw Li Qingshan did his expression relax. General. Li Qingshan cupped his fists. Sit down. Have you been out for the past 3 days? General Bai sat down and gestured for Li Qingshan to sit down. No, I've been in seclusion, trying to break through to the earthly immortal realm. Otherwise, I'd be a cause for concern for you again if the next battle comes. Li Qingshan said embarrassedly. I don't know if there will be a fight in the next war. General Bai sighed. He looked a little worried. What's wrong? Li Qingshan asked with concern. General Bai looked at Li Qingshan and said in a low voice, "A celestial lord from the celestial court has descended upon this area. He is negotiating a ceasefire with the 3 allied clans. If the conditions are agreed upon, there will be no need to fight anymore. But if not, we will still fight." Li Qingshan immediately recalled the records he had read in the books. The Celestial Court has millions of celestial soldiers, 10 top-notch generals guarding the 10 directions, for celestial lords, and tens of millions of officials to manage the vast territory. The master of the Celestial Court is called the Emperor. At the peak of the Celestial Court, 6 emperors ruled the world and were indestructible. Now that a celestial lord had descended, it was obvious that the Celestial Court was still paying close attention to the Emperor's pass. "I hope they reach an agreement," Li Qingshan said softly. General Bai nodded. "I don't want to fight either. I've spent half my life in the battles. I just want to go back to my hometown and raise a few cows and tend to a few acres of land. I want to live a peaceful rural life in the fields." Li Qingshan's expression changed as he asked, "Where is the general's hometown?" "It's a remote place in the East Continent. It's a beautiful paradise," General Bai reminisced as his words carried a hint of tenderness. "If there's a chance, I'll definitely visit General's hometown," Li Qingshan said with a smile. "Wait until I retire, come and visit me then." General Bai smiled gently. "All right." Li Qingshan nodded in agreement. Suddenly, General Bai asked, "Do you want to go to the Celestial Court Academy?" Li Qingshan said curiously, "Does the Celestial Court Academy teach students?" General Bai said, "It's not to teach students but to teach immortals. The Celestial Court Academy doesn't accept outsiders. It only accepts internal members of the Celestial Court. Those who have made great contributions or spent a significant amount of crystals. They can enter and study there for a semester." Li Qingshan listened attentively. "Those who enter the Celestial Court Academy will be highly valued by the Celestial Court. That's why I'm asking you if you want to study there for a semester." General Bai looked at Li Qingshan and asked gently, "How long is a semester?" Li Qingshan didn't answer immediately but asked. 5 years. General Bai said. Li Qingshan said with a frown, "I can go if I can. But I don't have any merits, nor do I have many crystals." General Bai said with a smile, "As long as you want to go, I'll send you there." Li Qingshan looked at General Bai in a daze. This was too good for him. "General, are you saying that you will use your own merits to send me into the Celestial Court Academy?" Li Qingshan asked softly. General Bai nodded. "General, why are you so good to me?" Li Qingshan was very puzzled. This kind of treatment was probably only experienced by his nephew. If he wasn't sure that his surname was Li, he would have suspected that General Bai had gone to the human world decades ago. General Bai saw Li Qingshan's frightened expression and smiled slightly as he said, "You must find it strange why I'm so nice to you." Li Qingshan nodded directly. General Bai said, "Do you still remember what I told you a month ago? You reminded me of someone." Li Qingshan nodded. He remembered everything General Bai said. "Is that person also from the human world like me?" Li Qingshan asked. General Bai nodded and sat on the chair. He was in a daze for a moment, as if he had drifted back to a long time ago. When he came back to his senses, Li Qingshan had already poured him a cup of tea. General Bai raised his teacup and drank it in one gulp. He said, "Would you like to hear a story?" Li Qingshan refilled General Bai's tea and said gently, "I would be honored." General Bai began to reminisce. The story began 20,000 years ago. At that time, the human world wasn't as chaotic as you said. Many people ascended to the immortal plane, and he was one of them. At that time, I was a fledgling. Because I was born in a small place, I didn't have any power or influence. I could only choose to join the Celestial Court and seek refuge. Coincidentally, he also came to the Celestial Court and wanted to join. 194, similar flowers, 5, in that case, we get to know each other. He was warm-hearted. I've always called him Big Brother, and he also acknowledged me as his little brother. When others bullied me, he would teach them a lesson. He had incredible talent, far surpassing mine, much like yours. General Bai looked at Li Qingshan and said softly. Li Qingshan's heart skipped a beat. He could tell that this was probably the reason why General Bai was so nice to him. General Bai saw the shadow of an old friend in him. General Bai went on, when we were in the celestial court, he took me with him wherever he went. Later on, he chose to join the military to temper himself on the battlefield. I was actually very afraid, but I still followed him to the battlefield. Li Qingshan looked at the general in front of him, known to everyone as the butcher, the lunatic. Who would have thought that he was afraid of war at the beginning? After entering the army, Big Brother climbed up the ranks. The more he fought, the braver he became. His talent and power were fully displayed. Every time he fought, he was unstoppable with an indomitable spirit. He accumulated great military achievements and was promoted very quickly, commanding tens of thousands of soldiers. I followed behind Big Brother and also gained some military merits, but I didn't want to leave him, so he kept me by his side as a personal guard. General Bai looked at Li Qingshan and said, "The life you're living now is the life I lived back then. Unfettered and carefree." Only then did Li Qingshan understand that his present was General Bai's past. He listened attentively and rarely expressed his opinion. After Big Brother became a general, he focused on training his soldiers. He searched with me for various tactics and finally found an ancient battle formation technique in his secret realm, General Bai said. Li Qingshan immediately thought of the 10,000-man battle formation he had seen on the battlefield. It turned out that General Bai had inherited it from here. In the next 1,000 years, the immortal plane was peaceful for some time. During this period, I got married and had children. I have my own family. Sometimes, I also advise Big Brother to leave an heir for himself and find someone to take care of him. At least, there's someone who cares for him. But Big Brother shook his head slightly and said that his ambitions lay elsewhere. I knew Big Brother wanted to become the new emperor of the Celestial Court. His goal has always been so grand. General Bai closed his eyes and recalled the past. His expression was gloomy. When Li Qingshan heard about General Bai's marriage and children, he immediately remembered that General Bai had said that his family had all passed away. His heart skipped a beat. With Big Brother's talent, if he had survived until now, there should be hope, General Bai said. What happened? Li Qingshan asked softly. After I got married and had children, I received a mission to explore the current situation in hell. I went and asked Big Brother to take care of my family. That was also the time when the allied forces of the three clans attacked, much like they did this time. But the difference was, back then, we were caught off guard. They broke through 80 Emperor's passes. Only the 81st Emperor's pass was left. Big Brother is the one guarding the Emperor's pass. The allied forces of the three clans attacked while Big Brother defended. But how could he be a match for the army alone? He was surrounded and witnessed the massacre of the city by the three clans. General Bai's face was as cold as ice, like eternal ice that would never melt. Li Qingshan sighed. This was a tragedy. My wife and my children were all killed. This completely infuriated Big Brother. He had always been cultivating the 6 paths of samsara of hell, hoping to use it to break through. At that moment, he really did break through. He fought alone against the allied forces of the three clans, killing countless and corpses littered the ground. Big Brother didn't want to escape at all. He just wanted to avenge my wife and children. In the end, Big Brother succeeded. That time, when the million-strong army attacked, Big Brother slew all the higher-ups of the million-strong army and shocked the world. But he also exhausted himself and perished. I didn't even get to see Big Brother one last time. Only at the end, when the Celestial Lord Expert reversed time, that I learned about everything. General Bai gritted his teeth and was filled with regret. Even after 10,000 years, talking about this matter still weighed heavily on him. Some things didn't gradually fade with time but instead became deeper and deeper, unable to be touched. After that incident, General Bai lost his wife and child, as well as his best Big Brother. The world was vast, and he no longer had any relatives. In the years that followed, he guarded the Emperor's pass, becoming known as the Butcher, the Lunatic. Until he met Qingshan. General Bai looked at Qingshan after experiencing such heartache. The first time I saw you, I felt that you were very similar to Big Brother. That's why I kept you in my mansion. Later, when I saw your unparalleled cultivation talent, you became even more like Big Brother. I know you two aren't the same person, but sometimes I wonder if Big Brother has reincarnated. Otherwise, how could things be so coincidental? You appeared in the Emperor's past defensive battle and the allied army of the three clans again. You don't understand why I'm good to you, but I'm just returning the kindness that Big Brother had shown me back then. I've heard of a Buddhist saying that after thousands of lifetimes, there will be two similar flowers in the world. One will wither and the other will bloom. Qingshan looked at General Bai's sorrowful expression and finally understood what was going on. He had become another person's shadow. General Bai was so nice to him because he believed that Qingshan was the reincarnation of his big brother. Being mistaken for someone else, Qingshan felt no resentment. He said softly, "There are two similar flowers in the world. Are you sure we are those two flowers?" "Sure or not, what does it matter?" General Bai took a deep breath and suppressed his emotions. He looked at Qingshan with a relaxed smile. "I've been good to you. It doesn't matter if you're that flower or not. In my heart, I think you are, and you are. I don't seek any repayment. I just want to make myself feel at ease. You don't have to feel burdened. In the future, I won't come looking for you. However, I hope you'll live well. If you ever need anything, you can come to me. I'll be at the Emperor's Pass. As for the spot for the Celestial Court Academy, I will get it for you. Once the situation stabilizes, I will send you out. The world is vast, and you have great potential. Don't be entangled with someone like me, a person who lives in the past." General Bai regained his composure and said to Qingshan with a smile. Then, he stood up and left. His steps were firm and his back was tall. The child who had to be taken care of by his big brother all those years ago had already grown up. 195, Celestial Court Academy 1. After General Bai left, Qingshan fell into contemplation. Are there really two similar flowers in the world? After death, there was no resurrection. Unless they were like Immortal Northstar, who had set up a backup plan in advance, they could reincarnate and cultivate again. However, he was also a minority. Most people couldn't succeed. Therefore, even if an immortal died, so be it. For example, the Qingshan Emperor of the south of the Celestial Court was an emperor, but he fell under the 5 decays of heaven and man and never appeared again. It could be seen that resurrection is indeed very difficult. Therefore, some people wonder if one cannot be resurrected, can they still live a life similar to their previous one? Being reincarnated into a new person, but still bearing many similarities to their past self. This is a concept proposed by Buddhist sections. General Bai believed that Qingshan and his big brother were similar flowers. That was why he treated Qingshan so well to make up for his regrets in the past. However, Qingshan knew that he wasn't the same flower. I don't care if I'm the flower or not. I'm very grateful to General Bai for helping me leave the battlefield of the Emperor's Pass and sending me to the Celestial Court Academy for a semester. Qingshan didn't want to dwell on it anymore, it gave him a headache, and he had no answers. He was sure he had benefited. In the future, when he became stronger, he would repay General Bai. Continue cultivating. I hope I can break through to the earthly immortal realm before I leave the Emperor's Pass battlefield. Qingshan worked hard and secretly looked forward to it. Qingshan didn't waste a moment of time and dedicated himself wholeheartedly to improving himself. The turmoil outside had little to do with Qingshan. The Celestial Lord of the Celestial Court had come to negotiate with the allied forces of the three clans. Qingshan didn't know whether they would fight or reconcile. Another 7 days passed. The 23rd Emperor's Pass was very quiet. There was no storm like before the war. Qingshan didn't hear any movement, which meant that everything was very quiet. In the mansion, he listened to the wind and rain at night. The energy in his body surged and flooded like a huge wave hitting the barrier of the earthly immortal realm, but he couldn't break it. Qingshan and the earthly immortal realm were still a bit apart. It was as if he was just a step away, right in front of his eyes. He could reach out and touch it, but he couldn't take that step to embrace it. Qingshan opened his eyes and looked at the moon outside the window. It was a full moon with many stars. It was very beautiful. He felt a little depressed that he still couldn't break through. He pushed the door open and walked out. Under the moonlight, Qingshan poured a cup of tea and strolled leisurely with the teacup in his hand. He was relaxing. When he was alone, he held a cup of tea and looked at the night sky, the moon, and the twinkling stars. He calmed his restless heart. Breakthrough, he just had to let nature take its course. Qingshan slowly calmed his restless heart, and the cup of tea was finished. Just as he was about to pour another cup, General Bai came. This time, General Bai was dressed in casual clothes. He wasn't wearing any armor, and he didn't have the violent temperament of a battlefield. He was as calm as a scholar. When he saw Qingshan admiring the moon, he laughed and said, "What a refined mood." When Qingshan saw General Bai, he immediately went to make tea. His movements were skillful and graceful. He brewed a cup of tea and handed it to General Bai. He said, "General, you seem to be in a good mood today." General Bai nodded and took the teacup. He sipped the tea and said, "In the past 7 days, there has been good progress in negotiations between the Celestial Lord and the allied forces of the 3 clans. The opposing side has started to retreat." Qingshan was delighted as he said, "That is indeed worth celebrating. What price did the Celestial Lord pay?" General Bai pondered and said, "It should be a little, but not too much. After all, the defensive battles in the Emperor's Pass are fought at intervals. However, in the past, it was always an independent clan battle. In the past 10,000 years, there has never been an alliance of the 3 clans. Does that mean I can leave now?" Qingshan asked. "Yes, I've applied for the qualification to study in the Celestial Court Academy for you. You can go there for a semester for 5 years. During these 5 years, the resources of the Celestial Court Academy will be provided to you." General Bai nodded and handed a document to Qingshan. "This is the certificate of your enrollment in the Celestial Court Academy. When you go to report, just show this and your military identification card, and you'll be all set," General Bai said. Qingshan took it and opened it. It was an admission letter from the Celestial Court Academy. His name, Qingshan, was written on it. "Take this card as well. There are 150,000 immortal crystals inside. It's the reward you obtained from killing enemies before. It will come in handy when you go to the Celestial Court Academy." General Bai handed Qingshan a familiar card. The card of the Celestial Court Royal Bank. Just like before, it was a purple card. "Thank you, General," Qingshan said gratefully as he kept his things. General Bai smiled and said, "No need to thank me. You must remember that the Celestial Court Academy has many secret books and powerful elders who can give you a lot of guidance. Your talent is impressive, but there are many obstacles in the immortal realm. You must learn to be humble and study seriously as a student." Qingshan nodded solemnly as he listened to General Bai's patient advice and said, "General Bai, I wonder if I can call you Big Brother." General Bai was taken aback and his words suddenly stopped. He looked at Qingshan with a complicated expression. Qingshan asked in confusion, "Can't I?" General Bai chuckled and said, "Sure, why not? I just suddenly remembered that I was the same as you back then. I had the same tone and the same question. Well, it seems we really have a strong affinity." Qingshan smiled. 196, Celestial Court Academy, 2, I'll acknowledge you as my little brother. Work hard in the future. If you need anything, contact me. When there's no war, I'll be in the 81st Emperor's Pass, General Bai said. "Thank you, Big Brother. I will come and visit you when I have time," Qingshan said with a smile. "Alright, you can set off tomorrow. This is the map." Tomorrow, you can take the teleportation formation and leave for the East Continent. The Celestial Court Academy is over there, General Bai advised. I understand. Thank you, big brother. Li Qingshan's mood improved when he heard that he could set off tomorrow. He expressed his gratitude. I'm leaving. I'm very busy tomorrow, so I won't be sending you off. The journey of life is long, and we'll have another meeting someday. I hope that the next time I see you, you'll be even more formidable than me. General Bai stood up and prepared to leave. Li Qingshan bid farewell, accompanying him to the door of the mansion, and said, "Goodbye, big brother." General Bai waved his hand and left without looking back. Under the moonlight, his figure elongated on the deserted streets as he walked away freely. He really had no requirements for Li Qingshan. Or rather, he just wanted to make himself feel at ease. Li Qingshan watched and remembered this bond in his heart. He had just arrived in the immortal plane. Although it was beginning with a difficult challenge, he had encountered a good person and had a good start. It was unlike when he first entered the dimensional battlefield from the human world, where he had to roam the world by himself. I'll continue cultivating tonight. Tomorrow, I'll set off to the Celestial Court Academy. I heard from Big Brother that the essence of the Celestial Court is there. It should be very suitable for me. I'll improve very quickly. Li Qingshan was full of anticipation. He then began to cultivate and improve himself seriously. Early the next morning, Li Qingshan went to the teleportation formation of the Emperor's Pass, paid a certain amount of crystals, and teleported to the East Continent. Li Qingshan could clearly feel the changes in the space inside the teleportation formation. He tried to comprehend it, but the time was too short and his power was too low. He couldn't comprehend it at all. If I can comprehend spatial teleportation, it will be very convenient for me to go anywhere in the future, Li Qingshan said regretfully. Fortunately, in the next second, the scene before him suddenly opened up. A huge city was right in front of him. There were houses everywhere and a sea of people. Li Qingshan walked out of the teleportation formation and saw a line of words carved on a big stone. Welcome to Great Desolate City. Li Qingshan walked into the streets and saw a bustling scene. Merchants were selling their wares, and the people were flowing endlessly. Cultivation levels varied from high to low, and they were living happily in this city. This was a ukiyo painting scroll. Li Qingshan felt as if he had traveled through time. Just a moment ago, he was on a battlefield, having recently experienced a fierce battle where life and death hung in the balance. But now, he was standing in the great desolate city, watching the bustling crowds and hearing the laughter. It was like a teleportation formation that crossed two worlds. There is no peace in this world. It's just that someone is carrying the burden for you. Li Qingshan thought of this saying. If the 81st Emperor's Pass were to fall, the Celestial Court would be defeated, and the allied forces of the three clans coalition invaded, all this pleasant life would collapse instantly. Fortunately, the Celestial Lord of the Celestial Court went to mediate the situation. If possible, we can avoid a war. Li Qingshan was glad that he wouldn't be able to come here if the fight continued. Walking on the street, Li Qingshan looked at various shops along the way. There were a wide variety of goods, and they were very prosperous. Li Qingshan also found some items that could increase his cultivation level. When he asked for the price, even the lowest priced item required tens of thousands of crystals, which made him speechless. Things that can enhance cultivation level are too expensive. Li Qingshan could only give up. He had thought that he had 150,000 crystals and could be considered a wealthy person. However, he now realized that he was still a poor man. Forget it. Let's go to the Celestial Court Academy. There should be many things there that are suitable for my max-level comprehension skill. Li Qingshan wandered around the great desolate city. He was reluctant to buy the things he liked, and the things he didn't like were very cheap. He felt bored and left the great desolate city for the Celestial Court Academy. Li Qingshan opened the map outside the city and looked at it carefully. So the Celestial Court Academy is located 500 miles outside the great desolate city. It's a middle world that outsiders can't find unless they have an invitation to enroll. Qingshan took his invitation and rushed over. 500 miles passed in an instant, and Qingshan arrived. He saw mountains and valleys. The mountains rose and fell, and it was a primitive forest. However, in the primitive forest, he still saw a cliff. On that cliff, many people were gathered. Qingshan immediately flew over and landed on the cliff. He attracted a lot of curious gazes. However, when everyone saw the admission invitation in Qingshan's hand, their curious gazes immediately shifted. Qingshan also noticed that everyone here had an enrollment invitation. There were young and old, men and women in this group. Some came together, and some, like Qingshan, came alone. There were hundreds of people. The person who caught Qingshan's attention the most was an elderly man. He was very old, with a head full of white hair and many age spots on his face. It could be said that he was about to die, but he still came here. The elderly man stood alone at the side with his hands behind his back. He looked at the mountains and no one knew what he was thinking. Seeing that everyone was waiting, Qingshan remained silent and just waited quietly. He didn't take the initiative to greet anyone, but someone did. "Brother, where did you come from?" It was a young black man, about 20 years old, robust with dark skin as if he had been exposed to the sun all day. He was wearing a piece of animal hide that didn't seem like it came from an ordinary beast. 197, Celestial Court Academy, 3, Emperor's Pass. Qingshan said softly. "You're from the Emperor's Pass?" The young black man said in surprise. His voice immediately attracted the attention of many. Everyone looked at Qingshan with curiosity. The young black man realized he had spoken too loudly, and pulled Qingshan aside as he whispered, "I'm sorry." Qingshan shook his head calmly and said, "It doesn't matter. Where are you from?" The young black man introduced himself while patting his chest, "I'm from the Barbarian clan. My name is Aman. This is my first time leaving the clan." "Why did you come to the Celestial Court Academy?" Qingshan asked curiously. He didn't expect to meet a member of the Barbarian clan. In the vast immortal plane where countless clans existed, and the Barbarian clan was one of them. They had once produced peak experts. Aman said, "Our clan has a quota to enter the Celestial Court Academy every 10 years. This time, I managed to get the quota, so I came." Qingshan suddenly realized that this was the case. It was probably a kind of benefit given to the Barbarian clan by the Celestial Court. "Brother, I heard that Emperor's Pass is currently in a big battle. How did you get here?" Aman asked curiously. Qingshan raised his eyebrows and said, "You know about the war in Emperor's Pass? The Celestial Court issued a public announcement. They said the 3 clans joined forces to attack us." "How shameless. That hell has always wanted to come to the immortal plane and seize our territory," Aman said indignantly. Qingshan explained, "There was a war. But the troops have retreated. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to get out. It's fine as long as the troops are withdrawn." "When I graduate, I'll join the army and fight those bastards," Aman said angrily. Qingshan found that Aman was very cute. Perhaps it was because he had always been in the clan. Aman had a strong sense of identity with the Celestial Court and a sense of justice. "What is everyone waiting for?" Qingshan looked around and asked curiously. "We're all waiting for the Celestial Court Academy to open. It'll open soon," Aman said. As soon as he finished speaking, the void in front of the cliff suddenly split open like a door, and an extended stone bridge appeared. The moment the stone bridge appeared, the people who were waiting immediately went up and entered this middle world. Aman said to Qingshan, "Let's go in." Qingshan followed them and walked onto the stone bridge, entering the Celestial Court Academy. At first, it was very narrow and only allowed one person through. After walking a dozen steps, it suddenly opened up. The land is flat and spacious, and the houses are solemn. There are fertile fields, beautiful ponds, mulberry trees, and bamboo trees. The paths crossed, and the sounds of chickens and dogs could be heard. The people who came and went in the village were all engaged in farming, and men and women dressed like ordinary people. Yellow hair drooping down, they were all joyful and carefree. It was like a utopia. In the distance, there were green mountains, courtyards, pavilions, waterfalls. There were fertile fields, beautiful ponds, bamboo forests, chickens, and dogs nearby. At a glance, one's heart felt open and broad. Students who are enrolled in this semester, please come forward and register. Not far away, a scholar shouted from the fertile fields. He stretched out his hand to beckon everyone to go over. Everyone walked over one after another and shuttled through the fields. When they arrived here, there was no dispute. They lined up one by one, hundreds of people forming a long line. Show me your admission notices and identity tokens. Both are indispensable. The scholar held a jade book in his hand. He checked the identity of the first person. After making sure that there was no mistake, he touched the jade book and a holographic image appeared on it. It was the residence of the Celestial Court Academy. Choose your accommodation. You will live here for the next 5 years. The scholar said. The first person reached out and made his choice. The scholar immediately marked out this residence. Then, he stretched out his hand and wiped it, and this residence disappeared from the screen. Next! Scholar shouted. After repeating this process for less than half an hour, it was Qingshan's turn. Qingshan took out his admission invitation and identity token. The scholar checked to make sure that there were no mistakes. At the same time, he said, you may also choose a place to stay. Qingshan looked at the residences on the screen. Most of them were gathered together and were very luxurious. They had their own courtyards and were located in the center of the academy. Qingshan didn't like crowded places. It was inconvenient for him to cultivate slowly. He chose a mountain peak. There was a vast bamboo forest, a waterfall, and a view of the turbulent sea of clouds. It was a perfect place to avoid disturbance. Just like the Repentance Cliff, it was very much to Qingshan's liking. The scholar was surprised by Qingshan's choice and said, "Aren't you going to live in the central area?" Qingshan shook his head and replied, "I don't like noise." Seeing this, the scholar didn't ask further. He had received many students and knew that some of them were a little eccentric. Qingshan walked to the side. The next one was Aman. When it was Aman's turn to choose his accommodation, he also chose the wilderness, not far from Qingshan, halfway up the mountain. Qingshan was at the top of the mountain, and Aman was halfway up the mountain. Why didn't you choose the central area? Qingshan waited for Aman to come over and asked curiously. I grew up in the mountains and I'm not used to living there. I wanted to stay with you at the top of the mountain, but you said you didn't like the noise, so I chose to stay halfway up the mountain, Aman said. Qingshan smiled. The scholar soon registered everyone. Then, in front of everyone, he said earnestly, "First of all, welcome to the Celestial Court Academy. I'm the guide teacher who will receive your batch of students. My name is Zhou Shusheng. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. I'll clarify them for you." 198, Celestial Court Academy, for everyone nodded in unison and remembered it in their hearts. Now, let me explain the rules of the Celestial Court Academy. There are many wondrous places here. There are places where you can enhance your cultivation level, the library with tens of millions of books, and places where you can earn points. There are many places that you need to explore on your own. Speaking of points, these are unique to the Celestial Court Academy. Whether you want to use the dojo, read books in the library, or use other facilities, you need points. If you have points, you can do it. If you don't have points, you can earn points. Then, everyone will be given 1,000 points. I've also given you identity cards. The points added and deducted are all in there. Don't lose them. It'll be troublesome to replace them. Zhou Shusheng said seriously. Qingshan looked at it and his heart skipped a beat. Points were something unique to the Celestial Court Academy, which meant that the person who opened up the dimensional battlefield had come here before or studied here. Qingshan remained calm as he pondered in his heart. When he found the clans of those individuals, he would surely seek revenge. Having caused trouble for humanity for about 20,000 years, did they now think it could all be swept under the rug? Teacher, when will the Celestial Court Academy start? Alman raised his hand and asked curiously. Everyone looked at Aman. Some people laughed and shook their heads. Some people muttered, from a small place, doesn't know anything. That's right. Judging from his cultivation base, he has just broken through to the human immortal. It's a little embarrassing to be in the same group as he, a woman echoed. If it wasn't for the mercy of the Celestial Court that gave some weak clans a spot, he wouldn't have been able to come here in his entire life, someone sneered. Qingshan frowned. He looked at the person who said these words and was dissatisfied. He said coldly, ignorance prompts questions. I don't know. That's why I need to ask. What was there to laugh at? Even if I threw you into someone else's clan, you wouldn't know anything. The few people who were muttering immediately looked at Qingshan discontentedly. When they found that Qingshan was also a human immortal realm, they immediately smiled disdainfully and opened their mouths to speak. Shut up! However, Zhou Shushang, who had always been mild-mannered, immediately turned stern and shouted coldly. His gaze was unfriendly, scaring those people into immediately shutting up and not daring to speak. He's right. People are right to ask when they don't know. If you know, then shut up. If you don't speak, no one will think you're mute. Furthermore, I don't care how glorious, mighty, or illustrious you are in the outside world. Once you enter the Celestial Court Academy, you better behave yourself. Anyone who dares to cause trouble under my nose will be expelled immediately. Zhou Shusheng's anger and warning made the few who were scolded shut their mouths, not daring to show any dissatisfaction. The others were also shocked. They didn't expect that Zhou Shusheng, who had been very kind just a moment ago, would be so terrifying when he got angry. Zhou Shusheng looked at Aman and said calmly, there are no teachers in the Celestial Court Academy. You need to study on your own. There are excellent resources here. You can cultivate on your own. If you have any questions, you can ask me or the seniors in the academy. Don't be afraid. They will be happy to answer you. Aman nodded and remembered it in his heart. Then, he approached Qingshan and whispered, thank you, big brother. Qingshan shook his head and said, cultivate well. Strive to amaze the world in 5 years. Aman nodded firmly. Alright, all of you can return to the residences that you have chosen. Also, remember that fighting is prohibited in the Celestial Court Academy. If you have grudges and want to fight, settle them at the arena. Whoever fights in private, regardless of the reason, will be expelled from school, Zhou Shusheng warned sternly. Everyone nodded along. The few people who had been reprimanded dared not show their dissatisfaction. If they were really chased out on the first day, they wouldn't have to go home. Zhou Shusheng then left. His body turned into a stream of light and disappeared among the mountains. The few people who were reprimanded just now instantly changed their expressions and glared at Qingshan and Aman. Qingshan paid them no mind, completely ignoring them. He turned into a stream of light and flew toward the place he had chosen just now. Ahee-hee-ah. Alman stuck out his tongue mischievously, then ran a few steps away. He leaped into the air and followed behind Qingshan. His residence was on the same huge mountain as Qingshan's. The remaining few were furious, but they had no choice but to rage. When the others saw this scene, they left one after another, too lazy to bother with them. Arriving at his chosen residence, Qingshan stood on the peak of the mountain and looked at the immense waterfall opposite him. He looked at the rolling clouds and rolling white waves in front of him and his mood suddenly brightened. He had regained the feeling he had at Repentance Cliff. This place is the same as Repentance Cliff, except that there is no million steel forest, Qingshan said contentedly. He strolled along the mountain peak and saw the sea of bamboo. He sought his residence, an independent courtyard, and it was very comfortable. Pushing open the courtyard door, he found it quite spacious, with a tea table, a place for Qingshan to drink tea when he had nothing else to do. The first thing Qingshan saw when he entered the room was a book on the table. Comprehensive Guide to the Facilities of the Celestial Court Academy. Qingshan flipped through it and found that it clearly recorded the uses and costs of each place in the Celestial Court Academy. This is good. It can help me understand the Celestial Court Academy faster. Qingshan nodded in satisfaction and was intrigued to read further. Qingshan saw that the first page introduced the dojo. The dojo can help you comprehend the Tao. In the dojo, there are countless Tao origins. It's much easier to release the great path of heaven and earth than in the outside world. The price to enter the dojo is 1,000 points for 3 days. 199, Celestial Court Academy, 5. When Qingshan saw this, he immediately sat up straight. He was instantly tempted. This dojo was too suitable for him. Moreover, he had 1,000 points on him right now. However, he still steadied his mind and continued reading. The time channel can slow down the flow of time inside. A day in the outside world is equivalent to a year inside. The price to enter the time channel is 1,000 points per day. Qingshan subconsciously licked his lips. He was tempted. If he went in, he could completely understand the time channel and comprehend the time law. There are too many good things in the Celestial Court Academy. Just by looking at these two, Qingshan knew that he hadn't come in vain. He continued reading. The Graveyard of the Sages. Entering it, you can fight with the traces of the sages of the past. The more you fight, the braver you become. Even if you fail, you will know where your mistakes are. The price for entering the Graveyard of Sages is 1,000 points per trip. Qingshan sighed, no wonder the Celestial Court Academy doesn't have any teachers. These sages are the best teachers. He continued reading. The eternal battlefield has simulated the dangers and calamities in history. It has been perfectly recreated. If you want to try, you can go ahead. The price for entering the eternal battlefield is 1,000 points per scenario. Qingshan clicked his tongue. This was another good thing. The library contains tens of millions of rare and unique books. The price for using the library is 1,000 points per day. Qingshan wanted to continue reading the book, but he found that there was no next page. Only then did he close the book and let out a long sigh. His emotions were surging. No wonder Big Brother Bai sent me here. There are too many good things here, Qingshan said excitedly. The only regret was that he only had 1,000 points. But it's fine. I can first break through the human immortal realm and then earn points. The next 5 years in this academy will be 5 years of rapid advancement for me. Qingshan was full of confidence. Without further delay, he immediately went to the dojo. The dojo could help him comprehend the Tao faster than anywhere else. For Qingshan, this was the best opportunity for a breakthrough. He was only one step away from the earthly immortal realm. He had to break through this step today. The dojo was located halfway up a mountain, hollowed out inside to accommodate the dojo. Qingshan flew directly over and landed. He took out his card and said to the elderly guardian of the dojo, "I want to enter and comprehend the Tao." "You just arrived today, right? You're already here to comprehend the Tao?" The elderly guardian said in surprise. This speed was too fast. Qingshan nodded and said, "I need to comprehend the Tao." "Young man, go in. You have 3 days." The elderly man didn't waste any time. He swiped his card decisively and let Qingshan in. After entering the cave, the lights were dim. The interior had been hollowed out, leaving only a huge platform. Around the platform were countless formation patterns. Qingshan walked up to the platform and sat cross-legged to feel it. The Tao rhymes are indeed very dense. They are at least 5 times denser than the outside world. There are many Tao origins in this area. Qingshan looked at the black oval stones. The thing he had taken a fancy to in the great desolate city was the Tao origin. The Tao origin was the crystallization of the great path of heaven and earth, born stones that were inconspicuous but extremely rare. It stored the aura of the great path. After absorbing it, one would emit it, and the great world path would be attracted over for one to comprehend. The one Qingshan had initially set his eyes on was a thumb-sized Tao origin. The other party had asked for 80,000 crystals, which made Li Qingshan reluctant to buy. But now, there were oval-shaped Dao rhyme everywhere. It was bigger than Li Qingshan's head. If he took it out and sold it, wouldn't it cost 10 million crystals? Now, they were piled up here for the people who came in to comprehend. Li Qingshan had to admit that the Celestial Court was truly an ancient top force, incredibly extravagant. However, this was also good. Li Qingshan could use it to break through and comprehend the Great Path crazily. Li Qingshan absorbed the scent of the Dao origin while cultivating and comprehending the Dao. Multitasking. The aura of the Dao origin that he had absorbed into his body spread out. The Great Path of Heaven and Earth, which was originally elusive, had now treated Li Qingshan as one of its own and didn't hide anything from him. Li Qingshan had never thought that the Great Path would be so clear. He saw metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. He saw thunder, time, space. These great paths were presented before Li Qingshan's eyes. At this moment, he was extremely greedy. He wanted to comprehend every single one of them. The Trikaya Buddhist scriptures, past, present, and future, assist me in comprehending the Tao together. Li Qingshan mobilized the Trikaya Buddhist scriptures that had been dormant in his sea of consciousness. It emitted a halo of Buddhahood and enveloped Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan merged the great paths he saw into the Buddha's body and storing them up to comprehend later. This was also thanks to the extraordinary Trikaya Buddhist scriptures. Others really couldn't do this. As Li Qingshan comprehended the Tao, he also practiced, cramming all sorts of great paths into the body of the Buddha, keeping himself extremely busy. After all, he only had 3 days. The reason for this was also because Li Qingshan had been thinking about how would he ultimately reach the end. He had max-level comprehension skills, which were different from the others. He could improve and comprehend crazily without worrying about running out of time or comprehension ability. Therefore, after Li Qingshan entered the immortal plane, he had a thought. He wanted to merge the 3,000 great paths into one. Control the 3,000 great paths, walk to the end, and reach the peak of the immortal plane. Originally, this was just a thought, and Li Qingshan hadn't decided to implement it. But now that he had encountered the dojo and the Celestial Court Academy, Li Qingshan had decided by chance. He wanted all the great paths. If he couldn't comprehend them now, he would stuff them into the Trikaya Buddhist scriptures and continue to comprehend them when he returned. As a result, Li Qingshan didn't even notice that he had broken through to the earthly immortal realm. After 3 days passed and the Tao origin stopped, Li Qingshan woke up from his seclusion and only then realized that he had crossed that step. He was now in the earthly immortal realm. 237 years, after 3 days of enlightenment in the dojo, Li Qingshan had broken through to the earthly immortal realm. He had mastered countless great paths and stuffed them into the body of the Buddha of the Trikaya Buddhist scriptures. He walked out of the dojo and saw the elderly man dozing off at the side. Li Qingshan couldn't see through the old man's cultivation level. He was the guardian of the dojo and had built a small wooden hut beside it and rested here. Li Qingshan walked over and called out softly, "Old man." The elderly man woke up from his nap. He looked at Li Qingshan and said sleepily, "You're out. Just leave. You don't have to tell me." Li Qingshan said sincerely, "Sir, I'd like to ask you how to earn points in the Celestial Court Academy." Seeing Li Qingshan's sincere attitude, the elderly man perked up and said, "It's very simple to earn points. There are 2 ways. The first is to accept missions. The Celestial Court Academy will issue some missions. Once you complete it, you will be rewarded with points. The second method is to explore the secret realm, discover treasures, and bring them back to the academy to exchange for points," the elderly man said. Exploration of a secret realm? What kind of secret realm is it? Li Qingshan asked curiously. In this world, there are many experts who have opened up many middle worlds. Just like our academy, attached to the immortal plane but independent spaces. Ordinary people can't find it. Moreover, many secret realms are owned by some top experts. They set up many dangers to prevent others from exploring. However, accidents happen. When a top expert falls, the realm they created becomes ownerless. These are called secret realms. The elderly man explained to Li Qingshan in detail. In order to listen, Li Qingshan squatted down beside the elderly man's rocking chair and listened carefully. Seeing Li Qingshan like this, the elderly man's interest in talking became high, and he earnestly gave Li Qingshan pieces of advice. In the past, the Celestial Court discovered many secret realms. Some of them belonged to ancient experts, some belonged to celestial lords, and there were varied. Later, the Celestial Court Academy took over these ownerless secret realms and let the students explore them. You can keep the treasures you bring back or hand them over to exchange for points. Every student is only allowed to explore once every 6 months. The elderly man raised a finger and looked at Li Qingshan. He said seriously, "You have just broken through to the earthly immortal realm, so it's better not to explore. It's very dangerous. At least wait until you are a celestial immortal." Li Qingshan nodded but didn't agree. He continued to ask, "What's your name, old man?" "Because of all my ailments, you can call me sick old man, ha," the elderly man said humorously. "I'm a junior, Li Qingshan," Li Qingshan said his name. "I'll remember you. You're very polite and handsome." "You're a good kid," sick old man praised Li Qingshan. "You can continue to rest. I'll go take a look at the place where I received the mission." Li Qingshan bid farewell. "Go ahead, earn more points, and come see me." Sick old man waved his hand and said goodbye to Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan stood up and left, flying towards the mission hall where he received the mission. When Li Qingshan arrived at the mission hall, he found that it was crowded with people. There were at least a few thousand people. They were all accepting missions or completing them and coming over to settle their accounts. "So everyone from the Celestial Court Academy is here. I thought we were the only ones here," Li Qingshan said quietly. The Celestial Court Academy didn't accept outsiders. They were all members of the Celestial Court, and they had to make great contributions or pay a massive amount of crystals in exchange for a spot. Therefore, it was already very good to have a few thousand people. Moreover, it only accepted students in batches. After the previous batch left, the next batch would come. There were thousands of people in the mission hall alone, and there were also people in other places. Li Qingshan estimated that there were nearly 10,000 students in the entire Celestial Court Academy. Among these 10,000 people, there were young and old. Their cultivation levels varied. Some had surpassed Celestial Immortal, while others had just entered Human Immortal like Aman. The mission hall was huge. Receiving missions and handing over missions were all done by magic treasures. Li Qingshan saw that in the mission hall, the overseer was a book. A black book with golden edges floated in the air, directing the other books to help the students with mission transactions. "Don't cut in line. Don't squeeze. Line up properly. Otherwise, get out." The black book saw that there were people who didn't line up and squeezed forward. It roared angrily and shot out a beam of light that blasted those few unruly individuals away. Li Qingshan was startled by this brutality. This book was very powerful. Moreover, it possessed its own intelligence and couldn't be underestimated. This should be a top-grade celestial artifact or something that surpasses a top-grade celestial artifact. Li Qingshan chose a queue with fewer people and muttered in his heart. He knew that celestial artifacts were divided into high-grade, mid-grade, low-grade, and non-grade. The 5 celestial artifacts that Li Qingshan had been rewarded by the Immortal Path Golden ranking in the dimensional battlefield were non-grade and didn't have much power. The full moon that he had shattered in the defensive battle of Emperor's Pass was a mid-grade celestial artifact. As for the quality of the giant sword that Qingshan gave him, Li Qingshan didn't know. He only knew that the giant sword was formidable. It could effortlessly break a mid-grade celestial artifact. Moreover, the giant sword had its own intelligence. It just didn't want to bother with Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan had no choice but to give it time. The black book flew into a rage and blasted those people away. However, it didn't hurt them. It would only embarrass them. They dared not get angry even if they got up and obediently lined up.